Rising of the Betrayed Galactic Officer. Volume 1. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Part 1, I'll Die. Prologue, humankind is a creature steeped in karma. People have never ceased fighting throughout the ages. According to one historian, history is nothing more than a record of human conflicts. From the era of swinging around stones and sticks, to today where weaponry continues to evolve without pause. And the stage of conflict spread from the land to the seas, then underwater and into the skies, eventually even leaving the planet humans inhabit to expand into the vast cosmos. There have been movements trying to stop the fighting time and again, and rules made to restrain conflict as much as possible. But it all amounted to putting out a fire with oil. And now again, even now, 2,000 years after humans left the planet of their birth, they show no intention of ceasing their battles. In the vast history of humanity, it might be hard to believe, but just 200 years ago, there was a peaceful era that could be considered a miracle in history. A great empire ruled over a vast expanse of space, and for a brief moment, there was an era without wars between nations. However, when nations were forcibly united, the resulting distortions became the seeds of future conflicts. People gradually reverted to their original state, or perhaps became even more brutal in their struggles. One could say that the current era should be referred to as the age of interstellar turmoil for future generations. And even now, people around the world continue to engage in violence without ever ceasing. Here now stands a young man, unable to resist the era's fate, embroiled in the turmoil of war. And he is currently facing an extremely perilous and critical situation. Right now, he is in the cargo hold of an antiquated military spaceship floating in space. Section. Looks like it was an ambush after all. After muttering to himself, the youth calmly analyzed his circumstances. The young man's name is now Bruce. Just 2 weeks ago, he graduated from the elite military academy in the capital planet Diamond. He's scheduled to turn 21 tomorrow. That is, if he doesn't die here. His situation does not seem hopeful. Currently, he holds the position of platoon leader in what the people of this country call the Coast Guard, the capital defense fleet guarding the space around the capital planet. Just earlier, he received orders from his superior, Captain Dusty, commanding officer of the space frigate Aquesi, to suppress some space pirates. The Coast Guard top brass in this region of space, in order to improve their disadvantageous position, made the decision to retreat backwards at what seemed like faster-than-light speed and immediately acted on it. Therefore, they ordered the space frigate Aquesi, flagship of the fleet the top brass were aboard, to cover the fleet's withdrawal for safety, then promptly hightailed it backwards at full speed themselves. The captain of the space frigate Aquesi had absolutely no intention of being sacrificed for such irresponsible superiors. So for the sake of his own safety as well, he issued the following order to Now, the protagonist who had just been assigned to his ship a few days ago: storm the enemy ships with the landing craft and suppress the pirates. It made no sense no matter how you looked at it, but without any hesitation Now took about 30 subordinates with him to pilot the landing craft under his command, boarding the antiquated military spaceship, a space destroyer closest to the enemy space pirates. Section. Meanwhile, most of the space pirates had already beat a hasty retreat from this region of space. The only ones left here now besides Now's group were the pirates' rearguard on the space destroyer. Looking at the bigger picture, the space frigate Aquesi was still there, though now in a safely secured position quite far away where they could monitor Now's situation, while one pirate ship was on the opposite side, forming a pair with Now's group at the center. In this situation, Now and his unit charged into the rear cargo hold of the space destroyer, serving as the pirates' rearguard, boarding it with their landing craft. Of course, the pirates were also lying in ambush inside the destroyer's cargo hold to intercept Now's group. The pirates now faced were part of the Hishiyama family, famous in these parts for their considerable fighting strength, led by Capone. The Hishiyama family's total military force was said to be half that of an empire's regular fleet, half a fleet. In this era, even nations with more than ordinary power could only field a maximum of 2 fleets. Larger nations could have somewhat more, but many still had less. The kingdom now belonged to only had 2 regular fleets as its military forces. Considering that, one can grasp just how massive the pirate, Hishiyama family's forces are. Though the exact data is unknown, the Hishiyama family probably boasted the largest force of any space pirates in the entire universe. Facing the Hishiyama family's full strength, even the Coast Guard's total forces would be powerless, unable to stand against even one fleet of the regular space military. But since this was just a part of them, the Coast Guard still came out to crack down on the pirates. When the enthusiastic Coast Guard finally confronted the pirates, they realized Capone's gang had more forces than anticipated and panicked. Capone's group alone was not to be taken lightly, so when the field commander saw things were disadvantageous for his side, he immediately chose to retreat at top speed. That decision led to tragedy. However, the opponents were pirates. To begin with, government forces weren't necessarily an absolute enemy they had to fight. Space pirates are always surrounded by danger, so they tend to be extremely cowardly. If they feel even slightly disadvantaged, they'll flee without hesitation. In some cases, they'll readily even sacrifice their comrades to escape. Seeing the Coast Guard had forces on par with them, the pirates also chose to flee this time. In short, the combat tactics of space pirates are nothing but despicable. It seems they took the strategy of sacrificing one antiquated space destroyer as bait, then beating a hasty retreat. Nao's unit went aboard that ship. Seeing Nao's group coming after them with just one landing craft, the pirates at the time thought just a little about their own safety and decided to engage Nao in order to securely escape themselves, lying in wait inside the destroyer. Section, you may wonder why the armed military ships in this region of space don't battle using their weaponry like laser cannons, but it's because this region of space has special circumstances. I'll explain in more detail later, but in this region all radar and the like are useless. Laser weaponry is also unusable here. Not only in this region of space, but energy weapons like lasers cannot be used inside the ships in this region either. Though relatively commonplace, no matter how advanced the era, old combat tactics become effective in places like this. So in this case, the battle also came down to close quarters combat after boarding the ships. Since even personal laser guns can't be used, it becomes a contest of physical force using axes. The pirates are fully equipped as if going back to the age of sail, wearing powered suits and wielding battle axes. That equipment is standard in this era, and they intercepted Nao's group armed like that. Nao and his troops were jumping into a place with about 100 of those roughnecks lying in ambush. It was nothing less than certain death. Nao's soldiers numbered around 30 and all women. In a normal situation, it would be hopeless, but for now, this was the eagerly awaited moment. Section, run, don't mind me, leave this place to me, I'll hold them here. Just you get back alive, that's an order, now go. Nao was yelling without thinking in the moment he had been waiting for. This is where I will hold the line. Even if it's just you all, make it out of here alive. This is my command. Now go. Nao immediately ordered his subordinates to leave this place. It was a moment when his deeply entrenched Chunibyo came into full bloom. Ha, it's decided. This is the pinnacle, the epitome of being a hero. Risking one's life to protect subordinates. This is the ultimate way for a man to meet his end. Haha. The previous lines were one of the phrases from the collection of last words I want to say in my life that he had been thinking about for a year. Nao constantly desired death due to a significant emotional scar from his past. His decision to join the military was nothing more than a substitute for suicide, a wish for a heroic death since he couldn't bring himself to end his own life. As a means to that end, Nao joined the Space Navy and longed for a heroic death in the battles with the enemy. However, reality did not unfold as he had envisioned. After various twists and turns, he had been assigned to the Coast Guard just 2 weeks ago. Initially, he felt disappointed and quite depressed when he was first assigned. But the current situation had greatly deviated from what he had anticipated when he was assigned to the Coast Guard. It had quickly brought him the chance to fulfill his desire, the very wish he had longed for to fight the enemy and die in battle. While he had been quite down when he learned of his assignment to the Coast Guard, he had ultimately come to appreciate his fate. The current situation had unfolded almost exactly as Nao had imagined it. It might seem inappropriate, but he genuinely appeared to be delighted with his current circumstances. Chapter 1: Killed by Subordinates. This is the best possible situation I could have hoped for. Right now is at the moment when the dream now have been earnestly wishing for these past 3 years is about to become a reality. However, things progressed in a completely different direction than now desired. His subordinates completely ignored the order now issued. Yes, they readily dismissed his command. On top of that, his adjutant, Lieutenant Merica, said just one thing. As if we do that. Huh, I'm a lieutenant, you know, I outrank you. What do you mean saying that? No matter how incompetent I am, you should know better as a soldier. Is that allowed? Just as I was about to retort, Lieutenant Merica immediately issued a different order to the troops. Maria, you're up. Yes, Sis Merica. She called Maria. Maria was Merica's subordinate, a sergeant leading a squad. However, no matter how you looked at them, not only Maria who Lieutenant Merica called, but all the squad members she led seemed anything but suited for rough combat. They were all women, and greatly outnumbered by the pirates with only 15. In a situation that seemed absolutely impossible no matter who saw it, my finest moment, nobly sacrificing myself to protect my subordinates in this dreamlike situation, started slipping away because of Lieutenant Merica's order. Reality would not proceed as I envisioned, and it was progressing in the worst possible direction. They would be easily toyed with by the pirates without even fighting, then afterward the expected fate for women violation and murder after being ravaged by the pirates. I could see no future but that. I won't allow it. Just as I tried to cancel Lieutenant Merica's order, a strong impact struck the back of my head. Wham! Huh, you're in the way, Captain. I was struck from behind and grabbed by the scruff of the neck by Sergeant Kate, Lieutenant Merica's adjutant, then dragged to behind Maria's squad. But I'm the captain, right? Even though I just graduated, I'm an officer, your captain. Yet what's with this treatment? It's awful. And hey, what do you mean in the way? To say that to the captain, no less. I wanted to strongly protest, but I couldn't make a sound because my neck was being grabbed and I was dragged around. Ignoring my worry, the pirates seemed to be looking forward to the impending violence, leering with disgusting grins, licking their lips. Paying not the slightest attention to either my concern or the pirates' repulsive behavior, Maria's squad stood in front of me, aiming what they held at the pirates. Do it, Maria. Yes, Sis Merica. Is everyone ready? Then take aim, fire. Together with Maria's cute voice, what the squad members held in their hands simultaneously spat flames. The roar, though without sound in the vacuum, looked like it produced a roar, and the pirates who had been closing in until just before my eyes collapsed. One after another, Maria's unit made their weapons spit flames, taking down pirates. Only 15 from Maria's squad were fighting right now. The other squad just watched, cheered them on. Seeing the pirates steadily being felled, their cheer voltage increased. Some jumped and shouted, clapping loudly in excitement. Around the time half the pirates were downed, they finally seemed to recognize their disadvantage and started fleeing, but Maria's squad kept mercilessly shooting them down even as they ran. When the last pirate fell, the excitement of Kate's squad members had peaked. The only exception was Kate herself, who couldn't get into the flow. Because in order to keep me from getting in Maria's way, Kate had been grabbing me by the scruff of the neck the whole time, so she couldn't jump around or shout, let alone clap, since she was holding me. But she also got more and more excited seeing the pirates falling one after another. Finally, Kate couldn't contain herself anymore and unconsciously put strength into the hand holding my neck. Wait a minute. Using the powered suit to grip a neck and put strength into it is kinda dangerous. What? Hey, don't put any more strength into the hand holding me. Oh crap, I can't breathe. Stop, this is bad. Any more than this is no good. Stop. It's falling, stop. No matter how much I scream internally, Kate doesn't notice at all. See, I'm falling, and my suit's protecting function is falling, so stop. The moment before I fell over, I lamented my misfortune at being killed by my own subordinate instead of nobly sacrificing myself. Does this count as a heroic death? And isn't this a little over the top? I don't want to think I'm so disliked by my subordinates, but really? However, the saying that your life flashes before your eyes as you die seems to be true. But man, of all things, why recall this moment? Certainly, there was almost nothing good in my life, but still, this scene is a bit much. The memory that surfaced as I died and became suicidal again, my life really had no happiness at all, huh? Right until I was falling, I lamented how unlucky I was. Chapter 2, The Flashback Before Death. It was 3 years before the battle with the pirates, when I was still living on the planet Nehonium near the capital, though in a different star system. Our kingdom's capital region of space consisted of the rare triple star system formed by 3 sets of binary stars. And planet Nehonium was the main planet of a different star system from the capital planet Diamond. Right now, it was just me and a woman here, and she was talking to me. Now, it's too bad you failed to get into college. I still can't believe you failed the exam, but it will probably make the future we talked about difficult. I think this means I'll have to say goodbye. You can't stay here either after this. You're graduating from the orphanage too. Go live your own life now. Let's part ways here. After I told Tet-chan, who I had been close with until now, that I failed the college entrance exam, this is what she suddenly said, as if showing her true colors. The one I call Tet-chan is a woman named Tetsurine Bruce, who I grew up with at the same orphanage. We were raised together at Bruce Orphanage before I was even cognizant. There were many other orphans raised in similar circumstances, but she was my only real friend, and until just now I thought of her as my girlfriend. Maybe because of my personality, I spent my childhood mostly reading books. Perhaps because of that, I hardly made any friends I'd call close. The only one I could call as such was Tet-chan, Tetsurine. She was always by my side, encouraging me. When we advanced to the local Royal Academy, my personality proved advantageous in a good way. Because I didn't mind steadily studying, I was able to graduate at the top of my class. We orphans are allowed equal education up through high school. Even nobles can attend the same classes, though of course those arrogant nobles look down on us commoners and rarely attend public schools. But when orphans graduate high school, our lives are practically set in stone. In this country, most lives are determined by birth. For us relatively fortunate orphans raised at a nice orphanage, we're allowed to live as very low-ranking commoners by getting jobs. But this country does have one slightly more fortunate aspect than many others. The kingdom dream, if you can call it that, or the dream of the kingdom, the last chance they say is left. That last chance, the few ways remaining for even an orphan to find success are, first, make your fortune in business. To do that, you must get into and graduate from the special scholarship course at the Myeongjin School of Business Administration, the pinnacle of private education. Even though it's a private school, students get in through scholarships so tuition and dorm fees are fully covered, allowing anyone, even the lowest dregs living in slums, to attend without worrying about money. Also, many children of big business conglomerates attend Myeongjin University, so you can make connections with them while enrolled. Therefore, even as an orphan you can gain many powerful connections, and after graduating, you'll get headhunted by not just the big conglomerates, but all the major companies in the country. Just graduating from there is enough to lead quite a fortunate life. For orphans living in this country, you could say it's the best way to move up. Of course, that's what I aimed for too, though I failed. The second is the often heard story of seeking success in the military. In this country, that's considered even higher status than business, a very popular route. To seek the path of the military elite, you first enter the Royal Military Academy in the capital planet Diamond. What merits noting regarding enrollment at the Royal Military Academy is, needless to say, there's a world of difference from regular volunteers, and graduates are also treated differently from normal military academics in the kingdom. So it's virtually essential for those aspiring to succeed in the military. However, the Royal Military Academy has high national status, making it an extremely narrow gate, not one entered easily. It's a method of advancing even narrower than business. And the last method is entering the Civil Servant Training Department at the top First Royal University, the gateway to becoming a government bureaucrat. Graduating from that department, then steadily building up a career and achievements, even an orphan could potentially rise to prime minister. Impossibly, there was one person in the past, an orphan from wartime, who took this route and made it all the way to prime minister. While there's only been one that became prime minister, several have made it to ministry, and even now several actively serving government bureau directors came up through this method. Naturally, it's the narrowest gate in the country. Right before graduating from my school, amazingly, I was nominated by recommendation as a scholarship student to that department at the prestigious First Royal University. For an orphan like me, it would normally be an offer jumped at, but properly getting into the First Royal University has a catch. While children of nobility and well-off families would doubtless choose this route, for an orphan like me, there are circumstances that make it unselectable without considerable resolve. Of course, since I lacked any such resolve, there was no way I could choose it. The circumstance requiring resolve is the sheer inequality after graduation. Officially, there's said to be no difference in post-graduation placement, but in reality, there is. After a probationary period of 1 or 2 years, those like me without any backing are sent to govern far-flung parts of the kingdom. But the issue is where we're assigned. Assignments start from the capital and get farther out depending on your pedigree. Of course, we orphans end up remaining to be assigned to remote, dangerous border planets. In peacetime, it would still be a fortunate environment for an orphan, but not during wartime. Though the capital region may be safe enough, how much greater the danger for the border regions in this age of endless conflict. Being dispatched as a senior official to such dangerous lands would put you in an extremely perilous position. A common scenario, but the local ruler or number 2 can readily flee at the first sign of danger under some pretext, while those dispatched as orphans without powerful backing, as the highest-ranking local official, were forced to remain on site representing the government even as danger looms. After that, if the enemy occupies the region, we may be held prisoner for decades. In cases like this, if the captured official has family in the occupied region, the discontented locals who can do nothing instead take it out on that official's family, often massacring them in riots. Officials understand this risk, so unmarried postings far from the capital are most common. That's sufficiently tragic, but if it's conflict with other nations, at least there's little chance of the officials themselves being killed, so you could say they're saved to some degree. However, that's not the only danger in the border regions. The highest frequency of danger comes from cases involving space pirates. When facing pirates, we orphan-born officials, as representatives of the local government, are killed as examples through cruel means. Orphan officials suffer more deaths from pirates than enemy nations on the frontier, because security can't be maintained on the frontier like around the capital. The military is tasked with securing the kingdom's entire region of space, but they can't fully protect the vast area with limited forces. The First Fleet is stationed around the capital, and there's an organization dedicated solely to protecting the capital region, so it's safe as long as you remain planetside. They can't completely eliminate the space pirates, but the capital region is absolutely safe from planetary invasion. However, not so on the frontier. Pirates run rampant out there. The main planetary systems are still safer, but imagining the increased risk if assigned to the outermost planets of a system far from the capital or colonies in orbit around those planets. It's easy to picture. Yet officials must be assigned even to those dangerous planets, and ones like me, commoners without backing, especially orphans, are guaranteed to end up in such hazardous posts. In a sense, the threat of pirates is said to be far greater than that of enemy nations. Yes, on this course, what awaits us is a very high likelihood of a harsh fate, which is the possibility of brutal murder by pirates. According to one statistical survey, 5 years later, the survival rate for orphan officials was lower than that of volunteer frontline soldiers. Advancing as a government official is unthinkable without absolute ambition, so attending the First Royal University is out of the question for me. That's the understanding of practically everyone living in this country. And in my case as well, the orphanage staff and school faculty didn't oppose my decision to decline university, respecting my judgment. Yes, when considering my own future, among the 3 methods I mentioned earlier, I also contemplated marrying T-Chan, whom I had considered my girlfriend until now, and unhesitatingly chose the business course. In general, among the 3 methods mentioned earlier, it had the lowest hurdles to overcome. For me, It was a challenge that involved dropping 2 ranks from the level of being recommended to that prestigious department at the first Royal University, which was already the pinnacle. Up until this point, no one who knew me had ever imagined I would fail the entrance exam. Naturally, in my mind, not only did I plan to enter the prestigious Kirin University, but I also envisioned graduating from the business course, joining a famous domestic company, and eventually marrying T-Chan to have a happy family. I had worked diligently for all this. That's why T-Chan's statement about failing the university entrance was quite unfair. However, T-Chan's words continued. I want to be happy. With these words began a one-way ticket to the hell that awaited. Even I understood that you can't miss even the smallest chance at happiness as an orphan. But still, even I know that, but I received a tremendous opportunity from Jayan recently. I couldn't help asking, "What do you mean?" That Jayan will make me happy. He said he'll take me as his mistress. He promised I could manage part of the business under him in the future, so I decided to become Jayan's mistress yesterday. Yesterday. When I don't even have my acceptance or rejection, yet today, I felt Tet-Chan's words were a terrible betrayal. And Tet-Chan drove the stake in further, though my life force was already nearing 0, as if to finish me off. If you had gotten into the famous Myeongjin University, I might have hesitated a bit. But honestly, I think it'll be difficult for you from now on after failing college. And Tet-Chan's words continued to back me into a corner. I didn't dislike you now, but thinking about my own future, so this is goodbye. Are women a creatures that really this cruel? My head was in full panic mode now. Vexed, frustrated, pathetic emotions I didn't really grasp coursed wildly back and forth in my head, leaving me baffled. Chapter 3, I'm going to die. At that point, the man she mentioned, Jayan the homewrecker, approached. This Jayan guy is quite famous on this planet. Since we went to the same school, I'm not unacquainted with him. In short, this guy is the 3rd son of the Eom family, the biggest conglomerate on this planet, Jayan Eom. The Eom house is the wealthiest on this planet, and Jayan is the 3rd son of one of the largest conglomerates in the kingdom, one of the blood relations who will lead the conglomerate after graduating college. If this guy was terribly unpleasant, I could resent and hate him to redirect my feelings, but that wasn't the case. Well, I was NTR'd, so maybe I do hate him, I'm not sure. Jayan's characteristic is that he really dislikes other guys, but he's what you'd call an Eichmann. With such a well-ordered, model-esque face, you'd think he really was one. Plus, he's good at all sports, clearly athletic. It said any girl would swoon if he approached them. Maybe because he was so blessed, while not flashy, he lives the playboy lifestyle. I can see why Tet-Chan would fall for him. Yet at the same time, he shows virtually no interest whatsoever in the discriminatory mentality common to wealthy noble scions, an agreeable man. Perhaps that easygoing temperament led him to make even an orphan like Tet-Chan his mistress. Moreover, he was one of the few who I could chat with casually. If not for Tet-Chan, we might have become friends. Detested by mob men like me, but a guy who could easily be a protagonist. This Jayan approached me. "Oh, Jayan." Tet-Chan greeted Jayan as if her lover had come, a radiant expression on her face. The fact that she can make that expression after crushing me to rock bottom, women really are incredible, I think. Now, heard you failed to get into Myeongjin. Really too bad. Jayan already knew I failed to get into Myeongjin University. You had some bad luck, man. While I couldn't match Jayan whatsoever in sports at school, in studies I never lost to him once. I thought he came to mock me failing college, but I was wrong. He just simply said I had bad luck. I don't get it at all. Jayan always walked around with women like mistresses, and now 4 beauties followed behind him too. At the moment, Wonsan, a popular model on this planet, as well as the school's beautiful instructor, Midori-sensei, and the renowned senior, Hilt, who could be considered Miss School with her popularity, were all said to be Jayan's lovers. It was quite intimidating to hear that. All of these beauties were Jayan's mistresses. T-Chan was among these showy lovers, and honestly, I couldn't understand her feelings. However, in the midst of all these beautiful people, T-Chan realized for the first time that she also belonged to the category of beautiful people, and she blended in effortlessly. The beautiful women also approached Jayan. At that moment, my eyes were drawn to the mobile device held by the junior, Yana. It seemed she was watching some kind of video, and I couldn't help but take a quick peek, only to be shocked. And what's more, their naked bodies were shown. Upon closer inspection, their naked bodies were around Jian, who was sleeping. But what surprised me the most was Ti-chan, also naked, straddling the sleeping Jian. She had a seductive expression that she had never shown before, and most of all, she was moving intensely on top of Jian. Moreover, the volume was low, but I could even hear Ti-chan moaning. When I heard her voice, I was already beyond understanding, and I started running. Yana must have noticed me like that and called out to Tetsurin. "Tetsurin-senpai, is he okay?" Hilt-senpai also spoke up. "He's your ex-boyfriend, right? I hope he doesn't commit suicide." "It's all right. Naokun doesn't have the courage for that. But seriously, what's going on? Oh, isn't that from yesterday? It's embarrassing, so delete it. Why are you watching it outside?" "It's fine. It's a commemoration for Tetsurin-senpai." "Oh, stop it. You're all naked too. Are you okay with someone other than Giant-san seeing it?" I could hear the conversation between the girls, but I was already running. I ran blindly. Tears overflowed from my eyes. I didn't want to admit that I was crying, but my face was already a mess of tears. I cried almost profusely, cursing the world and my cursed environment while shouting angrily. I'll die. In this rotten world, go to hell, perish. Perhaps at that moment, I was contemplating suicide. Unconsciously, I had come to a place known in a certain way. This was a quiet park on the cliffs by the coast. Yes, this place was known as a suicide spot, and it was a place where people threw themselves into the sea cliffs at a rate of a few people per year. I was walking toward that cliff. 50 more steps. It's embarrassing that it's not just 5 more steps, but there were 50 more steps. If I took 50 more steps, I could bid farewell to this world. I thought that, but for some reason, my feet wouldn't move from here. I don't have any lingering attachment to this world. I should have no lingering attachment, and I should want to die, but it's pitiful. I can't even commit suicide. I raised my voice even louder and cried. Pathetic. Am I such a pitiful man that I can't even commit suicide? Is there no God in this world? If there is, what does God want me to do? How much more must I suffer? It would be better if everything just perished. I uttered words blaming even God as they came to mind. How long had I been crying? I was finally crying myself out, and I started to calm down a little. I still wanted to die, but I had come to accept that I couldn't commit suicide. It was getting quite dim outside. I start to think about what happens next, wishing that I could die in an accident. Staying here indefinitely wouldn't solve anything. When I glanced around, I noticed numerous safety signs, presumably for suicide prevention. I had never noticed them before I came here. Among the signs, there were some with a humorous touch, probably hoping to make people reconsider their thoughts, like, wait a minute, reconsider your current thoughts. However, let's think about this. Until I came here, I didn't notice any of these signs. If I give up on suicide, these signs come into view. It's almost as if these signs are telling me to reconsider my thoughts. Does this mean they want me to commit suicide? If I could do that, I would have already done it. With a touch of sarcasm, I had become quite composed, and that's when I saw a military recruitment advertisement. It was one of the popular idol groups wearing short military skirts in their uniforms, leaning against a handsome soldier and appealing with smiles. "All we have to protect us is your courage. Please, join the Space Navy with me and protect our comrades. We're waiting for your courage." It was quite a trendy advertisement, and it was one of the popular posters as far as I knew. By the way, there was another version of the military recruitment poster that I knew. It featured an idol wearing a mini skirt, sitting with her legs crossed in the admiral's seat on a warship, and saying a similar line. This one gained attention because it seemed like she was almost visible, and I preferred that one. But that's irrelevant now. I wondered if anyone would be lured into joining the military by posters like this. Even if there were such people, I doubted I'd meet anyone decent. While thinking this, I was gazing at the poster intently. And then, it dawned on me at that moment. If I can't die by my own hand, why not let an enemy country kill me? Yes, that's right. I heard that if someone like me were to volunteer for the military, they'd almost certainly be sent to the most dangerous battlefield, considered the most perilous border region. I'd almost certainly be able to die within 5 years. Once I made up my mind, it was time to hurry. Chapter 4. I thought I volunteered for the military. so I headed to the Space Military Recruitment Center. In this country, they have space military recruitment centers everywhere. With the constantly understaffed military needing a steady supply of soldiers, they say there's always one in a conspicuous spot in every town. I passed through the gate of the recruitment center nearest me. Enlisting in the military is extremely simple. The amazing thing about this country is how individual information is properly managed. Thanks to that, just showing your ID card and stating your ID number is all that's needed to join the military, no other paperwork required. I stated my ID number and that I wanted to enlist. The woman at the reception desk operated her terminal. The moment she operated the terminal, she hurriedly left her seat and went to her superior. It seems there was some issue with my background. I was about to give up thinking I couldn't even join the military when she came back and handed me a document. Don't miss tomorrow's charter flight leaving from the spaceport. You'll be going to the capital planet. I was told, tomorrow is awfully sudden, but it looks like I can get into the military somehow. I returned to the orphanage and informed the teacher I had failed to get into college, telling them I would be joining the space military. Then I said my farewells, telling them I'd be leaving tomorrow. I probably won't be coming back here. Since this will likely be my last parting with the teachers who had cared for me until now, I politely expressed my gratitude before entering my room. The teachers seemed to already know I had failed my college entrance exams. They just silently saw me off when I told them I'd be enlisting. Frankly, I'm thankful for how they treated me. Showing my pathetic side again here would just be sad. I'm relieved I didn't have to display my shamefulness again. Otherwise, I probably would have bawled here too. But it doesn't make sense. Why do they know the results of my college admission before me? The next morning, I headed to the spaceport specified yesterday, my meager luggage in hand. Despite being so early, the spaceport was rather crowded. A number of males and females around my age were gathered here, along with a large number of people who seemed to be their family members. The males and females around my age seemed to be boarding the same ship as me, seen off by the others. I think it's over the top, and moreover, I don't get why the males and females who look around my age are all well-dressed people. They clearly enlisted differently than me. If so, what's going on? Are they going to the capital for some other business? Could it be they're off to attend colleges in the capital? If that's the case, I feel a little out of place just this once. To think I'd be with people like this after failing college and unable to even commit suicide, so I enlisted. I'd surely look pathetic compared to them. Well, while it's a once-in-a-lifetime meeting, they're people I'll never see again after this trip. I'll endure it as just the atmosphere until we reach the capital. While I was thinking that, an announcement came from the spaceport staff. It seems we've been cleared for boarding. I went over to the staffer with the documents I received yesterday. Though it felt like very few compared to the number of people gathered around this gate, about 10 males and females around my age had congregated near here. Looks like it's just these 10 boarding the capital planet with me. Everyone showed some documents like mine to the staffer at the gate, asking for instructions. I headed to the designated area with the others as instructed. What awaited us was a small passenger spaceship, probably classified as a high-speed ship even in this country. I hear voices leaking out nearby. Ooh, how extravagant. It's too much. I never imagined we'd get treatment like elites by being taken to the capital on a ship this luxurious. You too, right? Certainly my impression upon seeing the docked spaceship was the same. I reflexively checked the documents in my hand again, but there's nothing written there. Just the boarding pass I was given at the gate. A voice came from behind, sounding anxious like me. There was another guy who appeared to be about the same age. Hey, what are you doing? We're running out of time. Let's get on board quickly, he said, pulling me towards the spaceship. Although I was meeting him for the first time, he seemed like a friendly guy. Once I boarded the spaceship, I showed the seating chart I had received earlier to the ship's crew, and they guided me to my seat. It wasn't long before the spaceship departed from the spaceport. As the guy who had spoken to me earlier had mentioned, it seemed like time was running quite late. But I couldn't understand. Why would they use such a luxurious spaceship just to transport a volunteer soldier like me to the capital planet? Something didn't add up. I was pondering this when I heard another voice from the seat next to mine. It was the guy who had spoken to me earlier. It seems like there really wasn't much time. If we had delayed here, I can't imagine what the instructors would have said. I was just staring blankly and listening to what he was saying. Oh, sorry. I'm Mark Campbell, nice to meet you. And you are? Oh, sorry, I'm now Bruce. Huh, Bruce, are you related to that Admiral Bruce? Admiral Bruce was one of the famous heroes in the star system where I grew up. After his service in the military, he had spent his retirement years as the first Director General of the Coast Guard and was also known for his philanthropic activities. He was one of the few heroes who had lived a happy life without tarnishing his reputation in this turbulent era. As a result, he was one of the most popular figures in Nihayam Star, his hometown. No, it's not like that. I'm from an orphanage established through the kindness of Admiral Bruce. Those of us who didn't know our last names used the name of the orphanage. But more importantly, you mentioned Campbell. Are you related to the Campbell factory or something? The Campbell factory was a well-known major weapons manufacturing company in this country. While it wasn't a conglomerate, it was still a sizable corporation. The president of Campbell factory is my uncle. Wow, that's impressive. You come from a good background, so why? I blurted out my thoughts without realizing it. It was impossible for someone like me, the son of a prominent family in this kingdom, to volunteer as a common soldier. That possibility was completely out of my mind, and I accidentally voiced it. Why? Well, that's because I was lucky enough to get into the elite officer training school. My grades were pretty tough, but I managed to pass. I'm really glad. It seemed that he was going to the elite officer training school not just as a common soldier. He was also becoming an elite. That was quite an enviable story. Wow, that's amazing. But, yeah, I understand. Why would someone like me, the child of a merchant, aim for the military instead of Kirin University? It's because I was lucky. No, it might be the opposite. I was lucky to be able to barely make it to the elite. Another story about luck. Sorry, it's impolite of me, a commoner like me, to speak so casually to someone from the upper class like you. What are you talking about? From the moment we boarded this ship together, we're already comrades. Huh? Comrades, certainly. I volunteered for the military, but comrades, I mean, because you're going to be an officer, right? Huh, you too now, you say interesting things. Huh, what did he mean? Certainly, I volunteered for the military, but it was as a common soldier. I didn't attend the elite officer training school. What was going on? Unable to understand so many things, and a little rudely albeit knowingly. I went ahead and asked Mark, since he seems more familiar with the ways of the world. Chapter 5, The Reason for Failing the Exam. Mark, please teach this ignorant me. Everyone boarding this ship is. Oh, they passed that harsh selection, and now have the honor of entering the Royal Military Academy on the capital planet Diamond. I had heard cadets got treated as NCOs, but I never imagined we'd get taken to the capital on such a luxurious ship. You must have been surprised too. Everyone including me, all 10 people, are officer candidates. For the first time, I closely reviewed the documents in my hand. It says a charter will carry the candidates tomorrow from the spaceport so as not to be late. It says candidates. That's when I spotted the source of the discomfort I had vaguely felt until now. For some unknown reason, I seemed to have been sent to the capital planet Diamond as an officer candidate. Lucky? No, was it luck? More than that, Mark mentioned luck too, but what does he mean? Unable to understand so many things, I frankly told Mark everything that had happened until now and got him to answer my many questions. Well, I glossed over thinking of suicide after being rejected by her, giving a vague explanation that I failed to get into Myeongjin University, and as an orphan had no choice but to enlist to earn money for college. I did tell him about being nominated by recommendation as a scholarship student for that department at the prestigious First Royal University. Ooh, now's amazing. I can't even imagine it. But that may have been the right decision. So failing the Myeongjin exam leaves me high and dry, huh? Yeah, you were just unlucky. Luck again. Luck, well, listen up. It's probably talk that doesn't reach your circumstances. Regarding that luck I mentioned before, I heard an unusually high number of conglomerate family scions took the Myeongjin University exam this year. So I heard not a single general scholarship student like you passed. General students like me. What do non-general applicants mean? Section, Mark properly explained after that. In the first place, why private schools can accept scholarship students despite the financial burden of tuition waivers lies in the motive to secure as many excellent students as possible. However, they can't operate on just that, so they also accept donations from the so-called wealthy class. While accepting donations sounds good, they apparently hold something like auctions. Of course, a certain standard is required, but I heard it's about 2 ranks lower than general applicants. In exchange, regarding the benefits of entering as a scholarship student tuition and dorm fee exemption, well, it probably costs around 20 million gold in total over 4 years, but they're made to pay 50 to 100 times that amount in donations. But Mark said even that amount wasn't enough this year. Because so many children of conglomerates took the exam, I heard double that amount was needed. While Mark's family is probably quite wealthy too, that amount was impossible for them, it seems. Well, without it explicitly reaching his family, he apparently caught wind from various sources. So Mark took exams at a good number of universities as advance preparation. Our business has some dealings with quite a few military types, and I also heard that in years like this, fewer children of military families apply. So my old man told me to take the military academy exam just in case. The status is far higher, of course, but more than anything it's way better than being ordered around by my cousin in the future. Is that so? But I never even took the exam. Really? Oh, it was probably because this country has an excellent data management system. Data management? Right, now was nominated for a scholarship to that prestigious First Royal University. Of course, your excellent grades are on file, so when you enlisted in the military, they probably made a rushed decision based on the data brought up from your ID. I heard qualified officers are desperately needed. Hearing his explanation, something came to mind for me. I recalled the surprised face of the receptionist when I enlisted in the military. She must have received some instructions after seeing my data then. But still, this country's data management is amazing. I was also again surprised, albeit belatedly, by the disparity from differences in lineage. Hearing Mark's story, I understood Giant's talk of luck and why those around me knew the college results before me. Information properly flows in advance to the upper class, it seems. Probably, I bet it leaked to the orphanage teachers via Tetchan. Maybe they knew even before the acceptance announcements, possibly while I was still taking the entrance exam. From Mark's words, it seems they were informed upon application that general admissions had no chance. But I still can't accept that if my failure was already decided before taking the exam, they should have informed me beforehand. No matter how much a facade there is, my life was on the line, I want to say, but in the end I'm just an orphan. I guess this is how I'm treated. As expected, I don't want to live long in a world like this. Well, my treatment after graduating probably won't change much from now. As someone like me, I'll doubtless be assigned to the most dangerous post soon. It'll take time until graduating from the academy, but well, that's not so long a wait. I'll endure it. Mark is a really nice guy. Our seats were next to each other on the spaceship, and we got quite friendly, chatting a lot. I feel a little guilty about not having hope for the future, but still we found common ground in our talk, and I was able to spend the most enjoyable time I've had recently, as expected of a high-speed spacecraft the kingdom boasts of. My home planet Nehonium, though in the capital star sector, was in the Yttrium system neighboring the Dane system where Diamond, the capital planet, was in a different star system. We were able to arrive after only some 10 hours, even with movement between neighboring systems. We arrived safely at the Farron spaceport in Diamond, the second planet of the star Dane at the center of the capital star sector, where the First Fleet, the space military fleet of the capital region, is based. Since this spaceport is only used by the military, it's surrounded entirely by bases. The Royal Military Academy I'll be attending is located in one area of those bases. Officer training isn't only done here for the military. There are military academies on the main planets of every fleet region without fail, but this place is special. It's a special school made to train what might be called career officers in the space military, and its graduates are candidates to become admirals in the future. It's an elite academy where about half of graduates who remain in the military until reaching admiral age rise to become admirals. In short, It trains people who can become admirals with 50% probability if they survive and stay in the military. Therefore, the number of people granted admission here each year is strictly selected from around the entire kingdom to be just around 100. Calling it the whole kingdom, this kingdom of Diamond consists of 5 star systems, with only the capital star sector and Borazon star sector being multiple star binary systems. We came from Nehonium, the main planet of the Yttrium system, one of the binary pairs in the capital star sector. One high-speed ship after another gathered at this spaceport from each star system, and it seems ours was the last arrival. After arriving, we were lined up in the area used by the Academy and held our first assembly. The entrance ceremony is officially tomorrow, but this seemed to be for confirming solidarity among us cadets who would live together from now on. A colonel referred to as the student director got up on the platform and began lecturing us. Chapter 6. All kinds of troubles. Hearing that gave me a concern. We were told at the start that as you will have subordinates upon graduating here, you must have a stern mind. Those words made me realize. While I had hoped for a heroic death, was it okay to drag unrelated subordinates down with me? I'm no fiend. I don't want to get unrelated subordinates caught up in it. I need to find the answer to resolving this contradiction sometime in the next 3 years before graduating. Section. The lessons to train elite officers began in earnest the next day after the entrance ceremony. Now would also greatly struggle here. He was on the verge of giving up many times, but had to become a soldier to achieve his goal or death. Otherwise, he couldn't die. Yet at the same time, he also agonized, burdened by the contradiction. Now's troubles were not just that. No, he struggled even more with the terrible evaluation of his practical skills. His grades in strategy, tactics, and such were top of the class. Especially in supply planning, he was far above the rest. However, when it came to practical skills, to be frank, he was dead weight in the class. He could barely pass life support skills like piloting and damage control, but was hopeless at anything related to combat like marksmanship. Especially in combat using powered suits and battle axes, he couldn't even get a passing grade. But the Academy didn't panic. There was no precedent of abandoning a failing student. Since students like now appeared every year, there were safety measures in place. Though his case was extremely rare, he still managed to graduate from the elite military academy over the full 3 years. Especially this was thanks to the cooperation of Mark and his classmates. One distinguishing trait of this elite academy was an atmosphere of cooperating within the same grade, no matter what. While the school did cultivate that cooperative atmosphere, it was also part of the founding spirit. You can only lead troops with that cooperation. Military officers unable to coordinate with the various departments would frankly be useless. The elites had that hammered into their core. Now benefited the most from that. Without dropping out, he was able to graduate in 3 years, but now believes the greatest benefit was getting a hint from them for resolving the contradiction troubling him. Section. The trigger was during his final 3rd year. A fantasy opera popular in the kingdom at the time, especially the capital star sector, had the protagonist facing a crisis in every episode, covering those around him while shouting the decisive catchphrase, "Leave this place to me." Go on ahead. It was a story where he overcame that life-or-death crisis every time by covering for everyone around him, then pulling off a superhuman turnaround. It had become popular among Mark and others around now, and I could hear it talked about everywhere. When I happened to overhear it at that time, I had a revelation. This is it. This is the one. Die a heroic death protecting my subordinates. This is the only way. After that, it was like the worries troubling me until then disappeared, and I took classes with even more motivation. And I imagined that scene of dying heroically while thinking up decisive catchphrases, on par with or even more than classes. It seems I had belatedly contracted Chunabiu. After that, I diligently applied myself to my studies more than ever, while also thinking up decisive lines whenever I had free time. Anyway, troubling and bothering those around me, I graduated from the elite military academy without incident and received my officer's commission. Though the academy was used to students like me, they were no doubt relieved. Since my grades had been so extremely polarized. Graduating was still graduating. So the department that would next worry their heads came about. From my grades, I clearly had aptitude as an intellectual military officer, and ideally I should have built a career aiming to be a staff officer, but my background as an orphan was an issue there. There's no way an orphan like me could advance to the military elite, referred to as the staff officer course. This course had only ever consisted of children of nobility, or of high military officials, admirals at least. Here, even if I had ability, or rather precisely because I had ability, I absolutely could not be allowed to advance. If I managed to get on this course somehow, not just the nobles on it, until now, but the quasi-nobility and major financial world families who hadn't been able to get on despite wishing to would unanimously complain. Well, nobody wants to deal with personnel problems like that full of issues, and most of all, I don't want to. I was aiming to die a heroic death on the front lines, after all, which left me with nowhere to go. I got a blanket rejection from all the local commanders at the front. No matter how much staff officer aptitude I had, or rather because I had it, and moreover had absolutely zero aptitude for physically fighting, no commanders wanted to take me on to lead. But there were no other placement options either. There wasn't an option to not place me somewhere. This was the school that trained the military elite, watched by everyone in the country. If I dropped out instead of graduating, excuses could be made, but for someone who properly graduated, that option was out. My placement, involving the top brass, was finally decided by organizational compromise and power dynamics to be the Capital Defense Fleet guarding the capital region of space, known to the citizens as the Coast Guard. As the name suggests, they were a police-like organization guarding the peace in the capital star sector, their activities limited to space in the capital region. In fact, as evidenced by the first director being the national hero, Admiral Bruce, who also founded the Coast Guard, it was an organization established amidst the increasingly harsh circumstances surrounding the kingdom, for the purpose of easing, even a little, the burden on the space military. As that background also shows, the Coast Guard top brass were all space military retirees. Calling them retirees sounds good, but now it had become the military's dumping ground for unusable people. All the equipment used by the Coast Guard was hand-me-downs from the military, so it was very convenient for the military, with people not fit for the organization sent there. Moreover, their duty was to guard the capital region. No matter how chaotic the whole universe, as the safest region deep in the interior, things could still function even with the top brass being a little incompetent. Due to circumstances like that, morale was extremely low among the Coast Guard top brass, and they were a group whose abilities frankly left much to be desired. The Coast Guard's main duties were suppressing piracy and monitoring, smuggling at most. Despite the incompetence of the higher-ups, this organization manages to survive mainly due to the nature of the work it's given, and, most importantly, the high morale and capabilities of the field soldiers. The reason for such a disconnect between the field personnel and the higher-ups is that the Coast Guard is quite popular as an employment option for common citizens. The popularity among common citizens stems from several reasons. The workplace is limited to the capital space sector. It is relatively safe as a meritocratic organization, and yet it offers decent salaries compared to other civil service positions in the kingdom. As promotions are limited to ex-military personnel in the upper ranks, the rank of lieutenant is considered the limit, although most people don't reach that level, so it isn't of much concern. In fact, there's not much difference elsewhere, since promotions are typically reserved for graduates of Royal University No. 1. So, it's not much different from other government offices. I ended up being assigned as a secondment from the Space Force to support this organization that is sustained by the field personnel. There wasn't any opposition from the field personnel, as they were unaware of the real situation of the candidate, since they didn't receive any military information. Moreover, this was a dumping ground for the military, and the personnel transfers from the military were in accordance with their personnel system, which the Space Force couldn't oppose, making it convenient for them. By the way, it's customary for those seconded to a subsidiary to be promoted by one rank, similar to salaried employees. Typically, graduates of the Elite Officer Training School are commissioned as ensigns in the Space Force when they graduate, gaining experience in the field for 1 to 2 years. then being promoted to lieutenant, before advancing their careers along their respective paths. However, in the case of this candidate, upon being seconded to the Coast Guard, they were immediately promoted to the rank of ensign, following past practices. The rank of ensign demands that one serve as a commander in the field, whether it's in the military or the Coast Guard, and this level of capability is immediately required. The Coast Guard's Personnel Department, which received the candidate's personal data for the first time, was puzzled by his extreme grades, and after a series of complications, he was appointed as the commander of the 2nd Inspection Squad on the space frigate Aikshi within the 3rd Patrol Squadron upon graduation. Right after graduating, he suddenly found themselves in charge of 30 subordinates. By the way, the Inspection Squad is a unit that boards suspicious ships found by Coast Guard vessels and conducts inspections using armed boats. It's essentially the Coast Guard's strike team. To put it bluntly, this assignment is entirely opposite to the candidate's aptitude. The reason why such an impossibility went through, even though this is the Coast Guard, which is considered a dumping ground, is because this section is the dumping ground department for the Coast Guard itself. In short, it gathered the Coast Guard's unwanted personnel. The dumping ground. Chapter 7, Assignment Location. I'll explain a little more about the Coast Guard here. As mentioned before, all the Coast Guard's active war potential consisted of military hand-me-downs, 3 mobile fleets and 3 patrol squadrons, with the mobile fleet flagships as the flagship department. Of those, the most honored was the 1st Mobile Fleet. It and the other 2 mobile fleets were currently achieving the most results suppressing pirates. The mobile fleet configuration was as follows. Since the 1st Mobile Fleet also serves as flagship for the entire Capital Defense Fleet, it differs slightly from the other 2 with a space cruiser as flagship. 1st Mobile Fleet. Flagship space cruiser. Escort ship. 1 space Aegis ship. 3 space frigates. 2nd and 3rd Mobile Fleets. Flagship space Aegis ship. Escort ships, 3 space frigates. Their main duty is suppressing pirates. For reference, the space military's regular fleets, the 1st and 2nd, have equal forces, with far greater scales including several space battleships and more in addition to 5 fleets on par with the Coast Guard's 1st Mobile Fleet. The patrol squadrons now was assigned to consisted of a 2-ship squadron of space frigates, their main duty being sector patrols. When suspicious ships are discovered during that, now was assigned to the department that boards and inspects them. The space frigate now was assigned to, the Akwesai, was a ship that gathered unwanted people, as I touched on before. Each ship had a landing craft boarding party assigned that carried the landing craft for inspections. The configuration of the other 1st and 2nd patrol squadrons was the same. That said, with fewer personnel, assessments dropped. As you can guess, among the Coast Guard organizations, the flagship ship of the 3rd Patrol Squadron was the dumping ground. Due to these adult circumstances, Now's assignment was decided to be in the department with the least organizational impact. The day after the graduation ceremony, Now was called to a certain conference room at the Space Military Headquarters in the capital, a day later than his classmates. Even the Space Military found it bad publicity. To ensure that this information wouldn't leak to outsiders, they called Now alone, and he received his appointment letter from the personnel officer at the headquarters. Section: Your orders. Lieutenant Now Bruce. Effective today, you are assigned to the Capital Defense Fleet. I gratefully accept. With those grades, I guess the front lines are impossible. But then, what will become of my imagined dream? Now was considerably disappointed receiving his orders. Now's state of mind must have been very obvious, because the personnel officer with a guilty conscience tried to cheer Now up. Don't be discouraged now. Even if the transfer isn't your preference, transferees get a 1-rank promotion. You'll be on the ground faster than any of your peers as a lieutenant. Once you build up experience over there, we'll call you back immediately. The military can't keep an outstanding officer like you on ice forever. I was told, getting a pat on the shoulder. But hearing him mention combat now gained some expectation for his new workplace. Thank you very much. Sorry for worrying you, but I'm all right now. I'll head over there right away. Do your best. Saying that, Now left Space Military Headquarters. The Capital Defense Fleet Headquarters he was transferred to was less than 500 meters from Space Military Headquarters in the same capital planet. It was located in the joint building with the Capital Police Department headquarters that guarded the peace in the capital planet Diamond. By the way, in terms of popularity and status among the citizens in the Kingdom of Diamond, top were the career bureaucrats, followed by space military elite officers, then surprisingly the Capital Police Department here, then the police headquarters on each system's main planet, and finally the Capital Defense Fleet, also located here. In terms of popularity among the general populace, it was about equal below space military elites. But due to the ignominious reputation as the military's dumping ground, their status was lowest. Now walked down the neatly maintained street in the central government district, heading for the Capital Defense Fleet headquarters with the documents he had just received. He still had some dissatisfaction in his heart as he walked. No matter how fast they said I could get on the ground compared to my peers, I still don't know where I'll be assigned. There's a possibility I'll be assigned to paperwork here at headquarters. That's the department farthest from the front lines. I absolutely want to avoid that, but it's obvious that new academy graduates like me can't be so demanding. I was still resenting heaven, but now I wanted to pray. Section. I conveyed my purpose at the Coast Guard HQ reception to the pretty receptionist and waited for instructions. After contacting someone by phone, the receptionist politely gave me directions. Lieutenant Bruce, we've been expecting you. Please head to Conference Room C on the 11th floor. Someone in charge is waiting for you there. Go through that gate over there, the elevators are in the back. Please use them. The conference room will be right in front of you when you get off the elevator. Thank you for the detailed instructions, Miss Sasha. Lieutenant Bruce. Thank you, Miss Sasha. As instructed by Sasha, I made my way to Meeting Room C on the 11th floor using the elevator. I knocked on the door of the conference room, and upon receiving a response from inside, I entered. I have been assigned here today. My name is now Bruce, and my rank is Ensign. Oh, come to think of it, Sasha at the reception had called me Ensign earlier, but I haven't received my appointment yet, so this greeting should suffice. I wonder where will I be assigned? Ensign, now Bruce, is hereby assigned to the Capital Space Sector Security Force, with promotion to Ensign within the Capital Space Sector Security Force. Furthermore, as of today, Ensign now Bruce is appointed as the leader of the 2nd Inspection Squad within the 3rd Patrol Squadron, on board the space frigate Aikshi within Aikshi. The person in charge said this and handed me my appointment letter. I received it respectfully and saluted right there. The conference room's door then opened, and a female clerk brought a large bag on a cart. Ensign, I'll be providing you with equipment, uniforms, portable weapons, and your identification. After confirming, please sign for receipt. It seemed like the female clerk had brought all the equipment I needed. Naturally, the uniforms for the Space Force and the Capital Space Sector Security Force were different. At the moment, I was wearing the secondary dress uniform for the Space Force that I received from school. However, since I would be under the care of the Capital Space Sector Security Force from now on, a complete set of uniforms and other items were prepared along with my appointment letter. I confirmed the contents, signed the document that the clerk had, and completed the procedure. It seemed that minor procedures like salary had already been taken care of by the office, so they explained that there wouldn't be any other hassles apart from equipment. If you've received your uniform, change in the changing room on the 8th floor, and then board the regular flight to Luceraria, departing from Farron Spaceport 2 hours from now. The 3rd Patrol Squadron's homeport is on planet Luceraria. When you arrive there, report to the office. After that, just follow their instructions. That's all from us. Do you have any questions? No, I don't. Then go. We wish you the best in your future endeavors. That's all. I wasn't quite sure, but it seemed like my work here was finished. All I had to do was change into the uniform and board the regular flight as instructed. I followed the instructions, went down to the 8th floor in the elevator, and changed into the uniform in the changing room. I was surprised that the size fit me perfectly, but I realized that my body measurements were also on record, so it must have been prepared when my appointment was decided. Most importantly, I was relieved that my assignment wasn't in the administrative department, but becoming a squad leader right away was quite intimidating. An inspection squad specialized in inspections, right? If that's the case, maybe it's for dealing with pirates. Hee hee, this might fulfill my wish faster than I thought. Chapter 8, Their Separate Paths. When I thought about it, I wanted to hurry to my assigned post. I quickly changed clothes and rushed to the Farron spaceport. I was told it would be 2 hours until departure, so even though I really didn't have much time, I had come here in a hurry out of excitement. Now I had over an hour and a half before takeoff. I arrived at the Farron spaceport but had nothing to do here. With over an hour of time, I looked around wondering what to do. I had heard this was a military-only spaceport, but, as expected of a spaceport in the capital, the facilities were just as good as any civilian port. There were so many restaurants of different cuisines that I couldn't even count them all. Of course, being in the capital star system, the regular flights here weren't just to the other 2 star systems, but also to many other systems. Also, even though it was for military use, there were many civilians here using it for military contracted work. So in the lobby, there were not only soldiers, but many civilians as well. One memorable sight was the large number of cute civilian women standing by the gates, apparently here to see off their soldier boyfriends. Damn those happily coupled people, I shouted internally. Just then, I heard a voice call out to me from behind. Hey, is that you now? Hi. I turned around in surprise to see Mark approaching me, lugging a large bag and wearing the uniform of a military ensign. Oh, Mark, are you shipping out already? Shipping out? No, just a training voyage. I got my orders yesterday. I'm assigned to the 1st Fleet HQ now. Wow, that's amazing. What's so amazing? I heard almost everyone graduating from the Elite Officer Academy gets assigned to the 1st or 2nd Fleet HQ. You're the abnormal one now. It must be because of your crazy high scores. That's mean, saying I got crazy scores. Well, I just got my orders too. Looking at your uniform, the Coast Guard, huh? I've heard some bad rumors about that place. Ah well, doesn't matter to me where I go. Being an officer at all is a luxury in my eyes. Still, a sub-lieutenant right off the bat, where are you headed? I'm going now to the 3rd Patrol Fleet HQ on Luceraria. I've been appointed leader of the inspection platoon on the patrol frigate Akeshi. A platoon leader already? Wow. Oh right, you've still got time before departure. Yeah, over an hour still. I was just wondering what to do. Perfect. I've still got 2 hours before assembly. Let's go get some tea somewhere. I went with Mark to a nearby cafe in the spaceport. It was pretty crowded here too, but as 2 officers, we were quickly shown to a table. In this society with strong social strata, officers get preferential treatment for almost everything. And that was the same even for us fresh out of school. Here we got seated and served tea right away without waiting. I had just seen Mark yesterday, but it had been a while since we could chat so leisurely like this. According to him, those graduating from the Elite Officer Academy pretty much follow a set path the first year. Mark was assigned to the 1st Fleet HQ, but he said that was just a formality to give them training time on ships with availability in the fleet. Proof being, the ensigns gathering in 2 hours would board frigates in the 1st Fleet's Supply Convoy Squadron for their training voyage. The reason being the Supply Convoy Squadron, as they didn't have any supply convoy missions planned for a while, had availability on their escort ships. For about half a year, they would serve on separate frigates in this supply escort fleet, training under veteran senpais on navigation, engineering, communications, weapons control, and various other departments. After that, they would transfer to battleships and other ships, paired with a veteran officer mentor, gaining hands-on experience in officer duties, having their aptitudes assessed. Then, after promotion to sub-lieutenant, they would diverge into their respective career paths. In my case, due to my extreme scores, I skipped this course and got sent on detachment to the Coast Guard instead. I've still got so much to learn. It's practically the same as our academy training, I hear. You, on the other hand, are amazing now. A platoon leader already? Will you be able to handle it? No clue. I'm surprised too, but can't refuse the order. I'll just have to do my best. That's just like you now, always so modest. I think it's really incredible. But could it just be good luck? Talking about luck again, huh? You're probably right. For now, I'll think of it as good luck. Ah, it's about time. Sorry, but I've got to go. Take care. You too, Mark. Good luck. Yeah, thanks. Section, I parted ways with Mark and took a shuttle to Luceraria. Planet Luceraria was the primary planet orbiting the star Lucia in the capital star system. It was famous as a resource planet, supplying mineral resources mainly to the stars in the capital system. Due to the early development of heavy industry and processing of extracted resources, it was also advanced in chemical industries and manufacturing, making it known as the factory planet of the capital system. Indeed, there were many factories, and with pragmatic rather than aesthetic development, it wasn't exactly scenic and lacked greenery to soothe people's hearts. But to support the large population, the urban areas were quite developed, and the primary spaceport was enormous. Of course, it wasn't on the scale of the Farron spaceport on the capital planet Diamond, but as a joint civilian and military spaceport, the 3rd Patrol Fleet HQ was also located here. After getting off the shuttle, I headed directly for the 3rd Patrol Fleet HQ located in the Spaceport Administration Building. This office was located within the Spaceport Management Building. It was a relatively small and modest establishment, responsible for the operation management of 2 space frigates, unlike the grandeur of the Coast Guard headquarters. But they still had the operations staff for the 2 3rd Patrol Fleet frigates and individual offices planetside for each of the ship captains. The HQ office seemed pretty busy when I entered. The atmosphere was different from headquarters. I went to the reception desk, explained my purpose, and was led to see the 3rd Patrol Fleet commander in his office. "Commander Pato, the new sublieutenant has arrived." "Fine, send him in. I've been assigned here effective today." "Now Bruce, sublieutenant." After saluting, I handed my orders to the commander. "So you're the rumored sublieutenant. Have a seat over there and wait." Following his instructions, I sat down on a sofa in the office and waited. The HQ staff seemed rather busy at the moment. The commander was also busy making calls. After waiting a while, a major entered the commander's office. "Commander Pato, you wanted to see me." I've been waiting, Dusty." "This here is the sub-lieutenant I mentioned. He's been assigned platoon leader for the 2nd Inspection Platoon. I'll leave the rest to you." "Of course, I can put him to work right away." "Well, I don't think we'll be using him for this mission, so it shouldn't be a problem." "Right, I forgot to mention that. This time, it's been a while since we've had a big catch. We won't be bothering with routine inspections. I've heard that the 3rd Mobile Fleet and the 2nd Patrol Squadron will be joining as well. We may not have much to do, but we should be prepared just in case." "Sorry, but I can't leave this post, so I'm counting on you." "Understood. Then Ensign, I'm Captain Dusty, commanding the space frigate Aikshi. Nice to meet you. We don't have much time, so forgive me, but please come with me right away. I'll introduce you to your subordinates." With a quick introduction to my new superior, Captain Dusty, I was rushed off just as hurriedly to my new workplace. Chapter 9, My First Subordinates. Confused, I followed Captain Dusty as instructed. Exiting the administration building, we immediately boarded one of the carts parked nearby, with the captain driving us straight to the back of the landing field. As a joint civilian and military spaceport, the place was huge. After riding the cart for about 20 minutes, 2 rather old patrol frigates came into view. The captain headed directly for the older of the 2 frigates. This must be our 3rd Patrol Fleet ship. I had heard 3rd Patrol Fleet and figured this must be the bottom ship of the Coast Guard with its 3 patrol fleets, but it really was an old ship. Paying no mind whatsoever to my feelings, the cart stopped near the middle section of the patrol frigate Akeshi. Around the Akeshi, loading of cargo and supplies was actively underway in preparation for departure. Noticing the captain, some people called out, "Captain on deck." At that, those around temporarily halted work and saluted. Captain Dusty returned the salute, then prompted them to resume work. After confirming everyone had returned to work, the captain headed towards a hangar in the rear of the patrol frigate. "They're loading massive amounts of cargo in preparation to ship out," he briefly explained. The rear hangar hatch was the entrance for this loading work. Various work vehicles continuously moved towards the hatch, but this hatch was originally meant for the armed launches under my command. For loading, they would be in the way, so they had been moved out of the hangar. Those armed launches had been parked outside, and a large number of women were working around them. Some were maintaining the launches, some cleaning their own weapons, others training doing various tasks. The captain was headed towards those women. "2nd Inspection Platoon, stop work and gather here." Hearing the captain, one woman called out, "Hey, assemble up, line up, salute the captain." "Ah, relax, no need for that." "At ease. Bruce Sublieutenant, over here." "Sir, let me introduce you. The 2nd Inspection Platoon has been without a leader for a while, but a platoon leader has finally arrived. He's your new boss. Sublieutenant, introduce yourself." "I'm now Bruce, assigned here from the military. My experience is lacking compared to you all, but I'll be your platoon leader. Looking forward to working with you." For some reason, my introduction caused a stir among them, but the captain's cough brought back order. "So there you have it. Follow the sublieutenant's instructions from now on. Oh right, departure day after tomorrow has been formally decided, so finish preparations by tomorrow. Dismissed." "All right, sublieutenant. Supervise your subordinates until tonight when I'll introduce you to the other officers. But for now, they're all yours." "Yes, sir, yes, sir." And so for the first time, I was left on my own. I was at a loss for what to do next. So for now, I made an effort to observe my surroundings. Once the ship launched into space, the rear hatch served both as the exit for the armed launches and as the hangar for the escort fighters. The escort fighters, according to their role, would launch from the catapults on the sides when leaving the frigate, but would recover through this rear hatch when returning. So the inspection platoon, sharing the rear hangar with the fighter pilots and technicians, tended to be on good terms. At the moment, near the inspection platoon, 2 fighters were being maintained by their pilots and technicians. Earlier, the captain had only introduced me to the inspection platoon members, but we were neighbors, so to speak, so I went to greet the fighter personnel as well. Noticing me approach, one technician immediately halted work and saluted. "Sublieutenant, did you need something?" I didn't actually need anything. While wondering what to do, the woman who had called out orders when the captain introduced me earlier came over and called out to me. "Dear me, that won't get us anywhere. Hey, sorry, but come gather up." "What's going on?" "Big Sister America, something fun happened." "Ah, we got a new platoon leader assigned. Now Bruce Sublieutenant." "Sorry, but let's get along." It seemed Warrant Officer America, who had been looking after the inspection platoon here, was something of a boss around the rear hangar. At her call, everyone obediently gathered without complaint. Apparently she held the highest rank here and was quite popular. America Warrant Officer was loved by all it seemed. "Thank you, Warrant Officer. Sorry to interrupt your work. As she just explained, I'm now Bruce, newly assigned 2nd Inspection Platoon Leader. I hold the rank of Sublieutenant in the Capital Region Guards, but as you can see, I'm a total novice just out of school. I've had some decent training, so shouldn't get in your way too much. Please treat me well." Perhaps not the most encouraging introduction from a superior officer, but it was the truth. If the veneer was going to peel off quickly anyway, better not to varnish it from the start. Glancing around after my greeting, I didn't get too bad of an impression. Boss seems all right to me. Just like Big Sister said. I'd heard an arrogant guy was coming from the military, so this is a nice surprise. "So you're that rumored sublieutenant." "Rumors? What's that about?" "Huh, you don't know, Big Sister. This guy's some big shot they didn't know what to do with." "Eh? Just what did you get up to, Sir Leader?" "No clue what you heard, but what kind of rumors?" "Well, I don't know more than that, but I heard they had big trouble deciding where to assign you." "How do you know stuff like that?" "My cousin's a clerk at the Capitol Police HQ. Heard it from there. Even the Coast Guard top brass were complaining, why's the military saddling us with their problem child? Sounds like heads were scratched over you." "I see, that's a relief then. Welcome to the Coast Guard's club of unwanted kids." "Warrant Officer, what's with calling us unwanted?" "Oh, don't tell me you didn't know how the ship is seen. They call this ship the Coast Guard's reject bin." "Well, judging by the ship's age, I figured something like that. But might as well hear the actual reasons." "What, you want us to tell you? Is it difficult to say out loud?" "Can't yell it, but come over here and I'll explain quietly." At her prompting, I followed the warrant officer to a discreet location near the ship. There she told me a story about the ship that met my expectations, or rather didn't surprise me at all. This was a famous tale in this country. Just like Mark said, he hadn't heard any good rumors. The Coast Guard took in those expelled from the military, but there actually weren't many numbers wise. Limiting to the upper ranks, most were assigned to desk jobs planetside. Only a small fraction boarded ships. And those few almost all held ranks of commander or above. so from a practical standpoint, they were just decorative on ships and harmless to operations planetside. But exceptions existed everywhere, and until I was assigned, the lowest-ranking detachment had been our ship captain, Major Dusty. About 3 years ago, due to a scandal caused by a certain noble in the military, he had been sent here on detachment to the Coast Guard. Until then, he came from a family connected to influential nobles in the military and had been living large with the military himself. After the scandal 3 years ago, with the noble disgraced and losing his backing, Captain Dusty, then a captain, met the same fate of detachment after losing his protection. Rumors of corruption had constantly surrounded Captain Dusty, mainly embezzlement and bribery, but lacking evidence, he evaded punishment. Even the Coast Guard, called the military's reject bin, normally would not let such a person take an administrative post, so this ship alone accepted the military detainee as captain when the other Coast Guard ships were commanded by up-from-the-bottom officers. From my perspective, I would question whether it's okay to have such a risky person as the captain, but it seems the Coast Guard has considered this. It's said that Captain Dusty, the current squadron leader, and Captain Pot, who was sent for a secondment at the same time due to the incident 3 years ago, have the worst possible relationship. Given their already strained relationship, it's even more complicated now that they've become superiors due to this secondment. The captain is closely monitored, and I've heard that there's no room for mischief here. Chapter 10. Somehow I feel like I can get used to this place. Nobody wants to be on a ship that's said to be like that, so the ones who stick out get gathered here in the Coast Guard. As a result of being gathered here, this ship ended up being called the Ship of the Unwanted Ones and other such names. That's how it was explained to me anyway. But from my perspective, the folks here actually seem quite capable. I was also able to kind of understand from the explanation why the boarding party called the raiding squad is made up entirely of women. Especially the almost manly lieutenant known as Sister America, she's probably pretty hard to use in some ways. After that, as I looked around and chatted, I was able to hear some pretty detailed stories. In the end, while the crew on this ship do all have some quirks, they don't seem to be the unwanted ones at all. They just ended up being assigned here because they're hard to use for the commanders and upper ranks. And from what I hear in the stories, it seems to apply mainly to the officers assigned from the military. Many of them actually seem quite excellent. At the very least, I heard that some of the escort fighter pilots here could be aces even in the Space Forces. That was info from a maintenance guy who's smitten with them. I'm taking it with a grain of salt, but still, that's impressive. Chatting around like that took up more time than I expected. At Lieutenant America's suggestion, Maria, who's a squad leader, showed me to my room inside the ship. It's not exactly a lovely room, but as an officer I've been assigned a decently spacious single room near the rear hatch next to a storage bay. After entering the room and quickly organizing my personal belongings, I got a call on the ship's intercom from the captain. I've been invited to dinner, it seems. Of course, even in the strict military hierarchy, an invitation from the captain is equivalent to a summons. I don't really have anything to do, so I was about to head to the officers' mess. The layout isn't too different on any ship, so I have a rough idea where the officers' mess should be, but still I'm a little worried. I was thinking of catching some random soldier nearby and asking for directions to the officers' mess when there was a knock at my door. It was Lieutenant America, who I'm indebted to from yesterday. "Captain, since this is your first time on the ship, I'll show you the way to the officers' mess." "That's a big help. Honestly, I was wondering what to do. Thanks for taking care of me." "Oh, it's nothing. As a lieutenant in name only, I was called too. I wouldn't go near there otherwise. If possible, I'd rather not even see the captain's face." "I see, so that's how it is. But what do you normally do then?" "Usually I eat with everyone in the break area next to the rear storage bay. That's also the waiting area for the pilots, so we can eat there too. It's way more comfortable than the officers' mess." "That's good to hear. Since I'm just extra baggage, I'd like to avoid any unnecessary friction if I can. But I guess that's not possible today." "That's true too. Let's go so we're not late." The two of us headed together to the officers' mess located near the center of the ship. It looked like we arrived pretty late. Right after we got there, less than 5 minutes later, the captain showed up. "Gentlemen, did I keep you waiting? Before the toast, I want to introduce someone. Lieutenant Bruce, stand up. Yes, sir. At the captain's instruction, I stood at attention. No need to be so stiff. Let me introduce him to you gentlemen. Just assigned today as leader of the 2nd boarding squad, this is Lieutenant now Bruce. I'm counting on you. The captain introduced me to all the officers on this ship. Lieutenant, introduce yourself. Yes, sir, I'm now Bruce, just assigned today as leader of the 2nd boarding squad. I've only just graduated from the Capital's Officers Academy, so I'm still green. I look forward to learning from you veteran officers. At that, murmurs rose around me. Oh, so that's who he is. Is he the lieutenant from the rumors? Will he be all right? Poor guy, he must have graduated from the Elite Officers Academy. I wonder why he got assigned to a place like this. The things I could hear weren't giving very good impressions. Well, I'm sure you'll come to understand him in due time. For now, let's toast his arrival. Cheers. Now then, I have one more announcement before we eat. As I'm sure you've heard in the scuttlebutt, the operation against the Hishiyama group will finally begin the day after tomorrow. Therefore, as of now, this ship is entering pre-combat standby. Our actions during the operation will be ordered once all the ships participating assemble after we depart the day after tomorrow. I'm counting on your best efforts. The meal started with the captain's announcement. I was introduced by Lieutenant Merica to the ship's first officer. Captain, the ship is under the effective command of the first officer. The one introduced to me seemed like quite an old salt, a senior captain. I heard he's nearing mandatory retirement, and this operation may be his last. In any case, he seems like someone I won't have much more contact with, so we didn't really talk. Overall, it seemed like a pleasant meal. At least, as far as the initial reception, I left with Lieutenant Merica, so I don't know much about what happened afterwards. But I did learn one thing from this meal. Frankly, the officers assigned from the military don't have a good reputation. After all, the captain was completely isolated. And as Lieutenant Merica explained, it seems this ship is being held together by that first officer or whatever. But with him set to leave the ship soon too, I can't see a future for this ship. Oh well, it's irrelevant. If I die in action first, it won't matter anymore. Speaking of which, I'm kind of looking forward to this operation. With my lack of field experience, going up against pirates right away, this is clearly an accident waiting to happen. I just need to keep from getting Lieutenant Merica and the others involved. I returned to my room and, with nothing to do, decided to turn in early tonight. The next day, thanks to the habits from my student days, I was able to get up quite early without oversleeping. While relaxing in my room, I heard a knock at my door. Wondering who it could be, it turned out to be Maria, who will be one of my subordinates. No, she's Lieutenant Merica's subordinate. Squad leader Maria was at my door. Good morning, Sergeant Major Maria. Do you need something? Good morning, sir. I'll be taking care of you today, Captain. Please come with me for a tour of the ship. Maria, who I'm indebted to from yesterday, came to my room saying she would show me around the ship today. This is a big help, honestly. I thought the layout would be the same as any military ship, but this is still the oldest ship I've ever seen. I wanted to leisurely walk around the ship and see everything once. Thank you. Will your work be all right? Yes, no problem. After that, in a very small voice, I heard her say, I was told to stay away today because all I do is get in the way. It seems she's a mech fetishist and has a habit of tinkering with anything and everything. It's easy to imagine her subordinates asking Lieutenant Merica for help because she just can't sit still unless she's fiddling with something. Then, I feel better. I'll rely on you for the tour today. Yes, sir, leave it to me, came the cheerful reply. But the first place I was shown was the rear storage bay. Chapter 11, Touring the Ship. I wanted to cry out that this place I can find just fine on my own, but she started explaining proudly, as if pleased with herself. Captain, I'll start the explanation from here. This is a special treat. First, I'll take you to places you normally can't go. Saying that, she took me on a route from the storage bay toward the catapults on both sides of the ship. Here, see, almost no one, not even the captain, comes here. This is the path the docked escort fighters take when launching. They're brought here by the dedicated cranes, loaded onto the catapults behind that hatch, then launched outside by the electromagnetic catapults when that hatch opens right before takeoff. And from here, there's a shortcut to the aft turret control room on the rear deck. She kept going up narrow stairs. Knocking on a small emergency exit-looking door, we went inside. Hello. Oh, it's the young Missy. What's up today? Teehee, today I've brought our captain with me. Let me introduce you. Captain. Ah, yes. Sorry to bother you while you're working. I'm now Bruce, just assigned yesterday as leader of the second boarding squad. I don't really have any business here, but pleased to meet you. Ah, sorry about that, sir. The soldier inside saluted me. I felt bad disturbing soldiers at work when I didn't even know why we were here, but Maria didn't seem concerned at all and immediately headed for the next location. She introduced me at each place in the same way. But for some reason, we only went through routes normal people can't access, and I was only shown niche places I'll probably never set foot in my life. Just when I was wondering if everywhere would be so niche, she finally took me to some major sections too. But it was the same feeling everywhere, and I started to feel a little awkward. The radio room, navigation room, even the bridge, she did the same thing at every location. I thought we were done when we left the infirmary, but her enthusiasm seemed to only increase. Captain, for the last stop, I'll introduce you to my mentor. Where are we going? The engine room. The chief engineer there is my mentor. As expected, she's totally a mech fetishist. It seems her mentor is on the same ship, and she wants to introduce me. On the way to the engine room, probably the furthest place from the infirmary, she started chattering about the ship's specs. I wondered who would want to know such detailed specs, but she was talking excitedly, so I just listened politely. Captain, this ship is old, but its history is amazing. It's the third ship of the first spacefaring frigate class adopted by this country, built close to 60 years ago. It was decommissioned by the military 44 years ago and transferred to the Coast Guard. It's an old ship, but was once the escort for the famous Admiral Bruce's fleet. This ship specs: length, 235 meters. Beam, 55 meters. Complement, 155. But we're understaffed everywhere, and especially since this is a Ship of Misfits, we've never had a full complement. Right now, there are 134 if I remember right. For craft, it carries 2 escort fighters in the rear storage bay and 1 armed launch. Oh, that's right, top speed is 2 space speed in normal flight, and in phase space it can hit level 3. This ship is old, but my mentor, the chief engineer, maintains it with his heart and soul, so it might even be able to hit level 3.5. Maria talked happily as we entered the engine room. It seems the chief engineer overheard her talking about the ship's top speed and came to amend her statement. Hey now, don't go saying crazy stuff. Push it that hard and the ship will fall apart. No, don't say sad stuff like that, master. So what's up today? Oh, right. Captain, this is my mentor, Lieutenant Chekhov, the chief engineer. Pleased to meet you. I'm now Bruce, just assigned as squad leader over your pupil Sergeant Major Maria. Yeah, heard about you yesterday. So what's up today? Yes, well today I had Maria show me around the ship for guidance. I see. Master, it really can't go level 3, this ship. Looking just at engine output, it might be able to. But push it that hard, and the hull won't take it. The ship would fall apart. In the first place, the engines have been replaced 3 times, and the current one was taken 5 years ago from a third-generation frigate built 15 years back. So just looking at engine performance, level 3.5 might not be out of the question, but the basic hull structure is unchanged. No chance. But what if the captain ordered it? Then I'd ask the first officer to cancel the order. No, I don't think he'd listen. Then the engine might happen to break down, so it couldn't exceed level 1. I see, that's how it is. But still, kinda too bad, you know. Well, I understand you young'uns wanting speed, but phase space travel makes no difference if you're inside the ship anyway. The coordinates in the nav room just change faster, that's it. And the Coast Guard has no need for it anyway. Where would we even use it? That's true too, but isn't my mentor amazing? Yes, hearing your talk really brings across how amazing you are. I'm still green, but please guide me as well. Nothing for me to teach you. Rather, you're young. Feels a little odd having the same rank but such an age difference. No, that's not it. In the first place, someone like you has no business being here. Get back to the military as quick as you can. That's what's best for the country. Thank you very much. Looks like we're in the way here, so should get going. Yeah. More importantly, properly apologize to Sis Merica and ask her to let you work. I'm not like that, and I'm working now. Ah, got it, do your best. And don't go getting yourself hurt first time out or anything, kiddo. Thank you very much. Maria, shall we go? We shouldn't disturb them anymore. Okay, see you later, master. We headed back toward the rear storage bay. With this circuit, I was able to fully grasp Maria's personality. This girl is without a doubt a mech fetishist. You could say she's extremely otaku, but I don't dislike her, and we got quite friendly touring together. As we walked together, Maria spoke in a catty voice asking a favor. I listened with caution, wondering if she was going to make some unreasonable demand now that we were friendly. Captain, I have a request. A request, what is it? Well, for the coming operation, I want to load some personal items onto the launch. Personal items? What kind of things? Not so much personal items as charms. Charms, are they things I have to reject individually? Not charms so much as sidearms, unauthorized weapons, you know. I want to load them as our charms, so to speak. Is it okay if I load them? It's okay, right? If it doesn't exceed the launch's carrying capacity. If there's no problem with capacity and no detriment to the operation, then I don't mind. No problem. They're sidearms, so we can each carry them. Won't get in the way, promise. Then that's fine. Do I need to sign any paperwork or such? No need. But if Sis Merica says anything, be sure to tell her you approved it, Captain. Ah, got it. Chatting about such trivial stuff, we returned to the rear storage bay. Chapter 12, Departure for the Big Catch. Captain, welcome back. Thank you for today. My subordinates in the hangar said when I returned. Shouldn't I be the one thanking you? I wasn't able to help with the departure preparations at all. No, Captain, you were the biggest contributor. Because Maria wasn't here, work progressed smoothly and preparations were completed without incident. Merica, that's mean. There's nothing mean about it. When you're around, you try to load all sorts of things and mess with stuff unnecessarily. It's clear how much more work gets done when you're not here, right? Sis Merica, that's so mean. But the captain gave permission earlier, so we're loading the Sunflower Mk. 3. Captain, you gave Maria permission. Yeah, she asked earlier. And she said it wouldn't be a problem with the landing craft's loading capacity and that it doesn't take up much space. Well, I guess it should be okay. Right. And it'll definitely be useful. It can be used without issues, even where laser guns can't be used. Certainly. Well, considering the operational space around here this time, it might actually come in handy. Although, that's if we even get a chance to use it. Understood. Maria, make sure to load it properly without causing any trouble. Finish the work by the end of today, assuming we won't be able to do it tomorrow. Got it. I understand, but is it okay if those girls help? Oh yeah, that's fine. They're from the same den. They probably can't wait to use it in real combat. Have them get to work right away. Everyone, Captain said it's okay to load Sunflower number 3. Make sure to load your own stuff properly. Don't forget the spare ammunition. Load plenty, okay? Understood. Yes. With Maria's call, the girls who had been behaving nicely under Miss Merica's supervision until now rushed to the lockers beside the warehouse. Everyone took out something from their lockers and loaded it onto the shuttle. The objects were oddly long and didn't look like weapons at all. It definitely wasn't any kind of laser weapon, and it didn't resemble a battle axe in any way. If forced to liken it to something similar, it resembled the ancient firearms known as guns that were once mainstream. I had seen the real thing in the school's archives before and had been taught the basic principles, but that couldn't be it. It was useless in the vacuum of space. The principle behind it involved rapidly burning a substance called gunpowder and using the expanding air to propel solid objects. It would be entirely useless in the airless space of the universe. Moreover, the technology of using gunpowder to impart lethal speed had long been lost. Most importantly, I didn't even know how much time had passed since the era when firearms were no longer used, thanks to the universal dominance of laser weapons. As a rare exception, it was said that explosive material was used in the warheads of space torpedoes. However, they required electrical initiation and had limitations in miniaturization. Furthermore, it remained highly questionable whether the substance used in space torpedoes could be accurately called gunpowder. Above all, even within the confines of a spaceship, using it forcibly could risk damaging the ship's bulkheads, making it practically impossible. I remember learning that gun mechanisms to shoot lethal payloads at the enemy were lost technology, but I wonder about that now. The structure itself seems simple, but we were told at school that we can't make them. When I get the chance, I'll ask Maria about it. Well, Maria did say the things they loaded were charms, and emotional support is important. Since they don't look like they'll get in the way, I can't stop them now. At the time, that's what I thought, but who could have imagined it would lead to that result later? From Maria's perspective, it was an ill-gotten gain, but from my view, if I had known what would happen after, I would never have given permission. The second day of my assignment went by without incident, and I got a thorough tour of the ship. It was a fulfilling day. From this day, I started taking my meals with my subordinates in the duty room beside the rear hangar. Luckily, or perhaps I'm not as hated as I thought, the atmosphere isn't too bad. Section. The next day, in accordance with the operation plan, we departed the spaceport, our home base, from the cruiser Mashu, flagship of the 3rd Patrol Fleet. Thanks perhaps to the regular careful maintenance, this old Arcsechi-class ship also left the planet's gravitational field without incident and headed towards the first destination, Space Colony Bismuth, without issues. This bismuth is the space colony where the 3rd Mobile Fleet, which I belong to, is based. The plan is to gather the ships participating in the operation in the vicinity of this bismuth. Incidentally, this space colony Bismuth is also the center of politics and economics in the Rutiel planetary system. The reason the center is the artificially constructed space colony rather than the main planet Rutiel is first. As I explained earlier, the main planet has no scenic locations except for resource mining sites. But more problematic is the communication issue. The supernova Ursite, which brings disaster to the Diamond Kingdom, including the Rutiel planetary system, scatters problematic substances all around it. The frequent communications blackouts with planet Rutiel are a problem. Information exchange still takes place via letters brought by regularly visiting spacecraft, but the inability to use radio and such is fatal. By having this space colony far from the star, it is barely affected by such influences, so it is satisfactory as the home base for the core 3rd Mobile Fleet in this area. Also, since it is already in outer space from the beginning, it has the advantage of being able to sortie without taking time to leave like with a planetary base. Additionally, when carrying out joint maneuvers like this operation, it has ample space convenient to gather the fleets. Those are some of the reasons given, but the biggest reason is said to be that it's easier for people to live in this colony than the main planet Rutiel. If both are artificial constructs, then the place made from the start for human comfort is obviously much more livable. In a society with strict hierarchies, the natural principle of higher-ranked people living in better places took effect, it could be said. The 3rd Patrol Fleet with its home base at Rutiel arrived at the gathering point, Bismuth, after about a week of travel. Though it only takes a few hours to travel directly, they took the usual time for their regular patrol duties on the way there. Meanwhile, I passed the time training in the ship simulators, like practicing operating the armed landing craft, among other things. I had been a loner until now, but I feel like I opened up a bit in the rear hangar this past week. As planned, the 3rd Patrol Fleet finished its patrol and arrived at the rendezvous point. The 3rd Mobile Fleet was already waiting at the gathering point, seemingly ready to sortie at any moment. As expected of the Mobile Fleet, the ships of the Mobile Fleet were clearly newer than our Akeshi and looked to have better equipment. But like hand-me-downs to the Coast Guard, they were still over a generation old compared to active ships in the Space Forces. It couldn't be helped. I thought we would sortie as soon as we gathered here, but we were held up for about 3 days. In this operation, not only the 3rd Mobile Fleet and 3rd Patrol Fleet responsible for this area were participating, but the neighboring 2nd Patrol Fleet was joining as well. We're currently waiting for the arrival of that 2nd Patrol Fleet. A question arises here. No matter how much they're disparaged as baggage, they are still an organization. Things that should naturally be there are there. Namely, territory. Also called sectors and such, but an organization's territory. The Coast Guard has no codified territories, but implicit understandings exist. The Coast Guard has the same number of mobile fleets and patrol fleets, 3 each. And in the Imperial Capital region, there are 3 planetary systems. Anyone would reach the same conclusion, but they are considered to have each system as their territory. The 1st Mobile Fleet and 1st Patrol Fleet are in the Dine system with its imperial capital planet Diamond, with their home base at the Farron spaceport on planet Diamond. Well, the Space Force's 1st Fleet also uses it as their home base, so their position is quite constrained, but it's still by far the best conditions. Especially being close to the Joint Headquarters building housing the Central Command, it's an optimal environment with no complaints. In terms of power dynamics, they are naturally inferior to the 1st Mobile Fleet, which has the flagship of the entire Coast Guard. But the 2nd Mobile Fleet and 2nd Patrol Fleet's territory is the neighboring Yttrium system. Of course, their home base is on planet Niobium, the main planet of the Yttrium system. The base there is a civilian military spaceport, so the Mobile Fleet is centered closer to the central area. The 2nd Patrol Fleet also uses the same spaceport for their home base. And as I explained earlier, though the 3rd Mobile Fleet's home base is at a space colony due to various conditions, their territory is considered to be the Rutiel system, like the other fleets. There are almost no cases, but joint operations are sometimes carried out to crack down on major pirates, and in emergencies, fleets with free hands provide support. So while they aren't strict territories, there is an implicit understanding not to encroach on others' areas when possible. Since this operation has the 3rd Mobile Fleet at its core for the crackdown, normally the neighboring 2nd Patrol Fleet wouldn't be involved. But this time is special, because it was that 2nd Patrol Fleet that brought the information about the pirates. The Coast Guard HQ, which received the information from them, requested intelligence agencies like the Military Intelligence Division and Police Headquarters to analyze the information and collect intel to determine the scale of the enemy pirates. Pirate subjugation is an important duty for any nation, and matters of honor and government credibility are also at stake, so it's hugely important. And for the opponent to be the notorious and massive Hishiyama group known throughout nations, it would be no surprise for the military to get involved. However, according to the information obtained this time, it was just one part of the Hishiyama group at a scale comparable to a patrol fleet. So rather than the military, the task fell to the Mobile Fleet responsible for the region where the pirates were expected to appear. Another reason the Space Forces aren't participating this time seems to be that they aren't very enthusiastic about pirate suppression to begin with. But the people of the 2nd Patrol Fleet, who first grabbed the information, weren't laughing. With the indirect merits accruing to the commander of the 2nd Mobile Fleet, he couldn't just watch silently, which led to the 2nd Patrol Fleet being dispatched to the 3rd Mobile Fleet and Patrol Fleet's jurisdictions specially for this operation. The reason a lowly officer like me could know so much inside information was the fruit of catching hearsay from the ubiquitous intelligence collectors. But isn't organizational insider information too leaky no matter how much informants they are? I started doubting whether this country's counterintelligence is really okay. Well, that's enough joking. The reason we're still on standby is simply because the 2nd Patrol Fleet we're waiting to join us is late. It seems the 2nd Patrol Fleet is searching for intel on the pirates until the last minute, and I just heard they'll be joining us very soon. I heard that as soon as the 2nd Patrol Fleet joins up, a captain's meeting will be held aboard the flagship Nubia of the 3rd Mobile Fleet. I was just ordered that as this ship's sole landing craft pilot I'm to carry the captain to the flagship Nubia. Marika flat out refused to go with the captain, pushing landing craft piloting onto Maria, so Maria and I will be delivering our captain to the Nubia. And we're to remain on standby aboard the flagship Nubia until the meeting ends. That's how it is. So I was able to hear something important while here. The purpose of this operation is for the Coast Guard to defeat the notorious Hishiyama group. Luckily, our opponents are part of the Hishiyama group, but the word is there under someone named Nezuli, a 3-ship frigate squad from the Nim space territory. 3 frigates is considerable power for pirates, but still not enough for a patrol fleet, though it's a different story if the Mobile Fleet gets involved. Among the Coast Guard leadership involved in this operation, the consensus seems to be there shouldn't be a problem in terms of fighting strength. The sole worry is that the expected encounter point is near the most troublesome area in the 3rd Mobile Fleet's territory. In the worst case, we could approach the Dark region, where radar and laser armaments are unusable. In that case, it would be visual detection, with high risk of overlooking them, and above all, combat shipborne weapons would be unusable, so like old naval battles, it would have to be boarding and suppression if the enemy doesn't surrender. Well, even in that case, we're prepared so with the target pirates at the expected scale, we shouldn't lose in terms of numbers. The personnel damage during the suppression would be more worrying. And above all, for this operation they've prepared decoys, less to minimize damage than to prevent overlooking the targets. It seems they've subtly leaked information about a valuable resource transport schedule that only happens a few times a year to the target pirates. And the transport ships being used as decoys haven't been informed at all. The top brass of the Coast Guard unilaterally leaked the secret transport schedule to the target pirates. If the operation fails, it would be outrageous enough to rock the nation. That's how much confidence the top brass have in this operation. But from my perspective, this operation seems full of holes no matter how you look at it. To begin with, it's an operation in a region with detection issues for both enemies and allies, and use of shipboard weapons is questionable. The Coast Guard has numerical superiority against the enemy, but it feels like they can't fully leverage that advantage. It seems the captain's meeting is over, and afterwards, there will be an onboard party to build camaraderie between the participating ships before the operation begins. It's irrelevant to me and Maria and other landing craft pilots, but it's a rather large party with captains and first mates participating. Since we're waiting on standby until the party ends, about 1 to 2 hours from now, the flagship staff treated us to a meal in the officers' mess. There as well, more information leaked out. This time it was part of the operation execution plan. Is it really okay even though it's inside the flagship? If there was even one pirate spy among us, it would be disastrous beyond recovery. Well, the only comfort is the state of communications in this orbital sector. If we had allies nearby, it would be different, but communication to the distant space is hopeless without specialized equipment. Naturally, they have confirmed the absence of pirate ships in the vicinity, so information leakage from this point is unlikely. Our role in this operation, involving the squadron, including the unwanted child Akeshi, is a unique plan. Following the theory, the Third Mobile Fleet will engage the pirate fleet with its actual strength. Typical for pirates, the moment they sense a disadvantage, they'll flee. However, the Second Patrol Squadron will track the fleeing pirates. If it becomes overwhelming, the spatial frigate of the Third Mobile Fleet will provide support. The Third Patrol Squadron's task is to remain vigilant in the vicinity, anticipating that no new reinforcements will arrive for the pirates. Naturally, there won't be any notable achievements for us in this operation. To be honest, I'd question if our participation is even necessary, but apparently, if the Second Patrol Squadron is participating, we can't avoid joining. I distinctly felt a lot of sympathy from the crews of other ships around. After hearing this, I felt quite down, realizing that my chances of dying in my first battle had diminished. To others, I must have appeared as a new officer eager for achievements. Veteran officers patted my shoulder and comforted me, making me feel even more disheartened. Of course, the captain, who had been briefed in detail about the operation during the meeting, returned with a noticeably dark expression. While he may have been prepared, he probably expected a bit more of a chance to shine. The captain's capabilities aside, the crew of Akeshi is highly skilled. Even participating in a crucial role in the operation, I believe we could have made a significant contribution. Whether the captain understood this is unclear, but he likely expected some level of achievement based on our previous accomplishments. The operation plan seemed to betray those expectations. With the gloomy-faced captain aboard, we returned to our ship, Akeshi. Upon our return, the activation order for the operation was immediately issued. The Second and Third Patrol Squadrons scattered to the predicted area for patrol. On the second day of patrolling, the Second Patrol Squadron reported contact. They claimed to have momentarily detected enemy pirates on radar. However, they quickly lost the signal. This region is influenced by the effects of the nova, Earthsight, which hinders the development of the star Loodle and the Kingdom. Radar and similar equipment remain unreliable. Admiral Ash, the commander of the Third Mobile Fleet, makes a decision. He calculates the rendezvous point for the decoy transport ship and the pirates and plans to send the squadrons there. 12 hours after Admiral Ash's order, we arrive at the designated area. Here, radar is completely unusable. Not just radar, but also laser weapons cannot be used in this space. Although expected, we must be prepared for some level of damage in battle. All ships search for the enemy and the transport ship with visual confirmation. Shortly after starting the search, we simultaneously locate the decoy transport ship and the pirate ship. The pirates were about to attack the decoy section. On the bridge of the 3rd Mobile Fleet, shock spread at the same time as the target was discovered. Admiral, we've found the enemy and the transport ship. X-axis direction 126. Y-axis direction 009. Z-axis direction 223. Distance is 6660. Regarding the enemy's scale and ships. Hey, what's going on? Keep reporting. No, sir. It's not the pirates we assumed. What? If you don't make it clear, we won't understand. The conversation between the flagship captain and the communication officer continues. It's almost like they're shouting at each other. I report. Forget about that, just convey the scale. The enemy is the pirate group led by Carpone, squadron scale, roughly equivalent to ours. 2 space Aegis ships, 2 space frigates, and 1 other small ship. It's undoubtedly the Carpone pirate group. That's ridiculous. Carpone is one of the 4 generals of the Hishiyama group. Would they come so close to the capital? No, sir, there's no mistake. I recognize the Aegis ships. It's unfavorable for the fleet here. The opponent is Carpone. In a personal battle, we. Chapter 13. The unwanted child is discarded. What are you doing? Came the reprimanding voice of Admiral Ash. We will immediately charge in with the entire fleet, I stammered. You fool, we alone have no chance of winning. Request reinforcements once we've confirmed it's Carpone. Send a radio transmission immediately. Headquarters must deploy all fleets, and put a communications officer on a carrier craft as special envoy in case radio doesn't work. Hurry. Though taken aback by the unexpected report, the Mobile Fleet commander's head was still stuck on the fact that he was in a void where radio couldn't reach. But he had contingency measures, so at the order to request reinforcements, his subordinates followed protocol, tried the non-working radio once, then rushed to prepare the special envoy. Meanwhile, the 3rd Mobile Fleet commander immediately took steps to ensure his safety without checking on the status of the reinforcement request. What are you doing, Captain? We need to retreat immediately to await reinforcements. Retreat at once. Why, yes, but then won't we leave our rear exposed? Right. Order the 3rd Patrol Fleet. While awaiting reinforcements, have them monitor Carpone's status. If possible, attack to contain them as well. You're making bait, sir. Understood. Signals, you heard that. Why, yes, transmitting immediately. We'll also send via short-range optical comms. Short-range optical communications was a specialized means for this void, where radio-like communications were unusable. It sent signals via laser to contact intended ships. Though lethal laser weaponry lost power extremely quickly over distance, accounting for that, precalculated laser beams were sent using the main cannons for the known distance to companion vessels. Naturally, it only worked for ships you could point cannons at, but it allowed fleet maneuvers in voids without radio, so its existence enabled them to operate in such voids. For this order that could endanger lives if not certainly delivered, they specified use of short-range optical comms, the only means that worked here, even without instruction. The 3rd Mobile Fleet flagship Nubia had just used it to contact the 3rd Patrol Fleet flagship Mashu. Receiving Admiral Ash's order, 3rd Patrol Fleet Commander Pato panicked. At the earlier strategy meeting, he'd been told the 3rd Patrol Fleet's role was just cautionary, practically no chance to participate. But now, he suddenly got orders tantamount to go die on the front lines. The incompetent Pato, sent from the military because he had no abilities, also had no spirit or courage. But the Mashu captain, who had risen through the ranks from the ground up, was calm. Commander, your orders. Captain, whatever the orders, Admiral Ash is telling us to go die. No, sir. Admiral Ash ordered us to monitor Carpone until reinforcements arrive. If needed, we're permitted to attack to contain them. This exchange with the captain calmed Pato down, and he started thinking of ways to survive. That's it, containing them wouldn't be disobeying orders. In an area like this, even if we lost track of the pirates, only my career would be damaged, not punishable. Right, we've got unwanted guys here, I'll use them. Captain, order the frigate Akeshi. What shall I order them to do? Tell them to immediately close in on the pirate fleet and contain them. I'll relay it immediately. We will follow behind the Akeshi. No, our orders are to report the status to Admiral Ash. Withdraw at once at maximum speed to 0.15 distance to maintain visual on the situation. Then, leaving Akeshi behind. Admiral Ash's order is deemed to include that. We must bring back information about the reinforcements that will follow. Can you not follow my orders, Captain? No, but... The captain seemed to be in agony until the end. Captain, any further resistance will be considered disobedience. Yes, communication officer. Did you hear the conversation just now? Immediately transmit it via light communication. The flagship Mashu is to reverse and retreat at full speed to a distance of 0.15. YS withdrawing at full speed. Hearing the captain's words, the Mashu moved away from this location. Incidentally, Admiral Ash and the other ships were no longer visible from here. They had fled quickly. Section. Captain Dusty of the space frigate Akeshi had just received Pato's preposterous order via his signals officer. What the hell are they saying? Captain Dusty grumbled to himself. This is telling us to go die. But I won't die so easily, damn Pato must still resent me. But how do I deal with this? Retreating immediately from this desperate situation is an option to protect my men. But that's clearly disobeying orders. At this time, Dusty was calmer than Commander Pato. But due to his innate lack of officer qualities, he couldn't think properly. His thoughts could only go in the direction of escaping unharmed. Though he said protecting his men, he naturally had no such noble feelings. He didn't want to lose subordinates because then he couldn't move his ship and would lack people to protect himself. So he didn't care one bit if his men died as long as he was safe. Because of that, he quickly came up with a plan. I can use scapegoats. Marika's group would be optimal, and he could deal with the baggage forced on him by the military. Nothing better, he immediately called them on the ship's phone and ordered, "Go die." Section. Meanwhile, the pirates had also anticipated things to a degree, and Carpone had changed policy. Oyaji, they finally showed up. The military. Nah, it's the damn Coast Guard. But not just patrol, it's mobile fleet. Oh. How many? 1 mobile fleet, hang on, plus 2 patrol groups. They tried pretty hard. I see, they outnumber us. If we could use laser cannons, it'd be one thing, but should we run? Yeah, like you said, it's clearly a trap. Should we flee immediately? Aniki, wait a second, we've been spotted. If we run now, they'll be right behind us. Ah, right, and with those slowpokes, what do we do? Ah, right, he's just about had it. Should we abandon him and flee? Bit of a waste, but can't be helped. No other way, huh? Then, should we use him as a decoy to at least damage them a bit? We'll send him in unmanned, as a decoy for the Coast Guard. I'll leave the tactics to you, but he likely can't escape alone. Put Butcher on him, use him as bait and have Butcher pick him up to flee. Then they can't easily follow. Got it, leave it to me. Oi, you guys heard Oyaji, get on it. Is sir. Carpone was the best of the 4 heavenly kings of the massive Hishiyama pirate group. His judgment in crises was completely different from the worthless Coast Guard top brass. Though their thought processes differed, coincidentally this time they had both decided to retreat. The thinking that led to this decision was completely different, but coincidence is a terrible thing. Thanks to that, large-scale battle with the pirates was avoided, and the transport ship used unilaterally as bait was unharmed. Section. While the pirates and Coast Guard were feinting against each other, we, the 2nd Inspection Platoon, were on standby in the rear hangar. Sounds like we've got no role this time. No role is nice if we can relax, but what are the higher-ups planning to make us do? Yeah, 3rd Patrol Fleet just has local caution duty apparently. 3rd Mobile Fleet handles actual maneuvers, and 2nd Patrol Fleet cleans up anything they miss. So we've got no role. If I can relax, then I'm happy, but don't you have some thoughts about this, Captain? Well, I'd be lying to say I don't, but I'm not important enough to defy orders from above, so I'll obediently follow them. Beep beep. It's the ship's phone. Pipe it to the speaker. Yes, sir. Orders for 2nd Inspection Platoon from the captain. Out of the blue, the captain called the duty room where we were waiting. Though it said from the captain on the phone, it clearly wasn't the captain's voice. What's going on? Board the enemy craft with the landing craft and suppress the pirates. This is Lieutenant Bruce. Orders received. We will immediately board and suppress the enemy ship with the landing craft. I pray for your fortune. The phone hung up. Orders suddenly came from the captain, but since it was on speaker, they were immediately conveyed and the hangar buzzed. Captain, what's this about? Captain, it's different from what we just heard. Calm down, orders came from the captain. We can't defy them, we depart immediately. Sorry to my agitated subordinates, but for me, this was the long-awaited sortie. I was so happy to be able to battle pirates. At this time, I had no worries at all that my subordinates could also become victims. I was simply elated, not knowing the fate that awaited me later. Hearing Marika's voice calmed my excited subordinates in an instant, and they promptly got to work. Maria was in the landing craft pilot seat before me. She called out to me. Captain, received coordinates from the bridge. Course is set. I see we depart. Marika was also speaking to the subordinates. It's against our will to be used up on higher-ups' whims, but if orders are given, it can't be helped. Let's go. Yes, ma'am. After confirming everyone had boarded, I launched the landing craft. Chapter 14. At last, the dream becomes reality. On the other hand, among the pirates, in the current space, there remained an aged destroyer serving as a sacrifice and a space frigate, the Butcher, left behind to bring back comrades from the aging destroyer. Currently, the only ship in this combat-ready space under the jurisdiction of the Coast Guard is Akeshi. And barely within the observable range, there's the flagship Mashu of the same 3rd Patrol Squadron. As for the enemy pirates, they have 2 ships left, the aged destroyer, Hound Dog, and the space frigate Butcher, which is far newer and more high-performance compared to any ship in the Coast Guard, belonging to the same generation as the latest ships in the Space Force. The Coast Guard and pirates had both promptly fled this space. In the pirate frigate Butcher, seeing the situation, they wavered on what to do. Captain, what do you wanna do? Can't exactly follow Oyaji's plan. Yeah, didn't expect them all to flee. Can we leave now too? Captain, hang on a sec. What? They're coming to board us, one landing craft inbound. They saw through our intentions, huh? Can't be helped. We'll have to scrap Oyaji's plan and meet their boarding. Still not sure which ship they'll board. It's simple, if we leave here, they can only board that destroyer. Once decided, they'll head that way. You guys withdraw and watch. Aye aye, Godspeed, Captain. It's just one tiny landing craft. Combined, we've got 100 here, right? We've got overwhelming numbers. If needed, wreck their ship. I can finally cut loose after so long. Yes, sir, only regret is it's our own ship, right? Wish we could cut loose boarding them instead. But I'll be content as long as I can cut loose. Me too. All right, let's do this. Section. Captain, the pirates are leaving, abandoning the space destroyer. Your orders. Nothing we can do. Our target was that space destroyer from the start. We just follow orders and board. Maria skillfully piloted the landing craft closer to the clearly decrepit destroyer. Maria, you've got it. Stick us by the rear hatch. First occupation target is the rear hangar. Apparently the Coast Guard inspections have theories too. I hadn't learned any of this at the academy, so I obediently followed Marika's instructions. Though I bore responsibility, experience differences couldn't be erased. I just had to be prepared to take any punishment if problems occurred. At this rate, though, things seemed to be going my way. I couldn't miss this chance. Come to think of it, someone told me the same thing long ago. Oh right, I remember now. It was in that line Tetchan told me when I got rejected. Did I recall the story of how I ended up dying right before my death? Was that lucky or unlucky? As I got lost in delusions, Marika called out to me. Captain, matching target velocity. It'll shake heavily, so brace for impact. Okay. Thanks for the report. Right after, a moderately strong shock hit the entire ship. Thud. Matched velocity. Hatch open, all hands disembark. Marika's voice echoed through. It sounded like she was also quite tense. But it's strange, there's also someone completely lacking any tension. Everyone in my platoon, don't forget your Sunflower MK, 3S, and spare ammo too. Oh right, we can use them here. Maria, I'm really counting on you all this time. Kate, take your platoon to secure the vicinity. Sis, entry point located. opening airlock. Dominic, watch Laney's back. Kate, take your platoon with you to make entry. Yes, ma'am. Captain, you're clear. Got it, let's go too. Right after the airlock opened, the ship's air started rapidly flowing out into space, blowing all sorts of debris towards us. We advanced while maintaining vigilance amidst this. There was no way it was unmanned, so we'd run into pirates somewhere, but ideally we wanted to find them in a location advantageous for us. Stop. The order came from Kate at the head of the group. I hurried to her side to check things out. Seeing me, Kate started explaining the situation. The hangar's just passed here, and there's definitely people. Quite a lot too. What's your estimate on the numbers? At least 50, I'd say. No, maybe more. We can't just keep waiting here. At the very least, we need to confirm numbers, or it'll be said we didn't do our job. Marika, who had followed behind me, snapped at that. Kate and Laney were guarding around the hangar entrance. No visible enemies around entrance. Upon hearing that, Miss Marika and I cautiously entered the storage room. Immediately afterward, we spotted pirates. They had indeed set up an ambush. I quietly analyzed the current situation. There were easily 100 pirates about 20 meters in front of us. Truly a desperate situation. Already, I was internally ecstatic. This was precisely the moment I had desired. I immediately raised my voice. Run, don't worry about me, leave this to me and go ahead. In the eagerly awaited moment, I couldn't help but shout, I'll handle this. Just the rest of you, survive and go back. This is my command. Now go. I quickly ordered my subordinates to leave this place. The significantly exaggerated Chunibyo, adolescent delusions of grandeur, within me whispered. Ha, it's decided. Truly the perfect moment. This is what a hero is all about. Protecting subordinates with your life. This is the ultimate way for a man to die. Ha. I immediately ordered my subordinates to leave this place. The lines I spoke were one of the phrases I had thought of in a collection of lines I had considered for over a year. In the current situation, it was the best-case scenario I had longed for. Chapter 15, Stop It, I'm Falling. Now is the moment when my long-held, twisted fantasy are about to come true. While I'm momentarily lost in my delusions, Miss Marika and Maria are engaged in conversation behind me. Maria, can you handle it? I'll be fine. Please believe in Sunflower MK.3 that we made for times like these. Oh well, I do have some reservations, but let's go. Just in case, I'll also prepare the explosives I had made earlier. Aw, come on, trust us, but it's okay. It's important to be cautious, right? After such a conversation between them, the situation unfolds. However, what happens next is completely different from what I had hoped for. My orders given earlier have been completely ignored by my subordinates. Yes, my orders were easily disregarded. The only one who had followed my command, Miss Marika, had a single remark. As if we'd let that happen. I'm a second lieutenant, her superior. What's with that statement? No matter how much of a coward I may be, is this an appropriate response as an organizational person? Is this acceptable? As I try to retort, Miss Marika quickly issues another command. Maria, it's your turn. Yes, Miss Marika. The one called was Maria. But from every angle, neither she nor all the squad members she led seemed like women that aren't suited for a brawl. Moreover, their numbers were significantly fewer than the pirates, only 15 in total. My finest moment, the moment I had staked my dreams on, protecting my subordinates and sacrificing myself, seemed to vanish into thin air. Reality seldom goes as planned. And to make matters worse, it was heading in the worst possible direction. I could foresee a future where these women, seemingly unfit for combat, would be easily defeated by the pirates, suffering uniquely female suffering, humiliation, followed by rape and murder. The opponents were none other than the infamous pirate group, the Hishiyama group. Furthermore, they were the 4 heavenly kings of the Hishiyama group. Even if these women stood on their heads, they wouldn't be a match for them. What, you'll let this happen? As I desperately tried to revoke Marika San's order, I was struck on the back of the head from behind. Boom. What, Captain, you're in the way. Kate, who served as Marika San's vice commander and led another squad similar to Maria, struck me from behind. She seized the back of my neck and dragged me behind Maria and the others. I'm the captain, right? I've just graduated from the academy, I'm an officer, your captain. And yet, what's with this treatment? Isn't it too much? Moreover, what's the meaning of in the way? Even if I'm a recent graduate, I'm still the captain, your captain. And in the way for a captain, I wanted to protest vehemently, but with my neck grabbed and being dragged, I couldn't even make a sound. Despite my concerns, the pirates enjoyed it with obscene laugh, anticipating the violence to come while I were being dragged away. The pirates were delighted by the unexpected turn of events when they spotted us. Brother, this looks delicious. Oh, more fun awaits us after this. But personally, I wanted to fight someone with a bit more fight in them. Well then, aren't you enjoying this? I didn't say that. Anyway, are we good to go? I can't wait any longer. Oh, they brought us a treat. Go ahead, make it happen. With that said, the pirates simultaneously rushed at Maria and her squad, swinging their battle axes. Witnessing this, I trembled. Indeed, death is frightening. Though the fear of death is terrifying, what's even scarier is the possibility that my misjudgment could lead to these women being abused. In the past, I experienced a harsh ordeal and wished for death, but now, I, trembling with fear, am more afraid of death. However, Maria and the others stand calmly before me, pointing what they call sunflower MK.3 at the pirates. Don't let it happen, Maria. Yes, Miss Merica, is everyone ready? Okay then, get ready, aim, and fire. With Maria's cute voice, simultaneously, the items in the hands of the entire squad unleash a burst of flames. A thunderous sound shouldn't be audible in a vacuum, and as it is, there is no sound, but it appears as if a thunderous noise occurred. At the same time, the pirates approaching in front of us collapse. Maria and the others, one after another, unleash flames from the items in their hands, defeating the pirates. Currently, the only squad in battle is Maria's, with only 15 members. The remaining squads are just watching, no, cheering on Maria and the others. As the pirates are defeated one after another, the cheering becomes more and more intense. Jumping around, shouting loudly, clapping hands in excitement. The pirates and ally recognize their disadvantage and start fleeing around the time half of them are defeated. Still, Maria and the others mercilessly continue to defeat the pirates from behind. When the last pirate falls, the excitement of the squads led by Kate reaches its peak. Except for Kate, who hasn't fully embraced the excitement. Speaking of Kate, though, since she's been holding onto my neck from behind to ensure I don't interfere with Maria and the others, she couldn't jump around or clap her hands in excitement. Nevertheless, she's excitedly watching as the pirates are defeated one after another. When the last pirate falls, Kate, who is still holding onto my neck, tightens her grip on my hand. Wait a minute. It's a bit tricky when you're in a power suit and you tighten your grip on the hand holding the neck. It's kinda dangerous. Stop it. If you put more strength into the hand squeezing me, oh, it's bad. It's hard to breathe. I am gonna die, stop it, it's bad, this can't go on. Stop. Look, I'm falling, I'm going to die, so stop. No matter how much I scream in my mind, Kate is completely unaware. I die. Part 2, Let's Get a Ship. Chapter 16, Where is this place? Who am I? I wonder where this place is. It seems I was put to sleep. My consciousness is slowly returning, and I open my eyes. I'm lying in a room I've never seen before. Here's the place where I say it. What an unfamiliar ceiling. Eek, I said it. This is a line I've always wanted to say. To think the answer was so close, after agonizing over it so much. Thinking back on it, I binged through so many fantasy novels. I picked key lines from them, but never thought the day would come when I could use this one. Since I intended to die protecting my subordinates, all the lines I could use if I survived weren't included in that line collection. But I still remembered it since it's so common. There are tons of lines like this in fantasy novels that I've yearned to try saying someday. Well, I never imagined I'd get to say it, that the day would come when I could use this line. But really, where exactly is this place? It's not an all-white room, so it's probably not in front of God. That means sudden reincarnation. Then I can say the other one too. Here it comes, with full feeling this time. Where is this place? Who am I? I said it, no more regrets. Section. At this point it's too late, my Chunibyo is quite advanced. Having grown up in orphanage, I had no chance for the likely popular fantasy novels when I was little, so when I started going to the military academy and was first exposed to the Chunibyo world, I had no immunity. Because I had no immunity at that age, I was intensely afflicted with Chunibyo. Like with chickenpox and measles, if you don't catch this when young and become an adult unaffected, it becomes really bad if you then catch it. Now is in exactly this state right now. He's forgotten why he became a military officer and is blissfully immersed. But it seems he's satisfied after enjoying the lines as he's gradually returning to normal. Now is on the bed, starting to check over his body. Section, I can move my limbs, my body seems fine. After checking over my physical condition, I sit up, sitting up and looking around the room. It's like the inside of a ship, but definitely not the officer's quarters I was assigned. It's much nicer construction. I wonder where this is. Daeju? Huh, what? Some white object comes flying at me. The mysterious flying object clings to me crying. Since I was changed out of my power suit into sleepwear, I'm just in military-issued underwear. And someone in a power suit rushed me. This is pretty dangerous. Almost certainly deadly. I'm strangled by the mysterious object upon impact. No, let me correct that. More precisely, I'm just about to be strangled now. Someone help. The next moment, the room door opens and two soldiers in power suits like the mysterious object rush in and peel it off of me as it's trying to strangle me. Oh, Kate, you tried to kill me again, huh? What's your rationale? Somehow we made it in time, Captain. While holding down the struggling Kate, the soldier in the power suit speaks to me. The pinned-down Kate sobs something. Daeju, I missed you. Ignoring Kate, I breathe a sigh of relief soon. Marika comes dashing into the room. She must have heard the commotion and come to help. Seeing the situation as soon as she enters, she immediately grasps what happened. This idiot, stupid Kate, killed the captain again. No, Marika, I'm not dead yet. How many times must you kill the captain before you're satisfied? Did you already forget you killed him just now, you idiot? But Marika, I haven't died even once yet. It's the second time you've killed the captain. But I haven't died at all. Marika seems to really want me dead. Could she be the mastermind? Marika still hasn't stopped scolding Kate. I'm getting tired of this man's eye, so I stop Marika. Lieutenant Marika, that's enough about Kate. Surely Kate won't try to kill me again. Right, Kate? Yes, never again. I'm glad you're all right, Captain. You're one to talk. I was so worried, Captain. Kate is still crying. All right, that's enough. At least I'm safe. Aside from just now, I hope Kate's tackle didn't crack my sternum. Anyway, Lieutenant Marika, please brief me on the situation. Where are we? This is the captain's quarters of the space destroyer we boarded. We're currently suppressing the ship. Suppressing it, you say? There are still pirates left. Unsure. We quickly took the bridge, so the sensors didn't detect any besides the ones we defeated. I have Lainey checking each block with two others. That's the state of confirmation so far. I see. What happened to the pirates we defeated? Let's see, there were 103 total, and we've confirmed 65 killed. The remaining 38 we stripped of their power suits and threw in the storage holds. Since most were injured, I tossed the first aid kits from the ship's supplies in with them. I didn't want to get in trouble with headquarters later if they died of injuries. Ah, thanks, that's fine. Did you toss the dead bodies outside somewhere? No, they're still evidence, so stripped of suits, I threw them in the freezer storage. We just finished that work, which is why the interior check isn't done yet, so only Lainey is on it. I see, more importantly, how long since I collapsed. Let's see, not even an hour I'd say. 40, 50 minutes perhaps. What, doing all this in 40, 50 minutes is way too fast. Could it be they're so excellent I was made the unwanted child out of jealousy? But wow, amazing. Don't I just get in the way here? I'm totally just ornamental, huh? Even I'm starting to feel jealous. Before I can feel dejected, a shout is heard from deeper inside. Sis Marika, trouble, big trouble. Maria started making a fuss on the bridge farther back. Damn, causing commotions everywhere as usual. Maria, what did you do this time? Saying that, Marika heads back to the bridge through the door she just entered. Wonder what happened. I should go too. Kate, who is held down by everyone and quite depressed until just now, worriedly asks me, Captain, are you all right? If only you hadn't charged in. Yeah, I'm fine. More worried about the bridge. Hearing that, I get up from the bed I was laid down on. Oh no, my clothes were taken off. I had been changed out of my power suit and laid down in sleepwear. Not in decent underwear, but it was just the clothes worn under power suits issued by the military. Sorry, but could you get my power suit? Ah, Captain, your power suit is damaged. Hi. There are cracks around the neck. That's your doing. Can't use it. Impossible in a vacuum like space. I see, but the lower half should still work right. Coast Guard power suits separate at the waist, with the legs connecting to the boots. Without shoes, I have to wear the lower power suit. Then it should be fine. Here you go. While enjoying an embarrassing play of dressing pants before a young woman, no, I'm not enjoying it. After putting on pants, I promptly headed to the bridge with Kate. Chapter 17. With new pirates, this is a pinch, huh? Maria, what happened? Captain, glad you're safe. Thanks, more importantly, what's the big deal? Oh, right, look at this. It's the infrared sensor telescope footage monitoring outside this ship, but a frigate-class ship is headed this way. Flashes of light flicker around its bridge periodically, but it's slowly approaching while continuing to be cautious of us. An enemy. Yes, Sis Merica. It's coming from the direction the ship that fled before we boarded here escaped, so it must be the enemy. I've got it. Captain, did you figure something out? Yeah, they're planned. Captain, don't leave us hanging, tell us. Maria asks me. When we boarded this ship, they abandoned it and left on another ship, right? I think we talked about it, but it was to ambush us on this ship. Oh, maybe we did hear that. So think about why they only left this ship when we got here, and the other one fled. How do you know? This is just my speculation, but seeing the Coast Guard fleet, the pirates probably deemed the situation unfavorable. Otherwise, they wouldn't have fled. That makes sense. At that moment, they probably wanted to do something to escape more safely. What do you mean by something? They likely concluded that they couldn't escape with this slow ship. If that's the case, they could leave this ship behind and escape, but then they would be giving it to us for free. There might be information left on terminals, and if safety is considered, blowing it up is an option, but that's a bit wasteful. If I were to detonate something, I'd do it within the enemy fleet. If possible, involving the enemy flagship would be even better. I see. Even I wouldn't have come up with something like that, but if I were told to choose among several options, I'd choose the same. That's where the problem arose. Problem? What's that? The Coast Guard fleet also fled. Yeah. You get it now, right? I get that they intended to ram this ship into our fleet. I get it, but we also retreated. So the pirates should have just retreated too. Yeah, I think so too, but we were probably ordered by the captain to board this. Get on this, they would have commanded. Once our internal shuttle became visible, they might have stopped running. It might be worth asking the pirates we catch later, but they on that ship probably ambush us, thinking they could easily deal with us. Captain, more importantly, what about the approaching ship? I still don't get why it's coming here. Maria, were you listening to my explanation? That's why the pirates left some here to ambush us when we boarded. Otherwise, the lack of non-combatants on this ship can't be explained. So the approaching ship now is likely to retrieve their companions after dealing with us. Then does that mean we have to fight pirates again? Could be a pinch. Yeah, Maria, I want to ask, that sunflower thingy you used still usable? It's not called sunflower thingy, it's sunflower MK3. I get it, so can that sunflower thing still be used? I told you it's sunflower MK3, get it, Captain? I get it, so can it be used or not? It can be used, but there's not much ammo left. About how much do you think we can still use? Obviously no chance against 100. At best, maybe 20 people. Even conserving ammo well, I don't think it changes much. Probably impossible past 30. That ship won't only have 30, right? While remote operation is possible to just move a ship, at least 10-odd people are needed to somehow manage it. But if combat maneuvers become necessary, there is absolutely a minimum crew requirement. No matter how you look at it, a frigate needs at least 50 people. This is the bare minimum to survey the vicinity and sail while maintaining watch, not including combat crew. With battle, at least 100 or more like 150 are needed. That must be why Maria was shouting. Absolutely impossible. Just moving the ship needs 50 people, probably. Then what'll happen to us? We're at a total disadvantage, Maybe it's hopeless. Captain. Everyone looks at me worriedly. Should we imitate the pirates' plan too? What do you mean? Oh, forget it. Anyway, Maria, can you move this ship? Yes, no problem. Then let's start the operation immediately. Ram this ship into that ship. If we can stop that ship from moving, we can escape on our landing craft. We'll probably be fine. If we can ram it, we can return alive. Got it, Captain. Maria, you heard that right. Yes, Sis Merica. Set course on target, speed at max sustainable. I don't really get what you're saying, but this ship can barely hit the first cosmic velocity at best. It'll probably break down midway at this rate. Looks like there's been almost no maintenance. Then, advance at minimum speed. While Maria and Merica watch from the bridge, I decide to ram the pirate ship with this ship. I immediately order Maria to point us at the pirate ship and accelerate. The two military ships steadily close the distance. Maria, think the shields on this ship are usable. They can probably be used, I think, but no meaning in a place like this. Neither side can use laser weapons or anything. Oh, I know. What I'm asking about is a physical impact shield. A ship this old should have something like that, right? To defend against photonic missiles and such. Oh right, the Akeshi had one, huh? There should be an electromagnetic shield. I heard that can handle physical attacks. But Master said not to expect much from it. He also said to think of it as better than nothing when I asked. I see, that's fine, can you use it? Hang on, this is it. Doesn't seem very effective, but it can be used. Then stretch it as strongly as you can on just the prow. Even that should affect the impact when we hit. Understood. Maria operates the control device. As the pirate ship draws nearer, the flickering lights around its bridge as discovered earlier grow more intense. The size is clearly in favor of the other party. Naturally, if we collide head-on, the damage would be greater on our side. So before the collision, we need to evacuate them on the internal shuttle. It's about time we prepare to escape. Since I'm the only one needed on the bridge, everyone else, get on the internal shuttle and move away from this ship. I'll escape at the moment of impact, so just pick me up later. I can't allow that. Your power suit of the first squad leader is probably damaged. They won't be able to go into space. Maria and I will stay. I can't let my subordinates face danger while I escape. I can't approve of that. Maria and I began arguing. Ignoring that, Maria shouts, Captain, I think that's it. Looking in the direction Maria is pointing, I see a monitor for surveillance that had already spotted the pirate ship. On the monitor, there's a blinking light near the bridge of the pirate ship. Oh, that's probably a signal. They're sending a predetermined code. What should we do? They'll realize we're the enemy. Yeah, they probably already figured it out. Oh, it seems like they've understood our intentions as well. Chapter 18, The Engine Broke Down. A ship that continues flashing signals to its allies but gets no response heads this way. The guys on the pirate ship's bridge must be quite uneasy. On the space frigate Butcher, the pirates are aboard, they face this situation with great panic. Anarchy, what do you think? Strange for sure. Don't tell me they failed. Don't be stupid. That landing craft can hold 40 at best. The destroyer had 100. And it's just the weak Coast Guard, they've got the numbers so there's no way they'd lose. Most of all, Big Bro is commanding them directly. No way they could lose if you think about it. So the approaching ship is being steered by the captain. No, that's odd too. The captain would definitely send the return signal back. Even if, and I mean if, Big Bro couldn't send it for some reason, someone else would definitely send it. It's the signal we always use, nobody would get it wrong. Then, what do you make of that ship not signaling back? That's absurd. Everyone should have a device in their power suits. Just use any of them, and it'll be fine. Is there no one on the bridge? That's impossible, it must be a ghost ship. Ehahaha. A ghost ship, huh, Anarchy? That ship's heading straight at us. Of course, to rendezvous. No, it's on a collision course. The pirates on the bridge were struck speechless for a moment. The next moment, they understood the shouting guy's words. That's right, it's the same as the plan Oyeji first ordered. Enemy attack. Anarchy, what do you wanna do? Come about full speed. Avoid collision and run, just hurry. Reversing course, full speed ahead. The pirates must have panicked. The one operating the ship's propulsion immediately pushed the throttle levers to redline as ordered. The one working the helm follows more slowly, turning them around after the speed change. If done in the opposite order, the impact would have been less, but in this sequence, it invites the worst outcome. The greater the ship's speed during a major course change, the greater the inertia, centrifugal force to be specific forcing it outward develops. If they felt the inertia from the turn first, those aboard would brace themselves, realizing a turn was beginning. The guys on the bridge at least know what forces are coming from the order. so they're slightly better prepared, but even so, a considerable number of pirates are slammed to the floor. The others in different sections can't possibly withstand the sudden inertia. Almost all of them are flung about, slammed on the floor. Also, the engines were pushed from near minimum output to over maximum instantly. In combat, output might be raised to around 120%, but barring emergencies, they would never go up to 140%. An engine output they'd never use in normal conditions was pushed near the brink of overload. Sudden added inertia along with completely overloaded output. With conditions like these, most machinery would break. This ship's engine was one of those machines. With a tremendous noise, alerts start appearing simultaneously on the monitors on the bridge. What happened? The leader addressed as Anarchy barely got the words out as he stood up after being knocked down. Anarchy, big trouble, the engines broke, this ship won't move. That can't. He spoke, but the monitors in sight all turned solid red, and the ship's acceleration stopped. At the same time, the artificial gravity also gradually weakened. The gravity generation system seems to have malfunctioned as well. Alerts of problems occurring started coming in from all over. Anarchy, life support switched to emergency batteries. Any idea how long they'll last? I dunno. We killed the whole crew when we hijacked this thing. Nobody asked details like that. Can't be helped. All hands abandoned ship. The emergency broadcast from the bridge informed everyone on the pirate ship to abandon ship. Though the catalog listed under 200 crew for this ship, pirates can't exactly gather that many people, so of course the number aboard was less than in the records. And 70 had moved from the ship to the destroyer to attack the Coast Guard, so currently only around 60 remained here. Luckily, though cramped, they were able to escape by dividing up into landing craft, carrier craft, etc. The pirates on the bridge also stumbled their way to the catapult closest to the bridge. Naturally, they wouldn't bother confirming everyone had evacuated like a proper captain. They just fled as fast as possible. Meanwhile, on the space destroyer bridge where Now's group is, they noticed the pirate ship's problems. The first to notice the pirates' abnormality was of course Maria. She was monitoring the pirate ship on the surveillance monitors. Captain, something's strange over there. Oh yeah, they stopped their turn halfway through. Sis Merica, not just that. All sorts of things are flying out of the ship. Boarding us? No, the opposite direction. Looks like they're fleeing. Don't be stupid, they've got the advantage. What should we do, Captain? Oh, halt the collision for now. I want to see what happens first. Maria, if you could stop us please. Got it, stopping. Captain, that ship's rapidly pulling away. Yeah, it'll keep moving from inertia, even after the engines stop. Captain, now what? Maria, can you maneuver this ship precisely? I think I can probably do it. Then get us parallel to that ship. If possible, stay about 10 km away to match position. 10 km is next to nothing in space. He was trying to get as close as possible to observe the situation. Understood. After about 10 minutes, she had the destroyer parallel the inertia-drifting pirate ship. Not moving, huh? Orders, Captain. No choice but to board it right. I guess that's the only option. The captain who can't use his power suit should stay here and take command of the ship. Then Maria's team stays here on standby for emergencies. Merica, sorry, but could you take Kate's team over? I think everyone fled, but we don't know what could happen. I was thinking the same. Can Kate's team use Maria's sunflower things too? It's fine. We've played with them plenty of times. Then Maria, pass your team's stuff to Sis Merica. Captain, I didn't say sunflower MK3 earlier so you'd let it slide. Just hand them over. Yes, sir. Everyone, Captain's orders. Pass your sunflower MK3S to Sis Merica. Yes, sir. With that decided, get us docked with that ship. Take it nice and slow. Leave it to me, Captain. It took 30 minutes of careful maneuvering to dock the ships. I'm counting on you, Merica. Leave it to me, Captain. If anything seems off, retreat immediately. In the worst case, flee on this ship. Unlike the landing craft, a ship has much better odds of survival. Absolutely don't take unnecessary risks. Understood. Well then, let's go. Yes, ma'am. Since there was an evacuation hatch on the floor right below the bridge, Merica took Kate's team from the space destroyer. Chapter 19. Non-stop alerts. Time passed tediously as I waited pointlessly on the space destroyer bridge. Bored from monitoring the pirate ship, I started looking for a replacement for my broken power suit. Spaceships like these always have emergency spacesuits with life support in case of contingencies. Not combat power suits, but ones that can at least handle simple extravehicular activities. Well, their purpose is to enable evacuation in emergencies, but spacefaring laws mandate they be equipped on bridges. I doubted pirates followed laws properly, but there was a chance the original equipped ones could still be aboard. Hoping for that chance, I searched for where the emergency supplies were stored. Under the captain's seat at the center of the bridge were stored emergency provisions, likely intended to protect the captain, but the seals were quite old. I couldn't read the seal dates, but they could have been stored when the ship was built. That would make them close to half a century old. Would they still work? Captain, Sis Merica will be okay, right? Oh, what are you doing? While that woman could easily kill me, that person won't die so easily. Though in reality, it was Kate who actually tried to do it. What are you saying? More importantly, are you looking for something? Oh, a spacesuit so I can do extravehicular activities. An emergency evacuation suit. Would those be in a place like this? Oh right, this is a military ship. They have lots of systems to protect the captain. These emergency provisions are for the captain too. Outfitted so he can continue commanding to the end, fully self-sufficient at his seat. See, there they are, but wow, they're old. Can they be used, I wonder, is it safe to use them? I passed the time chatting idly about such things with Maria's group. Section. Around then, Merica was boarding from the starboard side the pirates had docked with. Has everyone boarded? Yes, ma'am. Laney, sorry, but take half and enter from the rear hangar. After entry, head for the bridge ASAP. Yes, ma'am. We don't know what could be inside. Stay vigilant of your surroundings. Understood, ma'am. Kate, take 3 and aim for the bridge from that hatch. Don't let your guard down. Yes, Sis Merica. The rest come with me. We'll go to the bridge externally. We'll board through the bridge evacuation hatch. Everyone heads for the bridge. Seizing it takes top priority. Yes, ma'am. All right, begin operation. At Merica's command, they dispersed in unison. In agreement with Captain now, there should be no one aboard this ship. If as expected, Merica would be the first to the bridge, but the others should arrive soon after without much time difference. Once gathered, they could keep sufficient watch and might understand what's behind the mysterious phenomenon occurring. Merica swiftly heads for the bridge using the zero-gravity environment, doing things like extravehicular propulsion. When Laney reaches the designated rear hatch, it's already wide open with the landing craft departed. But inside is dimly lit. After securing the vicinity, Laney sends out a scout. The scout promptly returns, safety basically confirmed, and they all board. Securing safety comes first. Only after checking everywhere a person could hide do they slowly look around. Laney, what do you think? Clearly abnormal. Way more than just abnormal. Look at all these alerts. The warning lights are all on. I've never seen anything like this. Yeah, at this point we need Maria's group. I'll just obediently follow orders. You're right about that. The bridge might tell us more. Right, onwards. We head for the bridge. Laney takes her group of 7 deeper inside. Alert sirens are flashing all through the ship. Entering a pressurized area adds sound to the noise, quite obnoxious. Not just Laney's group, Kate's as well entered an air-filled area from their assigned hatch and were met with the same alert frenzy. Kate, aren't you uneasy? Extremely uneasy. But I can only do my best for the captain, right? Yes, you especially right, since you nearly killed the captain, twice even. Please don't remind me. Anyway, let's hurry to the bridge. We might figure something out. Merica was the first to burst onto the bridge. She reached the window with no obstructions. Peeking inside shows the bridge dimly lit, with no visibility on anyone potentially deeper inside. What concerned Merica more was the wall of instruments simultaneously blaring abnormality alerts. This is weird. Well, there's no progress just waiting here. I'll burst in from there. Merica opens the hatch beside the bridge and enters. Several others follow her in and shut the hatch. Though air rushed out when opening and closing the hatch, once that settles and pressure returns to normal, the alert sirens start grating on Merica. This'll be hard, can't even talk like this. Sis, did you say something? Bunny right beside her asks Merica. Communication is clearly going to be a struggle. While this is happening, Kate comes into the bridge. It seems like she encountered no one on the way. Since she arrived right on the anticipated timing, Marika goes right up to Kate and starts conversing in her ear. No sign of anyone, right? Yes, ma'am. Just the alert noises everywhere despite searching. Nobody there. Looks like alerts everywhere inside the ship. We need to bring Maria's group here quickly. Should we send someone when Lainey gets here? Now everyone on the bridge cooperates to at least try muting the noise by messing with the consoles. Right after Lainey's group joins up. Sis Marika, we've arrived. Oh Lainey, how was it on the way? Nobody anywhere, right? Looks like general evacuation orders. Scrambled to flee in panic. Just traces of that everywhere, otherwise the same alert storm as here. Any idea on the cause? None, we're helpless without Maria's group too. Thought so, I feel the same. Sorry, but could you go fetch Maria's group? Gladly, shall I take one of our landing crafts? No, let's string a guideline over. Bring people on the line, that should let us travel easily. Understood. We'll exit and string a line between the airlocks here and there. I'll prepare immediately. Oh right, that ship should also have escape wire units. Must be here too. We can string it right away using those. The rest keep watch on the vicinity. Safety isn't confirmed yet. Understood. Lainey takes the 7 she brought and heads down to the airlock floor below the bridge. Looks usable here. Lainey operates the airlock controls and opens the door. Right by the door is the wire unit for emergencies, also looking usable. I'll jump across using this. Lainey outfits her power suit with the wire hook using the unit, puts on the spacesuit stored as equipment, and jumps toward the destroyer. Now the hard part. Reaching the stage by the destroyer's airlock, Lainey promptly hooks and strings a line in the designated spot. Flashing a light signal with the line done, her comrades steadily transfer over using pulley-like devices on the wire. Soon people were positioned with the wire between both ships. Chapter 20, Emergency Measures. After doing that, Lainey entered the destroyer and informed me of the situation with the space frigate. We couldn't find any pirates on the other ship. We successfully occupied the bridge, but an abnormal alert is ongoing, and we can't assess the situation. Anyway, we need to stop the bridge's alert to understand the situation. According to Miss Marika, Maria's team needs to handle it. Otherwise, it's uncontrollable. Upon hearing this, Maria asked me, Captain, what should we do? We have no choice but to go. However, after thinking for a while, I asked Maria, can we establish communication between this ship and that ship? That's a bit. It might be impossible. I don't think we're going to be able to have optical communication with this ship as well. If not optical, what about something else? I remember Lainey and the others used a wired device to get there. I've heard that wired communication is used in rescue operations. This idea has been around for a while, so this ship should have the equipment. What do you think? Maria-san, I saw it. In the airlock area, there was indeed emergency evacuation equipment. Then it should be fine. Okay, in that case, it's enough for me and 2 others to be on this ship. The rest should move over there to help Miss Marika. In that case, I'll stay. Kasumi, who often remains in Maria's shadow but serves as an assistant squad leader in Maria's team, spoke up. If Kasumi stays, I'll feel relieved. But I'm a bit worried about the other side. We won't know until we go. Right then Kasumi, sorry, but stay here with me. The rest, let's start moving. Oh, make sure the wire transfer device is always ready. If something happens, we need to be able to escape here immediately. Understood. We'll leave someone in the airlock area as well. Yeah, that would be good. Oh, and I want everyone to stay in contact. Stay by the phone. I understand. 1 hour after Marika and the others boarded the abandoned space frigate left by the pirates, Maria and the others moved to support Marika's team from the space destroyer we had occupied. As soon as Maria's team entered the bridge, they successfully silenced the alarm that had been ringing incessantly. Afterward, Maria's team, all together, began analyzing the alarm and taking measures. By the way, considering the possibility of going into space, we ultimately had the emergency evacuation suits brought from the other frigate. The suits over there are significantly newer, and these emergency suits are the same as the ones currently used by the military. Honestly, I couldn't go outside with those old suits. They were too scary. According to Nina, there were many unused items stored in the lockers next to the airlock area over there. It's intriguing how the pirates obtained this ship. After Maria's team stopped the alarm in the bridge and carefully investigated the cause, they discovered something shocking. "Captain, it's urgent, very urgent. I received a call from Maria. What is it, Maria? Why are you making such a fuss again? Did the main pirate force return? Now I can also talk to Marika on the phone. Just having contact is reassuring even when we're apart. No, it's still not okay." Again, Maria contacted me as if she had found something. "Miss Marika, don't joke about such scary things. Oh, that's not it. This ship is in danger." "So what's the danger?" "The life support system and artificial gravity generator of this ship are running on batteries alone. Those batteries are also issuing warnings. The charging level is in the warning range." "How much time do we have?" "I don't know, but considering this ship is still new, based on the specifications of the current military, it should last a few more hours." "A few more hours, huh?" "According to the catalog, it should last about 5 to 6 hours. Anyway, we need to get the auxiliary power running. It's crucial." "Yes, this bridge alone won't be enough at this rate. And there doesn't seem to be much we can do." "Maria, can we manage somehow?" "I don't know. We need to go to the power unit and check it once. We can't leave the bridge unmanned either. We'll have to divide the tasks. The power is still supplied here, so the internal phone can be used." "Understood. If we can communicate, let's divide the tasks. Leave a couple of people from Maria's team who are knowledgeable about navigation on the bridge, and the rest can go to the power unit for vigilance, and take half from Miss Marika's team for that." "That sounds good. I'll stay here. Kate, take half and protect Maria." "Understood, Miss Marika." Section: Maria's team, after moving to the frigate used by the pirates. Except for the two who remained on the bridge, everyone else moved to the engine room where the power unit of this ship is housed. "Oh no, this is bad. Let's divide the tasks for now. We need to stop the alarm first. Did you find the manual?" As soon as Maria entered the engine room, she immediately spoke to her team. "Maria-san, we found it. Properly stored next to the engine control panel in accordance with regulations. I'll unseal it now. This locker adheres to the basic spacecraft law, which has been followed since the time when the entire universe was united as one country. It mandates that manuals for engine-related operations be stored so that rescue teams can operate the engines in case of distress. Normally, this manual is never used and is securely sealed. The seal can only be broken physically. In simple terms, you break the lock with the axe right next to it. The reason for this strict security is that, during engine control, there is a key to identify the person controlling it. Even if someone other than the assigned personnel, in this case, assumed to be a rescue team, has the ability to operate critical functions like the engine, an encrypted card is included. Without this card, even someone with knowledge cannot operate engines without proper qualifications. Well, hackers and the like argue that this security lock is laughable, but even so, it can unlock restrictions other than weapons-related attacks. So, in emergencies like this, securing this manual is the first thing to do. When Maria and her team entered here, that's the first thing they searched for. "Thank you. Now, using this, let's stop the engine according to the manual. First, switch this from auto mode to manual mode." "Maria, how's it going?" Marika called through the ship's internal phone from the bridge. "Oh, Miss Marika, we've just started. We're going to stop the engine now." "Wait, wasn't the engine already stopped?" "Actually, the engine isn't running. But system-wise, the engine is operational. What's wrong, Maria? Did something happen?" "The output control of the engine is strange. The output is at 148%. With this, it's no wonder it might break. What on earth are the pirates doing? I'll stop it right away." "Kaori, shut down the fuel control valves from the first one in order." "Yes, Maria-san, I'll stop the first one. Then the second, eighth, all valves are closed now." "Thank you, Kaori, I'll stop the engine, turning off the main switch." "Marika, Captain, can you hear me? We successfully stopped the engine. Now we can investigate the real cause." Chapter 21, Troublesome Towing Work. How much longer is it going to take? "Oh, Captain. Please don't ask for the impossible. We won't know until we try." Hey, I don't think you've forgotten, but you mentioned earlier that the life support system is about to shut down. Well, it's only been an hour since then, so I think we have about 3 hours at the earliest, but are you sure? "Oh, Hey Maria, what's with that O? From you, don't act like you forgot. You, distracting yourself with hobbies and wasting time. I understand, Marika. I'll quickly investigate and prioritize starting the backup engines. Hey Kaori, can you hear me? Yes, Captain. What is it? I know you're busy, but sorry. Could you monitor Maria's rampage? That might be impossible. It's okay. If you can't, tell Kate who's nearby and she can stop her immediately. Heck, she said she wouldn't mind dropping her. Captain, please spare me. Anyway, Maria and the others were in the engine room, trying to figure out the cause of the pirates' strange behavior this time. The cause became apparent without needing much investigation. Due to the pirates' reckless piloting, they damaged the engines, causing them to flee. The problem was that the main engine was completely broken, causing issues with vital equipment, especially the life support system supplying air and the device related to artificial gravity inside the ship. The pirates fled hastily because alarms for these crucial devices went off, indicating problems with essential equipment for survival. With the engines shut down on the bridge, most of the alarms that were previously blaring ceased, and some monitoring systems like onboard sensors became operational. Once the operation of the equipment was confirmed, Marika and the others immediately began scanning the ship. We need to start the auxiliary engines. Maria-san, about those auxiliary engines, it's not possible right away. Why? They weren't broken before, were they? Yes, but there's an error showing on the auxiliary engine's fuel tank. It says empty. What? We're out of fuel. We need to reroute fuel to the auxiliary engine's fuel tank immediately. According to this manual, we need to open the second emergency fuel valve from the reserve tank. AI, do you understand the second emergency fuel valve? Yes, I understand, but it seems like there's no fuel in this reserve tank. Oh, no way, that's right. From there, huh? So, transferring fuel from the main tank to the reserve tank, we just need to activate emergency pump number 3 and transfer it, right? Hi. Maria-san, with the current battery situation, is it okay to run the pump? Oh, that's right. In that case, securing emergency power comes first. Should we start the emergency generator? But yeah, you're right. Those pirates, they've only been up to no good so far. The fuel for the emergency generator must be empty, too. Yes, it's completely empty. Maria-san, could it be in the damage control? Oh, right. Even pirates must have prepared damage control properly. I'll check right away. For a ship like this, there should be a generator along with the repair tools. By the way, here, DAMECON refers to damage control, which is an abbreviation for damage control. It's an extremely important element for ships engaged in combat, directly linked to their ability to continue fighting. In simple terms, it refers to the emergency repair of damaged areas due to attacks and the like. In the field, it's often abbreviated and mentioned. Maria-san, found it. The fuel tank is full and we can use it right away. Good. In that case, bring it next to the battery and connect it to the charging terminal. If the fuel tank is full, it can run for 5 hours, so with this, we can operate the fuel pump. With such extraordinary efforts from Maria and the others, the space frigate was able to operate even the auxiliary engine section. While Maria and the others struggled, there was nothing to do on the space destroyer. Well, it's not like there's nothing to do since we have the captured pirates as prisoners, but there's no need for me to be here. In that case, curiosity suddenly arises. If asked whether I would rather be on an old space destroyer or a current generation space frigate, unless I'm a nostalgic freak, I'd choose the cleaner space frigate. So I used a wire to transfer to the space frigate while Maria was taking emergency measures. Captain, what are we going to do next? Just return to the Akeshi, but they haven't said anything since then, Oh right, we can't use communication here. Well, that might be so, but Akeshi was long gone. Why did he leave us behind? Well, probably out of some base instinctive judgment. I saw it. As soon as we launched, he immediately left this sector of space. So, what do we do now? Well, this thing moves too, right? Now, I'm on the bridge of a space frigate discussing what's ahead. In the destroyer, besides Kasumi, there are several of Marika's subordinates. All right, this one can definitely pick up the speed. The maintenance situation is similar for both, so there might be some anxiety regarding long distances, but we should be able to reach up to 3 universal speeds. When properly maintained, this ship can reach up to 6 universal speeds, so having auxiliary engines that can do half of that is impressive. Wait, can this ship tow that one? That ship? You mean that old wreck of a destroyer? Shouldn't we just leave it behind? Marika, do you have the energy to transfer the prisoners here now? Sorry about that. Maria, what do you think? Don't ask me, Marika. Oh, right, the answer to your question. Normal towing is probably impossible. We can't use that kind of equipment here at all, so even if we put out a towing tractor beam, it wouldn't exert much force. Besides, it uses laser light. Maria, this is a matter of discussion, but both ships are currently docked, right? Could it be that? Oh, that could it be indeed. There should be rescue facilities for this kind of situation. Are you going to use those docking wires? Well, in this kind of space, it's troublesome. We'll also have to connect the remote control communication cables for safety precautions. Whatever, we can do it. Let's get to work. I didn't say I could do it, Marika. It's just a hassle. If we all pitch in, it'll be over quickly. All right, Captain, give the orders here. Kasumi is over there, so it should be fine. In the end, it took 5 hours to connect 6 wires, 2 each at the bow, midship, and stern of both ships. Unfortunately, although we managed to connect the remote communication cables, communication didn't work, so we gave up on remote control. Fortunately, both bridges were able to communicate via voice, so we took turns carefully controlling both ships. In this case, fortunately Kasumi is on the destroyer, which is difficult to pilot. She's the best pilot among our crew. Moreover, she and Maria have been together for quite a long time, so they work perfectly together. By the way, Maria pilots the frigate. So, Captain, what's next? Without Akeshi, we need to report to the nearest government agency. Luckily, we're close to Lucilaria, where our home port is, so let's head there. But Captain, it's almost impossible to land on the planet with this ship. Of course, we'll get close enough. There should be surveillance satellites. We can communicate from there, and then we'll wait for further instructions from above. Roger. Shall we go then? Oh, wait a minute. It's not often I get to sit in the captain's seat, so I want to savor the feeling. Captain, what are you doing? My words made everyone around me uneasy, but I'm as good as dead anyway. I'll never get to sit in the captain's seat again, so I might as well enjoy the feeling while I can. I sat in the magnificent captain's seat, which was slightly elevated in the center of the bridge of the space frigate, and gave my first order here. Depart for the surveillance satellite orbiting the planet Lucilaria. Roger. Kasumi, prepare for departure according to these instructions. This is Kasumi. Roger. Course 2768, speed 1.3 units of space speed. Maria said earlier that even with just the auxiliary engines of the space frigate, we could reach a speed of 3 units of space speed. But after discussing it, we decided that it would be too risky to go faster while towing the space destroyer. Repeat, course 2768, speed 1.3 units of space speed. Kasumi, pilot of the destroyer, Roger. Launch. Chapter 22, the second inspection squad's first inspection, now is currently at the peak of happiness. Although it's not the admiral's seat he saw on his favorite military recruitment poster, he's still enjoying playing captain in the captain's seat of a new frigate, which is part of the current generation of ships and something he would never get to ride on in the Coast Guard. The attack transport ship had already left the scene and was headed towards the capital planet, Diamond, by the time Now and his crew boarded the pirate ship. Both Coast Guard and pirate ships had long since fled the area, leaving only the 2 military ships that Now and his team had occupied. The ships are slowly returning to port, belonging to the 3rd Patrol Fleet, to which Now belongs. However, because they are towing a destroyer, their speed is limited, and it takes nearly half a day, or 12 hours, to arrive at Lucilaria from the area where it would normally take only a few hours. Ultimately, it took over a day since the encounter with the pirates, so it's natural that the attacked transport ship has already reached the capital planet, Diamond, and the reinforcements requested by Admiral Ash have arrived at Bismuth, the home port of the 3rd Mobile Fleet. Right now, there's a commotion throughout the capital region. It's logical when you think about it. The decoyed transport ship was carrying nearly 100 kilograms of the precious metal, scarlet metal. In terms of value, it's worth over 30 billion gold. But it's not just about the money, there's another reason for the commotion. This metal, scarlet metal, is indispensable in the industrial sector now, and if it's stolen, at least the space industry factories in the capital would be shut down for almost a month. The transport ship arrived at the capital planet late last night and reported the attack to the relevant agencies. Furthermore, before that, the 3rd Mobile Fleet had reported that the pirate gang, the Hishiyama family, led by Capone, had attacked the transport ship, and an immediate support mission order had just been issued to the 1st Mobile Fleet. Such a chaotic situation had spread throughout the entire capital region. At least the entire Coast Guard had begun searching for the escaped Capone. The military also cooperated, deploying fleets that were available to search for the pirates. Despite deploying so many ships for the search, it's almost impossible to find anything in the vastness of space. Moreover, due to the influence of the supernova, Altsate, there are areas, especially between Rutiel and others, where radar and radio communication are impossible. In the end, time passed without finding anything. In the midst of all this, Now and his crew, who had returned to the port using a pirate ship, were immediately caught up in the commotion. Since they were already traveling at a very slow speed in an area where radar and radio signals couldn't reach, they were quite relaxed on board. When they were just 2 hours away from Ludalaria, where the port is located, they were spotted by surveillance satellites that were doing their job properly. And then, there was a stir in the surveillance satellites that discovered them. At this point, they still don't know that Now and his crew are on board, and radio signals still can't reach this distance. This is due to the solar wind from the star, Rutiel. Although usually radio signals would reach this distance easily, luck wasn't on their side. In this case, it's probably unfortunate for both parties. Using optical communication, the surveillance satellites contacted Ludalaria, and since radio signals could reach the other side of the planet, they searched for fleets that could be contacted from there. They happened to catch the 1st Patrol Fleet, which was navigating nearby, and requested dispatch to the area. Upon receiving the request, the 1st Patrol Fleet hurried to the scene. As the 1st Patrol Squadron rushed at a maximum ship speed of 5 space units per hour against Now, and the other's hourly speed of 1 space unit per hour, they encountered the 1st Patrol Squadron when they were just 1 hour away from the surveillance satellite they were aiming for. Now and the others were ordered to stop by the Patrol Squadron. Section: Captain, that's the 1st Patrol Squadron, right? I know them, they're Akin and Kakero, right? Oh, but they're the ones who ordered us to stop. Hey, if we're ordered to stop, we better stop immediately. We don't want to be mistaken for enemies. Understood, Captain. Kasumi, can you hear me? We're going to stop. I can hear you, stopping now. Captain, look at that. After the ship stopped, Marika, who had discovered something, came to tell me. Oh, I see. Well, that's to be expected. I can't believe it. The 2nd inspection squad, us, being inspected by another squad. Even if it's a joke, it's not funny. What nonsense are you talking about, Maria? Yes, Captain. Marika, prepare for inspection. Kasumi, can you hear me? Yes, Captain, what is it? We're going to be inspected, so follow their instructions. Also, when the inspection team arrives, hand over the prisoners and corpses on the spot. What? Really? Oh, it's not going to be a pleasant sight, but that's our job. Well, the ones who receive them will probably be surprised. Will they hold a grudge against us? We're already considered unwanted children. I wonder. But right now, we're not much different from drifters. If we don't hand over work to the higher-ups working as an organization, it'll be even more troublesome later. Maybe it's just me, though. Doesn't that mean I'll be taking care of the captain's troubles? Oh, right. If I get permission from the inspection team here, I'll join you, so bear with me until then. Understood. Since the ship has stopped and there's nothing to do, we'll wait for the inspection and the captain. Once the ship stopped, we had nothing to do. So, I decided to observe the work of the senior members of the 1st Patrol Squadron as if it were a study. The 2 space frigates from the 1st Patrol Squadron that appeared in front of us were in an exquisite position, blocking our path. Once the ship stopped, 2 internal boats from the 2 space frigates approached us simultaneously. Is it usual for inspections to be conducted simultaneously by 2 ships? Normally, yes. Sister, it's not normal. It's a rule, we have to do it that way. Huh, is that so? Then why were we the only ones inspecting when we were dealing with pirates? That's the thing, isn't it? That's the thing. So what's that thing? Was it Commander Potter's strategy? It's probably for Commander Potter to escape. If they sent us, it would provide some excuse. I wish I hadn't heard that. Ah, it looks like we've arrived. Keep the rear hatch open. Yes, understood. Well then, leave it to Marika here, and I'll go to the rear storage. Then I'll accompany you. Kate said she would accompany me. Kate, take a few people with you. It's embarrassing if I'm alone. We waited for the inspection team inside the airlock area leading to the rear storage. We're from the Diamond Kingdom Capital Region Security Force. We'd like to see the captain. A middle-aged man with the rank insignia of a Coast Guard ensign, who appeared to be the leader of the inspection team, came in and gave a standard greeting. The old man, wearing a rank insignia of a petty officer, looked surprised when he saw Kate and the others' suits and began to confirm their affiliation. Huh, where are you guys from? State your affiliation, rank, and name. Ignoring me, he suddenly started questioning Kate. Kate looked surprised and glanced at me, and I quietly nodded, urging her to answer the questions. We're from the 3rd Patrol Squadron, assigned to the space frigate Akeshi, and I'm Kate, the Senior Inspection Team Leader. We've been waiting for the 1st Patrol Squadron, 1st Inspection Team, Petty Officer. Hi. Those who were reported lost? Well, whatever. I want to meet the captain of this ship and your squadron leader. Can you guide me? Huh, if it's the squadron leader, then over there. Kate seemed troubled, so I stepped forward and saluted the squadron leader of the 1st Inspection Team and began to introduce myself. Chapter 23, Prisoner Handover. I'm the squad leader of the Kate squad over there, Lieutenant Bruce of the 2nd Inspection Squad under Akeshi. I beg your pardon. I am Lieutenant Guz of the 1st Inspection Squad of the 1st Patrol Fleet Flagship, Akan. Huh? Speak to me with respect, Lieutenant. Respect? That's impossible. Since we're both lieutenants, the one who was commissioned first should take command in situations like this. The senior officer or something. This doesn't just apply to the military, right? Surely not just the Coast Guard, that's impossible. Lieutenant Guz, why are you using honorifics with me? I think Lieutenant Guz should be the senior here. Indeed, Lieutenant Bruce. However, Lieutenant, you are from the military, and from that elite training school, aren't you? Oh, I see, that's how it is now. I graduated from that school, so I'm considered a career officer in the military, so it's natural for me to take a higher position soon. That's unnecessary. Indeed, if Maria and the others hadn't interfered, I would have been promoted to captain by now. And I would have saluted you with a rank 2 levels higher, floating around without legs. Unfortunately, due to Sister Marika's interference, I'm still just a lieutenant. Damn it, that's meddling. Indeed, I am from the military, but if it bothers you, please refrain from using honorifics since you are the senior here. When I return to the military, I will be a warrant officer, so you will be the superior officer. Understood. Let's keep it equal then. I apologize for bringing it up so suddenly, but may I ask for an explanation? Yes, I will guide you to the bridge and explain on the way. I accompanied Lieutenant Guz to the bridge. Along the way, as promised, I explained the situation up to now. By the time we reached the bridge, I had finished explaining about the prisoners and bodies on the destroyer, and I got Lieutenant Guz to commit to handing them over. Rejoice, Kasumi, we were able to hand them over without much trouble. As soon as we arrived at the bridge, Lieutenant Guz immediately asked me, Lieutenant Bruce, sorry, but can we contact the other ship? Yes, it's fine. We can talk using the ship's internal phone. Please wait a moment. I replied and then called Kasumi on the other ship. Kasumi, can you hear me? Yes, Captain, I can hear you. What is it? Lieutenant Guz of the 1st Patrol Fleet on this side wants to talk to a colleague on your side. Can you catch him? Yes, right next to me is Lieutenant Derelict of the 2nd Inspection Squad. What'd he do? Lieutenant Guz, did you hear that? If it's Derelict, that's fine. Sorry, can you switch? I heard you, Kasumi. Yes, I heard you. Lieutenant Derelict, Lieutenant Guz from the frigate is calling you. Can you take over? With that, Kasumi switched the call to Lieutenant Derelict on the other side. After some discussion between Lieutenants Guz and Derelict over the phone, it seemed they reached a conclusion. Lieutenant Bruce. Regarding the prisoner issue you mentioned earlier, indeed, we'll take over the handling. However, it's also a fact that it went significantly beyond what I can judge. I'll leave most of my subordinates here, but I'll return to the flagship for now. It might take a while for me to be here, but is that acceptable? Yes, in cases like this, inspections don't end so easily. We'll wait for the squadron leader's instructions. Could you convey that to the squadron leader? Lieutenant Bruce. It would be greatly appreciated if you could say so. Also, about the storage where the prisoners are, we'll send soldiers from our side to monitor it, so rest assured. If you want, we can also bring up your soldiers who are over there. We can also take over the ship. I'm very grateful for your proposal. I'm sorry for the sudden request, but it's a bit pitiful to have only a few of us there, so could we move them here? Would that be okay? Oh, it's fine. The entire second inspection squad over there is on standby, so it's no problem. I'll inform Daryl right away. Captain, we're allowed to go over there. We'll go there right away. Oh, Kasumi. I'll be waiting. After a while, everyone over there gathered on our bridge. Since there was nothing to do on the bridge, I assigned some people to Maria and the others, but I kept some in the engine room and sent the rest to the officers' mess to rest. Are you okay, Captain? Marika asked me, so I answered. Oh, well, I wouldn't have a chance to sit in the captain's seat otherwise, and although there's nothing to do, we can't leave the bridge unmanned. There's the option of taking shifts if there are no officers, but since there are officers present, officers should remain. As for those officers, there are only me and Maria here, so we might have someone else take over, but since I'm here at first, feel free to rest without hesitation. Oh, Satch will stay on duty and remain on the bridge. Maria will decide who stays in the engine room. Right, Maria? Yes, I'll stay here, so don't worry. Leave the engine room to me. Although there's not much we can do here. Captain, it's okay. I'll stop Maria if she goes out of control, so please rest assured. Oh, come on, Kiori. I won't go out of control. Okay, I'll leave it to you. Let me know immediately if anything happens. Yes, understood, Captain. That last conversation was somewhat worrying. Oh well, we'll just have to wait. Then, 3 hours later, there was finally some movement. Surprisingly, the 2 frigates blocking our path started moving. Slowly, very slowly, but they were heading towards us. What are those 2 ships planning by approaching this ship? I should probably inform the crew via the ship-wide broadcast, just in case. He said, this is the bridge. There's a change in the situation outside. 2 frigates are approaching the main ship. I don't think there will be a collision, but be prepared for impact just in case. That's all. That should do it. Those pirates must have damaged their engines. If there were a sudden impact, Maria wouldn't know what to do in the engine room, and there could even be an explosion if we're unlucky. We want to avoid that at all costs. After my announcement, everyone gathered on the bridge. Honestly, everyone seemed bored. What's going on? Captain, did you hear anything? No, nothing. Then Satchai, who had been crowded on the bridge until now, calculated the courses of the 2 approaching ships and informed us. The 2 ships are approaching, sandwiching the 2 ships, including the main ship. They're probably preparing to come alongside. Come alongside? Did you figure something out, Captain? If the 2 ships are coming alongside, there are limited reasons. Well, it's probably to pick up the prisoners. That destroyer isn't likely to go far from here. It seems that way. The 2 ships will come alongside soon. Boom, boom, boom. It seems both ships have come alongside. About 20 minutes after the ships came alongside, Ensign Guz, who had just come to the bridge, came back. Lieutenant Bruce, I apologize for surprising you. Since we couldn't use the radio, this happened, and I apologize. Ensign Guz, I'm sorry to bother you, but could you tell us why the ships came alongside? It's to transport the bodies of the pirates on that ship and accommodate the prisoners. Due to the number of people, they came alongside. We don't have a tube to use. We had no choice but to come alongside to transport the people. Indeed, there were more prisoners than the capacity of the ship's boat. If we were to transport them with an escort in the ship's boat, we wouldn't know how many round trips we'd have to make. If we could use the rescue facilities tube, it would be more rational to quickly connect the tube and move them. However, if we could use the tube, why did it take so long to implement it? As I wondered, Ensign Guz apologized to me. I apologize for the delay in the operation. After all, we couldn't make a decision with just the patrol squadron and had to inquire with headquarters, so we waited for their response. I see. Then we'll be released soon too, won't we? No, I'm sorry, but I've heard that the overall commander of the 1st Mobile Fleet, which is about to arrive here, will be responsible for your treatment. We will leave this airspace once the transfer is complete, but Lieutenant Bruce is asked to wait for the arrival of the 1st Mobile Fleet. Here's the order. It was issued by the commander of the 1st Patrol Squadron, but it's a formal order, so please follow the instructions. With that, he took out a single order from his chest and handed it to me. Once again, it was a formatted order with the commander's signature, printed using the ship's printer. With this much effort, we have no choice. I read the order, saluted Ensign Guz, and conveyed that I accepted the order. Chapter 24. Maria and the others rampage. An hour later, the 1st Patrol Fleet, including Lieutenant Guz, left this area. Fortunately, or perhaps because they did their job properly, the people of the 1st Patrol Fleet sealed off the destroyer and prohibited entry, so we no longer had to take care of it. Just like before, I started doing busy work on the frigate. There's really nothing to do. I handed over command of the bridge to Lieutenant Merica and decided to pass the time by exploring the ship. Upon hearing this, Sister Merica made a request. "Captain, if you're going to stroll around the ship to pass the time, could you take Maria with you from the engine room?" "Why?" "To be honest, I'm a little worried about leaving Maria alone in the engine room any longer. If you accompany her under the pretext of investigating the ship, she'll probably go along with you without too much fuss." Upon hearing this from Merica, I realized she might have a point. I remembered how Maria's already high tension seemed to get even higher when talking to her on the ship's internal phone. Indeed, that's true. Okay, I'll take Maria with me for a walk around the ship from now on. I'll transfer command of the bridge to Lieutenant Merica. Since we're still on duty, I have to make sure things are done properly. I can't just say I'm going for a walk around the ship because I'm bored. Lieutenant Merica, who understands this well, saluted and returned the gesture. "From now on, I will take command of the bridge from the captain. Kate, Bunny, escort the captain." "Understood." With Kate and the others accompanying me, I headed to the engine room located in the center of the ship. As we approached the engine room, we heard a loud noise coming from inside. "What's that? There shouldn't be anything going on in the engine room." "Oh no, Maria's rampaging again." Kate shouted, then hurried into the engine room. I followed suit and entered. What are you guys doing?" Maria and Kasumi were dismantling the main engine in a rather forceful manner. "Kasumi, aren't you supposed to keep Maria from going off the rails?" Right now, the two of them were doing something outrageous right in front of me. Taking advantage of wearing power suits, they were using their full strength to break apart the casing of the broken main engine. Thanks to Kate, who entered the room first and managed to restrain Maria before the ship exploded, I ordered Kasumi, who was nearby, to stop what they were doing. "I guess having free time was a mistake. I order you too. From now on, come with me for a patrol of the ship. We'll leave for patrol right away." "Awa, this is such a rare opportunity. It's such a shame." "Yes, Captain. Since it's already broken, and we have some time, could we do just a little more?" "That's because you two no longer have that time. I gave an order. Free time is over." "Oh." "Of course, if you're not careful, this ship could explode. Can you afford to overlook that?" "We wouldn't make such a mistake." "Good, get out of the engine room right away." With that, I forcibly removed them from the engine room. Since I intended to patrol from the bow of the ship, as we walked towards the bow, the two of them muttered complaints to me. They really have a bad attitude. Wasn't the area around a warship's engine supposed to be strictly confidential, except for maintenance areas? You're not even military personnel. You shouldn't be allowed to see those places at all. You could even be subject to punishment. We understand that. But this ship isn't a kingdom's warship. That's true, but it's not entirely without ties. You see, according to my memory, this frigate has been manufactured at the Caspel factory for several years. And although it's a bit different from military specifications, it was probably exported to one of the kingdom's allied countries. So, since it's not military property, it's definitely safe. Then it's even worse. All right, let's patrol. We'll make sure nothing worse happens. With the addition of the two dissatisfied crew members, we resumed our patrol inside the ship. However, I couldn't appreciate Kasumi's words from earlier. They were rather ominous. According to her, this ship would become a diplomatic issue completely. Even though ownership would transfer away from the export destination once pirates seized it, there were still likely to be various problems. Even I, who had just graduated from school, could understand that it would be a tricky situation. The higher-ups would likely be pulling their hair out once they learned this fact. Ah, and then it's us who will get the brunt of it. You, Maria, I hope your actions haven't worsened the situation further, but I'm starting to worry about what's to come. As I walked with such gloomy thoughts, the ship's intercom came on. Captain, do you copy? Maria, please bring the nearest phone. Yes, here you go. Maria, thanks, so I hear you, Sister Merica. Yes, that's correct. Is something wrong? I'm not entirely sure yet, but a large ship is approaching us. Please return to the bridge immediately. Ah, understood. I'll head there now, but sorry, gather everyone together. Yes, understood, but why? This area is mostly ruled by the Ludalaria. It's unlikely that any hostile forces like pirates are approaching. So, the ship coming towards us must be manned by those who have authority over us. It's probably the first Mobile fleet. If that's the case, once they arrive in this area, they'll either board from there or call us over. If we dawdle, it's easy to imagine what will happen afterward. Yes, understood. I'll gather them right away. What about the engine room? There's no need to have people in the engine room anymore. The batteries alone should be enough, and it's not certain that the second and third Marias won't come out. Huh? Did she cause trouble again? Yeah, I'll tell you when I get there. I'm right in front of the first gun control room now, so it shouldn't take long to get to the bridge. I'm heading there now. That's all. I heard you. I'll return to the bridge immediately. Captain, isn't that a bit harsh? What's this about the second and third Maria? It's not fair to make it sound like I'm representing evil. You caused enough trouble to warrant it. My head is pounding now. I wonder how I'll be able to smooth things over with the higher-ups we're going to meet. Is it going to be that bad? I don't know. Anyway, we've arrived at the bridge. Oh, Captain. That one. Merica pointed at the ship displayed on the monitor. Can you tell the type and affiliation of that ship? Oh, I know. That was Kasumi's response. She seemed to be a battleship enthusiast. Oh, that's our flagship. It's the flagship of the first Mobile fleet, the Dragon. It's a space cruiser, the Dragon. Oh, it's not going to act alone. More will come after that. Ships from the first Mobile fleet. Oh, really? I can see the next one. Oh, that's the second ship, the Tanami, a space Aegis ship. After that, ships from the first Mobile fleet appeared, and Kasumi's excitement reached its peak. I hope she doesn't faint from excitement. While we were caught up in that, the radio came on. Oh, the radio's working. It seems to be working since earlier. What will you do? There's been a call coming in from them. What are they doing? Respond immediately. Captain, what? Idiot, immediately identify ourselves and ask for instructions afterward. Yes, I'll respond. Sorry to keep you waiting. This is the 3rd Patrol Squadron, Akeshi, belonging to the 2nd Inspection Squad. We're currently stationed on a space frigate under the instructions of the 1st Patrol Squadron. We await further instructions. Hi. This is the flagship of the Capital Space Security Corps, the Dragon. You're boarding here, be prepared. We'll open the rear hatch. No, there's no need for that as we'll transfer via the tube. Pay particular attention around the airlock. Understood, we're all waiting on the bridge. Chapter 25, Interrogation. After 30 minutes, a tube was connected over and more people kept coming in. Suddenly, the soldier who entered the bridge broke and a dignified figure emerged from it. I stepped forward to greet him with a salute. I'm Lieutenant now, Bruce, the commander of the 2nd Inspection Team of the 3rd Patrol Squadron Space Frigate Akeshi, I said. Acknowledging my greeting, the other person saluted and revealed his identity. He looked very important. His rank insignia was already at the level of a general. Yes, he belonged to the class of people referred to as admirals. You've done well. Your actions have already been reported by the 1st Patrol Squadron. I am Rear Admiral Stone, the captain of the flagship of the 1st Mobile fleet, the Dragon. A big shot suddenly showed up, but what was he planning to do? The people gathered on the bridge began to stir. Encountering such a big shot was not something you saw every day. He was the kind of big shot you might see on a monitor during New Year's greetings. Lieutenant Bruce, the Admiral is waiting for you on the flagship. Sorry, but I need you to come with me. Ha, Your Excellency, what about the other soldiers? I'll be taking over this ship, so leave only the handover and depart, but I suppose that's not possible here either. Then Sister Merica stepped forward and said to the Admiral, I'm Merica, serving as Lieutenant Bruce Adjutant. We'll handle the handover, but there are the bridge and the engine room, so we'll handle the handover with everyone. Oh, I see. Then please do so. Once the handover is done, I'll send my adjutant over to you, so follow his instructions. Understood. Well then, Ensign, shall we go? I followed the captain of the flagship and headed towards the Dragon. This ship is quite large. It's no wonder, as it's the largest ship in the Coast Guard and was a warship in the Space Navy until recently. In the Space Navy, there are larger ships like the Space Superdreadnought and the Space Battleship, but it's still a cruiser-class ship that follows the Space Battleship in size. With this class of ship, there's plenty of room for living space. I was taken to a room that serves as the Fleet Commander's office, a room adjacent to the bridge's operational command room, where the commander of the 1st Mobile Fleet and the overall commander of the Coast Guard, the general commander of the Capital Space Security Force, were stationed. It's like the highest-ranking person's office in space for the Coast Guard. By the way, this person usually has a splendid room at the headquarters in the capital and rarely ventures into space unless absolutely necessary. As Kasumi from our team mentioned before, this ship doesn't operate alone. Indeed, it doesn't operate alone, but it often stands by alone. Moreover, it's not uncommon for only the vice commander to be on board, while the commander stays back at headquarters. Actually, that's more often the case. So, this room is truly used only on rare occasions. A truly wasteful use. It's a story that can happen because we confine our activities to the narrow range of the capital region. Even if we deploy, it's usually just for a few days of travel, and sometimes it's even just for a day trip. That's a big difference from the military. Returning to the story, I was escorted by the captain to the office of the Supreme Commander. Upon entering, I found myself in a truly spacious room. It's about half the size of the spacious room we passed earlier, known as the Operations Command Room. While the Operations Command Room usually has over 10 staff members and officers present, this room is occupied only by the Supreme Commander. I've heard that there's often a secretary, but still, it's spacious. I've brought him. Hey, Captain. In space, I'm the Supreme Commander. I apologize for that. He's the captain of the 2nd Inspection Unit. As the captain addressed me, I saluted and introduced myself. I'm Lieutenant Now Bruce, captain of the 2nd Inspection Unit, belonging to the 3rd Patrol Squadron's space frigate Akeshi. So, you're that lieutenant who caused us some trouble. Well, go ahead. As suggested by the Supreme Commander, I sat on the sofa in the reception area. It's amazing to have a reception area in space. Truly fitting for the leader's room. After the Supreme Commander suggested I sit down, he took his seat opposite me. Then, he casually started talking and asked me, "Well, technically, we've received reports about you from the 1st Patrol Squadron. Also, we've been briefed by your superiors about the circumstances that led you to confront the pirates. But, just for confirmation, I'd like to hear the situation from you in detail. Do you mind?" Although he asked if it was okay to ask questions, I have no choice. Yes, it might take a bit long from the beginning, but would you mind? Oh, this needs to be thoroughly investigated. It's become a significant matter that can't be resolved with just reports. After being told that, I politely reported from when I received the assault order from Akeshi's Captain Dusty, to Maria defeating the pirates with a strange weapon and seizing the space destroyer, and finally, to capturing the fortunate frigate that was coming afterward. I see, it seems so. The top brass seems to be quite troubled. There's some problem, but honestly, I don't know what it is. I understand your explanation. You and your team will accompany us back to the capital. Perhaps soon you'll receive orders. It's a transfer. Be prepared, that's all. At the end, something quite suspicious was muttered, which made me quite concerned. I don't really aspire for promotion, but I hope they spare me from being transferred to an administrative position. After being escorted by the captain and leaving the room, I was taken to the officers' mess. Our group had already gathered there. Sorry, but please wait here. It'll only be a few hours. This ship will head to the Flaren spaceport soon. After saying that to me, the captain returned to his duties. Once the captain left my side, Sister Marika came to me and gave me a report. The handover of the frigate has been completed safely. Was there any problem, like with the engines? Oh, that, Maria managed to cover it up herself. Did Maria get scolded or anything? No, nothing like that. Just that it was a terrible breakdown. I breathed a sigh of relief at Maria's answer. She managed to cover it up somehow, but what will happen from now on? Oh, that's right. I was told about the transfer by the Supreme Commander. I should inform everyone just in case. Captain, how was the meeting with the higher-ups? Oh, I just reported what we've done. They seemed quite troubled. But more importantly, there was something concerning mentioned at the end. Something concerning. Yes, it seems like we'll receive transfer orders as soon as we arrive at headquarters. What? Where to? I have no idea. They just said we'd be transferred immediately. Despite our concerns, the flagship Dragon, with its accompanying ships, headed to the Flaren spaceport in the capital at almost top speed. I was surprised when we arrived in less than 2 hours, faster than what the captain had said. It seems they used interdimensional navigation, a method rarely used in this region, for the journey. It seems like things are moving quite hectically. Upon reaching the port, we were almost detained in what seemed like a confinement situation in the military accommodation facilities attached to the base. While it's a military facility, it looks nothing like it, more like a luxury hotel in the capital, comfortable to stay in but unsettling due to the circumstances of our arrival. Ultimately, 2 days after being detained here, we were summoned by headquarters. I brought everyone and headed to the headquarters where I received my transfer orders before. When we went to the reception to explain the purpose of our visit, we were greeted by Sasha-san, the receptionist who had welcomed me before. Oh, Sasha-san, is it? Yes, Lieutenant Bruce, I've been informed of the matter. Please come to meeting room C on the 11th floor. They said everyone should come together. Oh, was it Sasha-san? Yes, that's right. Do you remember the place? Ah, it's okay. Shall we go from there? Yes, please head to the elevator. Thank you, Sasha-san. We walked together to the elevator hall. Captain, who's that person? Is she the captain's lover? Or girlfriend? The captain is quite popular. And so on, with all sorts of gossip. She's the receptionist who kindly guided me here the first time. Moreover, it hasn't even been a month since we met. At least since then, I've only met her. She must be a professional receptionist. She wouldn't forget in just a month. With that, we chatted as we headed to the meeting room. Just like before, when we knocked on the door, there was a response from inside, and we all entered together. Chapter 26, Pompous Transfer Order. When we entered, the person I had met before was waiting with a difficult expression, like he had just bitten into a bitter pill. We've been waiting for you, gentlemen. We were the ones who had been waiting. Even though it had only been 2 days, I didn't understand why we had to be detained. Sorry for the wait. We, the 2nd Inspection Team of the 3rd Patrol Squadron Space Frigate Akeshi, have been summoned by headquarters. Very well, let's begin then. Lieutenant now, Bruce. Yes. By special exception, you are ordered to transfer from the Space Frigate Akeshi back to the Capital Space Security Force Headquarters, General Affairs Department, from the moment you sortie, and to form a squad within the General Affairs Department. What are you doing? I was scolded for being puzzled by the incomprehensible orders read before me. Yes, sir, I humbly accept the mission. I hurriedly accepted the mission because I was scolded and stepped back. Soldier Marika. Sir, you are ordered to transfer from the Space Frigate Akeshi to a squad to be formed within the Capital Space Security Force Headquarters. Yes, sir. I humbly accept the mission. Next, orders were read out to all members of the 2nd Inspection Team, and the meeting seemed to be over. That's all. We'll prepare a room for you starting tomorrow, so be on duty there. Any questions? It's not a matter of whether there are questions, I just don't understand. Where should I even start with the questions? May I ask a question? What is it? I believe you are. I'm Kasumi, Sergeant of the Maria team of the 2nd Inspection Team. Kasumi, what's your question? Yes, what are we supposed to do starting tomorrow? Kasumi's question was exactly the question on everyone's mind in this room. Nice one, Kasumi. The person in charge, who already had a difficult expression, began to answer with an even more severe expression. Do you know what our General Affairs team does? Yes, it's like supporting the front line. Doing behind-the-scenes work. Indeed, we are the behind-the-scenes workers of your line. You could call us staff, but let me tell you about the work of these behind-the-scenes workers. All right, we in General Affairs are the handyman of the Capital Space Security Force. We're asked to do all sorts of unreasonable things. Yes, that includes dealing with people in positions like yours right now. Oh, starting tomorrow, you'll be on standby here and just follow orders from above. You can relax, we won't keep you on standby for long. Work will come down from above soon enough. Until then, please wait patiently. Chapter 27, Adults' Wicked Scheming. That official recalled the hardships he had endured. He was Borden von Brugel, the third son of the Brugel family. He must have been quite exceptional. He graduated from the Career Bureaucrat Training Program at the prestigious First Royal University, where now Bruce had been recommended. Although he belonged to the nobility, he had smoothly progressed in his career and was currently working as a bureaucrat in the Capital Space Security Force headquarters. Even for someone of his status, it was difficult to be in the capital, let alone hold the position of director of the General Affairs Department at the headquarters of the Capital Space Security Force, which could be considered a combination of luck and ability. Even he had been accumulating stomach ulcers due to recent mental stress. The main cause of this was an incident that happened more than 2 days ago. Or rather, it was the aftermath of an incident that happened even earlier, which he had been caught up in 2 days ago. It all started when the first Mobile fleet, which now and the others were on, returned to the foreign spaceport in the capital. Director, the Admiral is returning. I see, understood. We received instructions from the Admiral via radio. What instructions? That doesn't bode well. There are no good stories coming to us. Your prediction, Director, is probably correct. No, Vice Director, it's different. Oh, so does that mean it's good news? No, not good news, but desperate news. What's that? Yes, apparently, the royal family is also involved in the recent series of incidents. I've heard that the Royal Inspection Department has already begun an investigation. Is that true? Yes, Director. A task force has already been set up within the neighboring police headquarters. I see. There's no use being afraid here. Let's prepare for the meeting immediately. Gather all relevant personnel in the main conference room. Yes. It was from such a conversation that his misfortune began. Until the Admiral returned to the headquarters, everyone working at the headquarters was waiting in the main conference room. The Admiral entered the conference room without going to his office, and the meeting began. I'm back, everyone. Regarding the recent attack on the transport ship, we were able to bring back the troops who repelled the pirates and capture 2 pirate ships safely. At that time, I was able to confirm the details of the recent events from them personally, so I'll have the Secretary explain. Yes, then let me explain on behalf of the Admiral. Please refrain from taking notes at this time. Sorry, but refrain from taking notes, as there is a risk of disclosing confidential information. It's just until we decide on a policy. Well, let's get started with the explanation. The Secretary said so, and explained the details he had heard from now. After hearing the explanation to the end, someone spoke up among those present. From what I've just heard, there seems to be a discrepancy with the previous reports. Since this report comes from those who actually carried out the operation, I believe this one is correct. However, if that's the case, it will lead to a serious problem. It was the director of the audit department at the Coast Guard who said this. Yes, but the current explanation makes sense. It also matches the report from the neighboring transport ship. Yes, by neighbor, they meant the police headquarters, which was an organization with headquarters in the same building. Although incidents in space fall under the jurisdiction of the Coast Guard, the transport ship reported the damage to the Public Safety Department in the port immediately after entering the port. This Public Safety Department is under the jurisdiction of the Capitol Police Headquarters. Normally, once this Public Safety Department receives a report of damage, they hand over the case to the Coast Guard in charge, but this time, they couldn't do that. Firstly, because it was too unnatural for the ship to be attacked. In an area where radar couldn't be used, it would be impossible to be attacked unless you knew the route in advance. However, due to the nature of the cargo being carried by this transport ship, which was an important resource for the kingdom, the route was kept completely secret. So, the question arose as to how this secret had leaked, leading to a request for an investigation by the Public Safety Department. Next, even though the 3rd Mobile Fleet was nearby when the actual attack took place, they left without providing any assistance. This was clearly considered dereliction of duty, and a complaint was filed, along with the damage report. In a typical situation, when the Coast Guard and the victim have differing claims, the victim's assertion is often dismissed as confusion from being attacked, and the Coast Guard's claim prevails. But this time, it wasn't so straightforward. Firstly, the victim's report didn't solely go through the Coast Guard, but was also handled by other departments, making it impossible to manipulate. Furthermore, the victim's report included accusations of dereliction of duty by the Coast Guard, prompting an external investigation, especially by the Royal Inspection Department. In such circumstances, the Coast Guard couldn't remain idle. They had to act swiftly, given the uncertainty of directives from the palace. Consequently, as soon as the incident came to light, the Coast Guard's audit department sprang into action. Admiral Ash conducted immediate interrogations, followed by separate interviews with Commander Pot and Captain Dusty, to compile preliminary reports. However, as mentioned earlier, these reports contradicted the account of the attacked transport ship. Until Now and the others were rescued, no significant progress could be made. However, when the first patrol squadron made contact with them, the situation took a sudden turn. It appeared that the truth lay with the attacked transport ship. Upon direct confirmation by the Director General, the Coast Guard was compelled to resolve the matter. The ongoing meeting was convened to address this. "What matters now is our course of action," stated the Director General to the Commissioner's question. "In light of the evident flaws on our part, punishment is inevitable," responded the head of the Audit Department. "The issue lies in the nature of this punishment. Exactly what are we being punished for? We mustn't mention the decoy operation. That's something the nation can't know about. It's not just the nation, but also public opinion. We must tread carefully. The backlash could be severe." The decoy operation referred to the deliberate leak of detailed navigation plans of the transport ship to pirates. It all started with how the pirates obtained information about the transport ship's plans. However, their knowledge was quite basic, and the likelihood of a successful attack seemed low. So, the Coast Guard leaked detailed plans to manipulate the pirates' actions to suit their own agenda. Since the area was devoid of radar and radio signals, visual confirmation was the only means of detection. Therefore, to ensure the pirates were found in the vastness of space, the Coast Guard guided them to attack the transport ship at a location of their choosing. Thus, by guiding the pirates to attack along the ship's route, the Coast Guard ensured they would be discovered. Indeed, the Third Mobile Fleet succeeded in locating the pirates. However, the problem arose when they managed to escape. Moreover, military and Coast Guard personnel are prohibited from abandoning civilian ships, even in significantly disadvantaged situations. Considering the relatively equal strength in this instance, their actions couldn't be justified. Therefore, it's likely that false reports were submitted by the personnel on site. As the survival of Now and the second inspection team seemed bleak, the trio likely provided matching testimonies, believing it would be futile to argue otherwise. However, with Now and the others rescued, everything would eventually come to light. At the very least, the decoy operation had to be concealed, hence the tense atmosphere in the meeting. Isn't there any alternative? If this continues, the Royal Inspection Department will uncover it. That would spell disaster for the entire security force. While everyone present at the meeting thought, "You're the ones who caused this mess," no one dared to voice it. The ones trembling now were the frontline supervisors responsible for executing this plan, known as the Line. All of them were either seconded from the military or transferred. Their sole focus was on achieving significant success to return to the military or to spite those who had pushed them out. At this point, the head of the audit department spoke up. "I still think you need to be punished in a visible way. Hi, you should take responsibility as the commander. The commander should take the appropriate responsibility, but I'm not asking for resignation. The responsibility the commander should take is only supervisory responsibility for subordinates." "What do you mean?" "Yes, we all don't know about the decoy operation, and such a plan doesn't exist in the first place." "What?" "The responsibility this time lies in dereliction of duty and reckless orders. Admiral Ash, the highest-ranking officer on the scene, must bear this responsibility. Furthermore, according to the basic law, Commander Potto and Captain Dusty should also take appropriate responsibility for ordering subordinates into dangerous situations. Regarding these three individuals, we need to convene a formal inquiry committee and present the results to His Majesty. And the commander himself must explain to His Majesty in person, seeking forgiveness as appropriate as a supervisory responsibility. That's what I think. Do you think this will settle the matter? No, not yet. Now we need public opinion manipulation. Don't you think so, Chief of Staff? Section. Look, they're here, dumping this kind of trouble on me just because I'm the Chief of Staff. Whether or not manipulation of public opinion succeeds depends on utilizing all available means like public relations. If that happens, it'll fall within my purview, but it's giving me a stomachache. How much punishment do you think is appropriate for the 3 who just came out? Well, it depends on the results of the inquiry committee, but it will have to be quite severe for the royal family to be satisfied. Since the decoy operation, which should not have existed, will likely come to light, they will have to pretend not to have seen it. Therefore, demotion is inevitable for the 3 of them. In addition, they should return their retirement benefits and retire by request. Such heavy punishment. Wouldn't the 3 of them agree to that? Once false reporting is discovered, such punishment seems appropriate. And if you're from the military, you should know that this is clearly a case for a military tribunal. Moreover, it's a case where the worst-case scenario, even the highest penalty, could be considered. If you like, shall we return those 3 to the military and decide on their punishment through a military tribunal? I think it's possible, but in that case, the commander may not emerge unscathed. Understood. Could you please take care of the internal affairs to prevent unnecessary confusion caused by this? I've been burdened with even more trouble. As for the policy, let's go with this. Wait a minute. This is not enough for the citizens, considering what has happened. After all, a transport ship was attacked. Therefore, we need to divert the attention of the people elsewhere. What do you suggest? We need heroes. You know, there are heroes who saved a transport ship attacked by pirates under overwhelmingly disadvantageous circumstances. I think we should request decorations for them from the royal family. Is this also under the jurisdiction of the Chief of Staff? It's going to be a lot of work, but do your best. Wait a minute. If we go with that plan, Captain Dusty will also have achievements in ordering the heroes. Is that okay? If only Captain Dusty's mistakes are diminished, I don't think Admiral Ash and Commander's Potto will remain silent. What do you think, Chief of Staff? Give me a break. What more do you want me to do? Fine, let's just do it. Basically, let's recognize the merits of Lieutenant Bruce and his team and make sure Captain Dusty doesn't get any of those merits. I understand. If we recognize the merits of Lieutenant Bruce and his team only, how about transferring Lieutenant Bruce? As long as it's just the merits of a direct superior, it doesn't have to be the immediate superior at the time the merit was gained. That's ridiculous. That's why I said I understand it's unreasonable. Wait a minute, maybe it's not so impossible. Minister of Justice, would this pose a problem? Please wait a moment. To cut to the chase, legally, retroactive transfer orders are not illegal. Also, it does not violate the employment regulations of the Coast Guard, so it is possible. However, this is unprecedented. We can't afford to ignore it this time. Make arrangements immediately. Head of Personnel understood. If it's just about making appointments, I can do it right away. But honestly, I'm worried about the confusion within the organization. We can push through some degree of chaos with the handling of this whole series of incidents. Understood, but what about the transfer destination? Is it appropriate to attach them to the headquarters? No, can such a thing be allowed? If they are attached to the headquarters, some of the achievements will also be credited to the headquarters. I'm worried that there will be complaints from others when you make decisions on your own. All right, I understand. This is unprecedented after all. Assign them all to the General Affairs Department. The rest will be decided by the Personnel and General Affairs Departments. Understood. Let's consider this meeting adjourned. With that said, the day before, after repeated negotiations with personnel, even though it seemed impossible, I created a practical task force attached to the General Affairs Department. Questions arose, but even I couldn't think of what to have them do. Well, I should be prepared to be reprimanded until then, as something will surely be dictated from above. It would have been nice to say that. If only they could understand even a little of my struggles. I handed the orders to Lieutenant Bruce and hurriedly left the room, but the deputy chief caught me. The director, the chief inspector, is calling for you. Do you know what it's about? The results of the inquiry committee just came out. So, is it about that matter? Ah, I see. I'm going to use this as an excuse to see His Majesty, so I'm his talisman. Understood, I'll go see the chief inspector now. If it turns out that I have to go to the palace, I'll order you to accompany me, so get ready to go out. True to the deputy chief's expectations, I was taken to the palace by the chief inspector. Chapter 28. Organization's Hard Workers. The head of the organization had requested an audience with His Majesty, but the head of the General Affairs Department, along with his vice head who also served as his deputy, went to the inspection department to explain the whole situation and negotiate for their understanding. Ultimately, it took until late at night to obtain some form of understanding, and they left the inspection department. Waiting for him was one of his friends from university. He was the head of the finance department at the royal palace. In this case, it was subtle as to which of the two, the head of the Coast Guard's General Affairs Department or the head of the finance department at the royal palace, was more successful. He held a lower status as the head of the Coast Guard, while the other was a department head at the political center of the royal palace. Well, he casually caught the head of the General Affairs Department and started talking. Borden, long time no see. It's rare to meet like this. You're not saying something obvious. There must be a reason why you're waiting for me until this late hour. You probably already know what we're going through. Sorry. Forgive me. So what's the matter? You're not free either. Oh, it's about work. There's a reward for the Coast Guard. A reward, huh? Can't refuse that. Do I need to hear the details of the reward? It's probably nothing good anyway. I don't want to hear about anything that might bring misfortune. I don't know what you're wary of, but oh well. Come back here tomorrow. I'll be waiting at the finance department. All right, got it. The next day, the head of the General Affairs Department, accompanied by his deputy, went to the royal palace again. They had been summoned by the head of finance yesterday. Thanks for coming. Let's get straight to the reward. Saying so, the head of finance handed them a government document. Take a look at this. Hey, isn't this? Yeah, that's right. It's a frigate captured by you guys. This is His Majesty's will for you. Can I ask why? Oh sure, as far as I know. He explained that, while there were serious flaws in the Coast Guard's handling of the situation, there were also significant achievements that warranted recognition. The fact that they had defeated the pirate Hishiyama family with only a few people was remarkable. Above all, capturing 2 ships from the pirates was significant. Because they had achieved tangible results, it was necessary to publicly acknowledge them to the people. However, they couldn't celebrate the commendation for Now and the others at the national level. The reason Now and the others were forced to confront the situation alone was to prevent it from becoming public knowledge. Disliking overt actions, the higher-ups intended to grant honors discreetly. As a gesture of recognition to the citizens, the Coast Guard would be rewarded with a newly captured ship. Additionally, it seemed there were other motives, though those weren't clear yet, and there was also a lack of interested parties. Tomorrow, a grand ceremony using the royal treasury was planned to officially present military ships. Understandably, the palace knew that the captured vessels wouldn't be immediately operational, so along with the ships, funds for repair and refurbishment would be provided. What do you want me to do then? Well, we're not unreasonable. It's impossible for the Coast Guard, without repair and maintenance facilities, to suddenly undertake repairs. We've already arranged for that. However, our responsibility ends here. We can't transport that ship to the dock ourselves. We need the Coast Guard to handle that responsibility. They're willing to move it immediately after tomorrow's ceremony. All right, understood. So just to confirm, we can move the ship after the ceremony. Well, technically, I did say after the ceremony, but that's just for appearances. Since the ceremony will only involve an announcement, the ship's relocation shouldn't be an issue anytime. After all, that ship is currently under your control. Its official location will be determined at the ceremony. In that case, why don't we use those guys? The deputy director, who had been silent until now, whispered. Those guys. Lieutenant Bruce's squad. You can mobilize them under the jurisdiction of the General Affairs. Well, that would save some trouble, but can they handle it? It'll be fine. According to the report, they've been solely responsible for moving from the pirate attack site to Lucilaria. I see. In that case, let's give them the order right away. They've probably been idle, so it's perfect. What's wrong? Is there a problem? No, it's just that we've sorted out the return voyage. We'll start preparations to sail the ship to the dock immediately. We should express our gratitude here, shouldn't we? Either way. It still seems quite challenging, but hang in there. Thank you. After returning to headquarters from the palace, the head of General Affairs went straight to see the Director General. He wanted to inform about the ship's return voyage as a courtesy. Section, utilizing personnel from General Affairs fell within his purview, so he didn't need permission from anyone. However, given the circumstances, he thought it prudent to consult with the Director General. After obtaining permission easily, he went directly to see Now. The members of the Now team were each lounging in a room given to them, doing what they liked. These guys won't do anything unless told. Even though I'm struggling so much, the ones who caused this. The Chief of Staff entered the room and called for Now, deepening the wrinkles on his forehead. Now, who was reading the latest volume of his favorite fantasy novel, suddenly straightened up in front of the Chief of Staff, as if a student caught misbehaving were showing contrition to the teacher. After saluting, Now asked the Chief, "Chief of Staff, is it an order?" "Yes, it's urgent, but a perfect job has come up for you guys. Here's the order." Before receiving the order, Now lined up his subordinates. After lining up, he faced the Chief again and received the order. "Lieutenant, now Bruce, you are ordered to act as the acting captain of the Provisional Space Frigate Butcher and lead your subordinates to the 13th dock of the Space Fleet Factory on the Lucillaria surface." "Yes, I humbly accept the order." After conveying only this order, the Chief of Staff left the busy room. Section, what are we going to do next, Captain? Maria asked in her usual tone, not showing any tension at all. "It's about towing the space frigate, but was there a ship named Butcher with us? And the way the name is different." "That's right. It's the one we took from the pirates." "Yes, the chief said it was a provisional name, and it's the name of the captured ship. That's why it came to the Coast Guard. I think they used the previous name as a provisional name, because the name hasn't been decided yet. In short, are we supposed to tow it to the dock for repairs?" "Yes, Sister Merica. I guess the higher-ups thought it would be good to leave such chores to us, who have nothing else to do. But isn't it strange? That ship is a space frigate, just us towing it." "Maria, it's not towing, it's returning." "What's the difference?" "They're telling us to transport that ship under its own power, Kate. Just us transporting that ship. In fact, we brought it here ourselves. I think the higher-ups ordered it knowing that." "Well, that's probably it. Anyway, we have to go back to that ship. Kasumi, sorry, but could you find us a means of transportation urgently? It'll probably be via the regular route to Lucillaria through the spaceport. If we can't have it transported by spacecraft from here, that's the only option. Fortunately, this is the General Affairs Department, so we can arrange it right away. I'll arrange it for everyone." With that, Kasumi left. "Well, we don't know when we'll be back here next, so let's clean up the room and vacate it. We might still be able to ride that newer ship after repairs." "We're not going to get something like that." "Well, if it's work, we can't refuse." "That's right. I'll count on you again, Sister Merica." "Okay, then I'll clean up until Kasumi comes back." "Yes, Sister Merica." It seems that arranging things was quite a hassle, as Kasumi returned an hour after leaving the room. "Captain, there was a civilian transport ship 2 hours ago, and we've been allowed on board." "Civilian? Which port should we go to?" "Foreign spaceport will be fine. It's a civilian ship, but it's doing military work, and it's the one that returns to Lucillaria from foreign spaceport." "I see. Okay, then we're done cleaning up here, so gather your belongings and meet at foreign spaceport. For now, let's disband here. See you at the port later." "Yes, Captain." Chapter 29, The Problematic Metal. We traveled from the spaceport to Lucillaria by transport ship and then transferred through planes and trains until we reached the orbital elevator. "Captain, it's been quite exhausting." "Yeah, didn't expect it to be this much trouble. Seems like they're ready to move the elevator soon." "Oh, come on, let's take a break. There's nowhere to rest in such a remote place like this." "Let's go." We headed directly to the monitoring satellite at the end point of the orbital elevator. We bypassed stations like tourist spots along the way, but Maria and the others looked quite resentful as we passed by. There were places to rest. They complained. While it might have been enjoyable at tourist spots, We, who make a living traveling in space, wouldn't find joy in space tourism. We didn't have time for it, so I had to give up, but they'll probably bring it up later. Our internal combustion boat that we had been using was still there at the monitoring satellite. It seems like the soldiers who manage that ship are still using it. We informed the pilot of the internal combustion boat of our destination and headed to the space frigate. When the internal combustion boat entered the aft hangar of the space frigate, the soldiers who were managing it came to greet us. By order of headquarters, I, Lieutenant Bruce, have been entrusted with the return of this ship. I'd like to meet the person in charge. I'm currently in charge of this ship, Ensign Giotto of the Bismuth Base Security Team, leader of the 2nd Security Squad. I've received instructions from the base regarding Lieutenant Bruce. Well then, let's proceed with the handover. The preparations for the handover were already complete when we arrived on the ship. Once the handover in the aft hangar was done, Ensign Giotto and his team left in the internal combustion boat we came in. This frigate wasn't managed by a squad of 30, but rather by 10 soldiers in shifts of 3. Only 10 were on board, so the handover to departure was really quick. Was this place really uncomfortable for them? I gathered everyone here and decided on the assignments. The engine room wouldn't be accessible to Maria and her team alone anymore. Marika and I agreed on this. So I arranged for Kate's team, led by her, positioned around the right arm's little finger of Marika, to have more members, and Maria, the most suspicious one, would only serve on the bridge. We headed to the bridge together. Captain, isn't this treatment too harsh? Not at all, it's a reasonable measure. Let's hurry to the bridge and set sail. Maria said it was harsh, but was it really? We managed to cover up what happened during the handover, but we received several inquiries from the General Affairs Department about the engine issue while we were in the General Affairs office. Apparently, the damage to the warship's engine was severe, and there were inquiries from inspection authorities. They didn't directly imply, "Don't break anything else," but it seemed like they were suspecting something. Either way, we'll have to cover it up again. Will it be okay? Entering the bridge, it felt oddly nostalgic. It had only been a few days since we left here, and not much time had passed since we boarded this ship. Still, the time spent here felt intense, and it felt nostalgic. Captain, acting captain, everything is ready. Ah, sorry, you can call me captain. It's only for a couple of days anyway. Well then, shall we set sail? I said as I took my seat at the captain's chair. Engines, auxiliary engines, start up. Auxiliary engines started, engine output rising normally. All sections of the ship, all necessary items for navigation are green. We can depart any time. All right, Sister Marika, please set sail. Understood, Captain. Destination, the moon of the satellite of the capital planet Diamond. Maria, ignition. Normal navigation, speed to warp factor 2. Marika, sister, understood. Destination, the moon of the satellite of the capital planet Diamond, warp factor 2. We were able to safely launch the space frigate. The operating plan is to use civilian routes. After all, the main engine is broken, and we're only moving long distances with the auxiliary engine, so we don't know when or where we might encounter trouble. Especially in our case, there are people on board who could cause trouble from within, so we chose a route where we could be discovered by civilians even if we get stranded, not taking it lightly. We advance slowly along such a route. Civilian transport ships pass us at almost twice our speed. There are even ships that come to tease us with radio messages, mocking the fact that military ships are moving at a snail's pace. Captain, this ship can safely reach warp factor 3, so why not use it? It's fine, safety is the top priority. It's frustrating. Captain, aren't you bothered by being made fun of by these civilian junk ships? I don't mind being made fun of. Safety is important. Besides, I'm worried because you guys are the ones who broke the engine. But at this speed, it'll take 4 days to reach the planet destination. 4 days is fine, it's within expectations. Besides, abnormal movement in a flagship for a few hours is strange. Normally, it should take a few days. That's like a budget trip. A high-speed ship should be able to get there in half a day. Even from the silly conversation with Maria, I learned the planned number of days. Didn't they calculate this when they submitted the plan to headquarters? I just haven't seen the plan. All the documents needed for this round trip were prepared by Kasumi. It's a huge help to have competent subordinates. so the 4 days were really leisurely. It was good that we didn't put Maria in the engine room. If only I had known from the beginning not to let her in the engine room at that time. It's a good thing she wasn't questioned. Moreover, I'll be able to be present when she's put into the dock where she's likely to be questioned, so I can ask her to cover for me. Let's hope peace continues like this. Have you given up on dying in the line of duty? No, I haven't given up, but I can't accept dying in an accident. After all, I can't die without saying a cool line first. Well, let's prioritize safety this time. Section. While Now and the others are smoothly heading towards their destination, a new problem has arisen at the headquarters of the Coast Guard in the capital. The settlement of this incident involves the disposal of those involved and the royal bestowal, which has been completed as far as the country's reward for the Coast Guard's achievements is concerned. This is only for the citizens, and the evaluation of the most important contributors has not yet been completed. At the palace, military personnel were invited for discussions, and it was decided to award commendations to all members of the 2nd Inspection Unit, led by Now. The issue was what kind of medal to give them, but a proposal from someone knowledgeable in military matters but not belonging to the military was unanimously accepted, and it was decided to award them the Diamond Award for Heroes. But this medal would lead to problems. Originally, this medal was mainly given to fallen heroes who had achieved the greatest merits by heroic actions, helping their comrades, and of course, along with the medal, promotion was also included. In most countries, fallen heroes are usually promoted 2 ranks as a reward, but this is also to compensate the bereaved families with survivor pensions, and so on. And this medal is a very prestigious medal that retroactively promotes the recipient by 2 ranks before their death, and treats their retirement benefits after promotion as equivalent to the rank after promotion. However, this medal is not only given to the deceased, but also to the living if they meet the qualifications. In the past, although very rarely, it has been given to the living. In the extremely rare cases where it is given to the living, it is not always a promotion of 2 ranks, and in most cases, it is given as a right to a promotion of 1 rank. Although extremely rare, there have been cases where it was a 2-rank promotion, such as from sergeant to officer or from colonel to general. In the case of promotion from sergeant, it skipped the rank of ensign and became a lieutenant, and in the case of colonels, it skipped the rank of major and was promoted 2 ranks to major general, each with 1 example. Most living beings rarely receive this medal, and there have been no examples other than those who have risen through the ranks on the front lines. It's only natural that the awarding of this medal to the living is extremely rare. The reason is that in most cases where this medal is awarded, it's given to those who have held the fort in losing battles. This scenario applies to both the deceased and the living. While it's rare for the living to receive this medal, it's not an issue for them to be awarded. However, in this particular case, it became problematic for Now, who had just graduated from an elite training school, to receive the award. The problem lies in the fact that if an elite, as commonly known, were to be promoted with this medal, it could potentially disrupt the long-standing tradition of elite training. To elaborate, it's inconceivable for someone labeled as an elite to take on the role of holding the fort during a retreat in times of defeat. It's something that would be endured by those known as frontline warriors. In this case, Now achieved even more remarkable results than those in past scenarios. Leading a small squad, they decisively defeated the powerful Capone family's cartel. They saved a besieged transport ship, accomplishing the task without any casualties to the squad or the Coast Guard present on the scene. Furthermore, they even managed to capture 2 enemy warships, showcasing tangible achievements for all to see. Considering the essence of this medal, they went above and beyond. Normally, the nation would rally to honor such heroes, but doing so would also expose the flaws within the Coast Guard. While there's no inherent need for the nation to actively shield the Coast Guard, being a government entity, they had no choice but to do so. As a result, the monarchy seems determined to properly reward the heroes without considering the Coast Guard's wishes or the military's intentions. Therefore, as soon as the type of medal was decided, the Coast Guard was informally notified. This was meant as an indication for the organization to properly evaluate them. This notification was leaked from the head of the Treasury Department working at the palace to the head of the General Affairs Department, who was their contemporary. These individuals are adept at such maneuvers, ensuring that the intentions of the monarchy were clearly communicated to the head of the General Affairs Department. Chapter 30, Ranking. The information about the award for Now and their team was delivered 2 days after they left headquarters. The head of the General Affairs Department, upon receiving this information, promptly informed the Director General. Around the same time, the Director General received similar information from another source. However, the Director General seemed to have a slightly more complex situation than the head of the General Affairs Department and appeared quite troubled by it. The Director General ordered the head of the General Affairs Department to immediately convene the relevant parties to address the situation. In the designated meeting room, the Director General gathered the stakeholders and began the meeting by addressing them. "Gentlemen, I appreciate your prompt response to this urgent summons. While we thought we were finally nearing the end of the series of responses regarding the recent incident, a significant and deeply rooted problem has arisen at the last moment. The head of the General Affairs Department will provide detailed explanations. I apologize, but let me review the previous discussions once again here." "Yes, Director General. Now, regarding the final issue you mentioned." With these words, the head of the General Affairs Department began explaining the award for the second inspection squad. The head of the General Affairs Department was surprised to find that some of the top brass present at the meeting seemed to already know about this matter. All those who seemed to have prior knowledge were individuals seconded from the military, all belonging to the noble class, which led the secretaries to collectively sense something fishy in the background. Once the majority of the explanation was concluded, the first to speak was the Director of Personnel. "Director General, regarding that medal, even in the case of the living, promotion becomes necessary. While I've heard that a promotion by 2 ranks is unheard of, what will happen in the case of Lieutenant Bruce? His promotion won't happen solely on our end, will it?" "Director of Personnel, what do you mean?" "Well, in his case, he's on secondment from the military. If he returns to the military now, he'll surely be demoted by 1 rank to become a 2nd lieutenant. In that case, will there also be a promotion in the military? To be honest, I don't know. Promotions in the military should be handled by the military personnel. For now, we should consider this solely as an issue here." "I see. My apologies. In that case, since he's a lieutenant, we'll promote him to captain simultaneously with the award." The head of the General Affairs Department questioned this proposal on the spot. "While it was my suggestion, he's currently attached to the General Affairs Department. What will be his assignment if he becomes a captain? Surely, we won't just let him languish here. But where would we assign him? He already had a tough time when he first came here, and we struggled to assign him to the 2nd inspection squad. But if we're careless in personnel matters, the monarchy won't stay silent. Even the military might have issues with this." Upon hearing this, the expressions of those who seemed to have heard about the promotion earlier clouded all at once. It seemed there was trouble brewing. The Director of Audits also hinted at a sense of crisis. "In this case, we can't just let it slide. It seems they don't intend to report it to the public, but it's not meant to be kept secret. Apparently, they won't publish it in the official gazette right away, but they'll do it properly at a later date. If it were to be revealed to the public later that the handling was inappropriate, it would be wise for everyone here to consider that they may be punished by His Majesty. If there were proper departments in the first place, we wouldn't have struggled from the beginning. Is he a jinx? But we owe him for saving us." Section. The meeting ended without reaching a conclusion, going around in circles that day. In the end, it took 2 more days to finally reach a conclusion. Above all, the intentions of the military personnel were very troublesome. They wanted him to not stand out any further. After all, he was a talent released by the military. If he were to stand out, it would tarnish the military's reputation. Military personnel who had known about his promotion beforehand were under strong pressure from their close relatives belonging to influential families. The issue was that Now's background as a graduate of the elite officer training school, which trains military elites, was being questioned. These graduates are treated as elites, so their speed of promotion differs from other officers. Among them, the staff course, which is called the main course, has been limited to the children of senior military officials or upper-class nobles. Although Now's aptitude suggested that this course would be the most suitable for him to demonstrate his abilities, due to his background, he was offered assignments in operational departments, but none of them accepted him due to his extreme characteristics. If such a person, who was supposed to be for the military's window dressing department known as the Coast Guard, achieved great success early on, it would not be pleasing to the higher-ups in the military or the nobility. They feared that his advancement ahead of his peers would lead to the collapse of the customs cultivated in elite training. It was obvious that such people would use acquaintances in the Coast Guard to exert pressure. Even the Director General seemed to have pressure from those nobles to do something about it. However, everyone attending this meeting was at a loss as to what to do, even when told from outside to do something about it. And time passed without any ideas coming to mind. It was in the afternoon of the second day that someone present said the following. This may be irrelevant, but in the ancient aristocratic society, there was something called bumping up in rank. It might be useful. What's that about? Yes, apparently it's a method of knocking down rivals by giving them a higher rank than their status warrants. Wait a minute, wouldn't that just create bigger problems? That's the essence of bumping up in rank. Generally, those without ability who are given higher positions will inevitably self-destruct, not only because of their lack of ability, but also because they're given higher responsibilities without the experience they should have gained up to that point. So, they self-destruct. The insidious part of this, bumping up in rank, is that the person being targeted is completely unaware of it. Why is that? Because they're being encouraged to advance by the side that wants to push them down. Normally, they would happily accept the promotion without realizing they'll soon self-destruct. Is that applicable to the current case? In his case, it's even easier. He has no veto power over his transfer destination. He's at our command. So, by transferring him to a more responsible department and giving him impossible tasks, I think he'll self-destruct. Moreover, in this case, the biggest advantage is that we can proudly explain that it aligns with the wishes of the royal family. That makes sense. Since we can't just keep him on a leash, let's think about pushing him towards self-destruction. Let's give him a ship. Fortunately, he's already been given a ship by His Majesty, and if things stay as they are, we should have the leeway. No, but that's too much of a stretch. It would be impossible for a lieutenant to be appointed as a captain. While the policy was decided, selecting the actual position was even more challenging. After heated discussions, the meeting was concluded with a word from the head of personnel. By the way, we need to consider what to do with the other ship. It's a bit off topic, but what do you think, Chief Inspector? What about the other ship? Yes, Lieutenant Bruce sees 2 ships. The other ship is a type that hasn't been used by the kingdom for decades, called a space destroyer. Disposing of this ship will also incur costs, and besides, we're already spending money unnecessarily as it is, so I would like to order him to deal with it. This way, we'll have a few months to spare. Wait a moment, Chief Inspector, I haven't heard about this. His Majesty bestowed only 1 ship, right? Yes, there was only 1 ship that seemed usable. The other ship is a type that hasn't been used by the kingdom for decades. Therefore, we were instructed by the palace's stewardship to handle the department that seized it. Can it be used? What do you mean? The ship's not the military. Even if it's a small ship no longer used by the military, it could be useful for patrols, for example. So, you intend to assign that ship to some patrol fleet. That wouldn't be bumping up in rank. We should make it independent. Let it act alone and wait for it to self-destruct, then we can use that as a reason for demotion. That way, even the nobles won't complain. Head of personnel, is that possible? Even though it's a small ship, it's still a captaincy. It would be possible if it were something like a utility boat or a lifeboat, but at least the rank of captain would be desired. Ah, I've come up with a good idea. What is it? Yes, if he can't be a captain, how about appointing him as acting captain? Without formally appointing a captain, he'll effectively be the captain. Moreover, as a lieutenant, giving him the position of captain would be quite tough. That's a brilliant idea. After all, he hasn't even been out of school for a month yet. He lacks experience not only as a captain, but also in any other job, so he'll show his true colors soon. Chapter 31. At the 13th dock of the Lunar Military Industrial Plant. There's a problem. What is it, Director of General Affairs? Using that ship as is would be too much of a stretch. We had the other captured ships thoroughly refitted, but not doing the same for this older ship could leave us open to criticism if he fails, with the lack of maintenance as the excuse. Then have it maintained. How should we handle the budget? Chief Financial Officer, any ideas? Well, the only option would be to use part of the maintenance funds granted by His Majesty. Those funds were provided under the guise of ship maintenance, but no specific ship was designated. We could allocate a portion. That could work, Director, let's go with that plan. You've thought of something. Yes, we give him a very small amount and leave the maintenance entirely to him. Being completely inexperienced, he's bound to fail at that stage. I wouldn't be confident taking on such a task suddenly either, so for someone fresh out of school, it's an unreasonable request. My prediction is that he'll either waste the allocated budget or fail to complete any usable maintenance at all. That would indeed be sufficient grounds for demotion. What do you think, Director? I support this proposal. Well, Chief Financial Officer. Yes, the budget granted is 600 billion gold, so instructing him to carry out combat-ready refits including armaments with just 120 of that 30 billion gold should work, I think. How's that? And how long is the scheduled refit period for that aerospace frigate? The dock inspection hasn't finished yet, but word is the main engines need replacing. In that case, we're probably looking at a year at minimum. Very well, have him do it in a quarter of that time, 3 months. The nobles can stomach that delay. This is settled then. Yes, we'll appoint him as the acting captain of an aerospace destroyer, keeping his current subordinates. Additional crew may be needed, but we can assess that once maintenance is underway. The initial orders will be maintenance within a 3-month period. As for the remaining details, there's the ship's registration and name, its affiliation, and so on. Who cares about trivial details like that? It's an impossible task anyway. General affairs is fine. Whatever position he's in, this failure will stain his record. But if it's general affairs, at least a line failure won't impact his background. Speaking of which, what is he up to now? Yes, he should be arriving today or so. We've had that frigate navigate to the lunar dock. For a moment, the military officials felt an ominous premonition. The fact that they had assigned what was essentially a training voyage, having the freshly graduated officer navigate the ship, gave them a sense that their plan might backfire. To dispel that ill feeling, they all convinced themselves it would be fine, since Bruce had 0 prior experience with maintenance beyond what was covered in school. With no further reason to remain in the meeting room, the high-ranking Coast Guard officers dispersed to attend to their respective duties. After all, they hadn't been able to do any real work for the past 2 days. Just determining how to handle Lieutenant Now Bruce had consumed 2 full days. Completely unaware, the man himself was soon approaching the lunar dock. Section: Captain, we have an incoming transmission. A military spacecraft is requesting permission to board. Respond immediately. Grant them permission to board. Yes, sir. This is the aerospace frigate. You are cleared to board. Please advise the boarding procedure. I will transfer via personal mover. Requesting to board through the airlock beneath the bridge. Permission requested. Permission granted. We will await you on the bridge. No more than 10 minutes later, a chief petty officer who introduced himself as a guide arrived on the bridge. Chief Petty Officer Thor from the Lunar Factory Area Guide Division. I will now guide this ship into the 13th dock for docking. I am Acting Captain Lieutenant Now Bruce of this vessel. I hereby transfer command authority to you. I assume command authority. Thank you for your efforts so far. Let's work together a bit longer. After that greeting, he immediately moved next to Kasumi, who was at the helm. Issuing various detailed instructions to Kasumi and Maria, he operated the ship. Outside, support tag spacecraft under his command assisted. Even with the reduced 1/8 gravity, landing on the lunar surface without the main engines was a nerve-wracking task. But the entire docking process only took about an hour, although the work was quite nerve-wracking. Thanks to Kasumi's superb piloting skills, and especially the exceptional expertise of the guide officer Thor who had boarded. This was a military port specializing in repairs, after all. Landing damaged ships was probably routine here. With the external tugcraft's cooperation, Docking on the lunar surface went perfectly smoothly. Immediately after landing, the dockmaster of the 13th dock arrived on the bridge with subordinates in tow. My role was simply to hand over the ship to the dockmaster. I'm Keel, dockmaster of the 13th dock. Welcome aboard, Lieutenant. I've heard about you. Thank you. If I may proceed with the formalities first. Ah yes, of course. Chief Petty Officer Keel. I've boarded to take charge of this vessel. I am acting Captain Lieutenant now Bruce, currently in command of this ship. I hereby transfer all command authority to Chief Petty Officer Keel. I assume command. Your efforts are appreciated. We will now disembark. You are cleared to disembark. It may take some time, but rest assured I will return this ship to you in like new condition. Please convey that to the Director General. Understood. I will directly relay Chief Petty Officer Keel's words. Thank you. With that, we disembark together. Thanks to not just military activities, but also tourism and resource development, the lunar region was quite developed within the kingdom. Due to the much lower gravity compared to Earth, few actually lived there, but many did work on the moon. Shuttles connecting it to the capital planet were constantly ferrying people. We just needed to get the paperwork issued at the dock office before returning to headquarters. Captain, we can do some sightseeing here, right? What are you talking about? We're still on duty. Outings come after we return home. Same goes for work. What's that about? Never heard it before. Really? At the orphanage, they always told us that whenever we went out together. Well, if you've never heard it, no need to worry. But our mission is to report to the Director of General Affairs at headquarters with these documents. Unfortunately, the transit shuttle between here and Farron Spaceport runs every 20 minutes. No time for sightseeing. Let's head to the shuttle terminal. It takes about an hour by transit shuttle to get from the lunar base to Farron Spaceport. When we arrived at Farron, the Director of General Affairs was waiting for us at the immigration gate. I was surprised, but handed him the paperwork and reported on the ship's navigation. Chapter 32, my first ship and our first assignment. The director listened to my report with an irritated expression. As soon as I finished, he had us board Coast Guard vehicles waiting outside. He made sure to split us up into separate vehicles before taking us somewhere. Although this was always a bustling workplace, I stayed silent and went along without saying anything. The deep furrows between the director's brows looked like they would never go away, no matter what. I'm not enough of a masochist to invite being scolded by saying something unnecessary. Our vehicles entered a tall government office building near the palace grounds. We were then brought to a large conference room on one of the upper floors. A podium had been set up in the room, with important-looking people seated on it. No, not just on the podium. The general who had interrogated me was seated in the front row of chairs facing it, with many others I recognized behind him, likely all high-ranking Coast Guard officials. There were also well-dressed, elite-looking people, making me anxious about what was about to happen. To put it bluntly, I felt completely out of place. The general who spotted us called out, "What are you all doing? Come over here and take a seat." The general who made us sit also looked quite haggard and worn out. Come to think of it, all the high-ranking Coast Guard officers seemed fatigued. It was glaringly obvious this was an oppressive workplace. You can see it clearly in their faces. While I would soon be relieved of duty either way, I honestly felt sorry for my subordinates, especially Sister Merica, given how tough things would get for them here. Just from the bit of time I spent with them, I could tell how much trouble looking after Kate and Maria caused. For the higher-ups to be this exhausted, this workplace must pile on impossible demands relentlessly. I wasn't worried about whatever they might say to me next. I just felt sorry for them. I'm not sure how much time passed, probably not even 5 minutes. Suddenly, the conference room fell quiet. Then a door at the back of the podium area opened, and a beautiful woman entered. From everyone's reactions, she seemed to be a noblewoman. A young noble lady related to the Coast Guard higher-ups, perhaps. She was truly beautiful. Once the woman reached the center of the podium, there was a pause before her introduction began. Presenting Her Royal Highness, Third Princess of the Diamond Kingdom, Marie Gold von Diamond. Upon hearing that, everyone bowed their heads in respect. Not knowing the proper etiquette for such an occasion, we just followed the lead of those around us in belatedly bowing. Then the princess spoke up. "Please, raise your heads. I have been tasked by His Majesty to bestow honors upon the heroes of our kingdom. The kingdom was saved by your valiant deeds. Allow me to express His Majesty's gratitude." She then explained why the ceremony was not being held at the palace. In summary, we were to receive honors, but the reasons could not be fully disclosed publicly. Hence this private ceremony, which she apologized for, though I didn't mind at all. Despite the secrecy, she made a point to properly explain everything, showing the princess was a kind soul. Apparently, the official announcements could not be made immediately, but would be published once the furor had died down, so there would be no detriment to us. I wondered what sort of detriment she meant, but of course no further details were provided. Well, it's not something for me to worry about anyway. After her remarks, Sister Marika was called up to the podium one by one to receive her honor. "Ensign Marika, through your heroic actions in protecting the lives and property of our citizens against the pirates, you have greatly upheld the kingdom's dignity before our people. For this, you are awarded the Diamond Honor for Heroes. Additionally, given your miraculous survival, you shall be promoted one rank in recognition of your achievement." Kate, Maria, and the other higher-ranking crew members were then called up individually to receive their honors as well. Rookie Ryoko was last, concluding the Diamond Honor for Heroes award ceremony. At this point, some murmuring broke out in the room. I could hear comments about me not receiving anything. Indeed, I wasn't meant to. I had properly explained to the general that I was nearly killed by Kate and unconscious. So I hadn't actually done anything. I had only come as their supervisor. At least, that's what I thought up until this moment. But then I was called up as well. Figuring I might receive something out of pity, I went up to the podium. The princess truly was beautiful up close. As I stood there admiring her looks, she began the honors ceremony for me. "Soldier now Bruce, you led these valiant heroes and accomplished a formidable mission without a single casualty, demonstrating heroic qualities and conduct worthy of the highest esteem. For this, I hereby present you with the Diamond Grand Cross for Heroes. This honor, like the other Grand Cross distinctions given only to those the kingdom deems truly extraordinary, is awarded solely to those willing to pledge special future loyalty to our nation. Do you swear fealty to the kingdom? Even I can read the atmosphere." Having never felt any allegiance to the kingdom before, I realized at that moment I had no choice but to swear it. I solemnly pledged to give my all in loyalty and service. As I spoke those words, I bowed my head. The princess then told me to raise it, so I slowly and apprehensively did so. She then approached and personally bestowed the honor upon me. Even with my orphan upbringing, I understood just how great an honor this was. I could only feel humbled. With that, the honors ceremony seemed to have concluded. I thought we would be dismissed, but the princess took a seat off to the side of the podium, as if waiting for something else. Then the general called me back up to the podium once more. I went back up as instructed and awaited his words. By the general's side, the personnel director stood holding one of those ornate boxes used for diploma cases at graduations. Filled with anticipation, I watched as the general produced a document and read it aloud. "Ensign now Bruce. Effective immediately, you are hereby promoted to lieutenant commander and appointed acting captain of the aerospace destroyer you personally captured, registered as KSS 9999 with the name Shun Min. Your first assignment will be to ready the Shun Min for operational deployment within 3 months. Do your best." The Shun Min? I'd never heard that name before, but it had been issued a proper hull number for a military vessel, so it must be official. Acting captain of that ship? Me as the acting captain. Then who is going to be the actual captain? Hold on, that doesn't make sense. If a captain is coming to take over command, I should be assigned as the executive officer instead. So does that mean I'm just a temporary posting like the previous navigation detail until the captain arrives? Is that why I was ordered to refurbish that decrepit old ship? Still, it's quite the bold move by the Coast Guard. Lost in my contemplation, the personnel director spoke up in a hushed voice. "What are you doing?" All right, the ceremony was still ongoing. I hurriedly accepted the orders. I humbly accept this duty. My strange actions must have amused the princess, as she was smiling. But wait, isn't this going to be quite the troublesome situation? It's not just a matter of delivering the ship to the dock, is it? Since I've been given a 3-month grace period, Doesn't that mean I actually have to do something myself? Could it be I'm supposed to handle this alone? My final concern turned out to be unfounded, however. As I later learned, all my squad members would remain under my command as before. So really, nothing had changed. Except our new workplace being that old destroyer. The realization helped put my mind at ease. Well, I'll just take it easy as always then. Once the ceremony concluded and the princess along with the important guests had left the room, the princess happened to pass right by me on her way out. At that moment, she spoke to me in a soft voice. "I'll have an assignment for you soon, so I'm counting on you." What in the world was she talking about? Then she departed, leaving me baffled over what she just had said. Section: Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Part 3, My Ship Became a Tempura Ship. Chapter 33, Reuniting with Big Sister Maki. I was puzzled by the princess's words to me. What did she mean? No matter how much I thought about it, the meaning completely escaped me. Even if it was just polite small talk, it seemed odd. As I stood frozen in place, Maria approached me. "Captain Ano, my mistake acting captain." "What is it, Maria?" "Calling me, what is it, is rather rude, isn't it?" "Well, never mind. Anyway, we're supposed to return to headquarters to receive our new orders." "What about you, acting captain?" "What about me? No matter what, I need to go back to headquarters first and get the full details. More importantly, that ship didn't seem to have any crew aboard. How am I supposed to handle it alone? I'll have to ask the Director of General Affairs about that too, so I'll just go with you all to headquarters." "I see. More importantly, didn't you find the acting captain title strange? The name of the ship we received is pretty weird too, right? If you're asking if Shun Min is a strange name, yeah, it does seem like a silly moniker for a warship. A name with the same meaning as afternoon nap definitely gives off a malicious vibe. I don't think it's that weird, acting captain." The warship fanatic Kasumi had overheard our conversation and chimed in. "What's not weird about it? While the aerospace destroyer classification is long obsolete, ships of that type used to incorporate seasonal words into their names back when they were in service. Like Shunrai for spring or Sunpu, which I also recall existing. Sure, Shunrai and Sunpu have a nice, valiant ring for a warship name, but how about Shunmin? That clearly sounds like they're calling us lazy, doesn't it? Who cares about the name? Nobody pays attention to stuff like that. I'm more concerned about the hull number." "The hull number? Why's that?" "Well, you see, the kingdom has specific rules for assigning hull numbers. Since we use military hand-me-downs, we just keep the names and numbers they had. But did you know there are conventions for those hull numbers? Oh, let me guess, battleships get the 1000 series numbers, that sort of thing." "Exactly. While civilian spacecraft use alphanumeric combinations, military ships only use numbers." "Ah yes, our nation does have rules governing hull numbers. While civilian ships follow all sorts of detailed regulations, military vessels only use numbers. And even those numbers follow a systematic convention. For instance, battleships get the 1000 series, with the Super Dreadnought class being assigned in the 1100s sequentially. Cruisers come next in the 2000s, with missile cruisers in the 3000s. Frigates are in the 4000s, while aircraft carriers and supply ships get the 6000 series after that. Kasumi's assertion that the 9000 series is inconceivable makes total sense. But the 9000 series is absolutely unheard of. If anything, the currently vacant 5000 series is the more likely candidate. And that 9999 number, doesn't that seem like the number they'd use when they've run out of others to assign? Definitely gives off that we never intended to actually use this placeholder vibe. I can't help but feel some malice there. I couldn't care less about the number myself. I guess people just pick up on different things. Well, taking Kasumi's perspective into account, that ship does seem to reek of ill intent. Strangely, I was actually pleased by this ominous combination. I had a sneaking feeling that my martyrdom might involve the luxury of ordering the abandoned ship before going down with it myself. A privilege only granted to captains. Granted, I had never really considered a dramatic parting line back in school. This is something I'll have to think about going forward. Lost in such thoughts, we eventually arrived at headquarters. Miss Sasha was waiting for us at the reception desk again to show us the way. Everyone else is being guided to Conference Room C on the 11th floor as before. Please head there. Ah, but Lieutenant Commander Bruce, you'll be taken elsewhere per my instructions. This way, please. Captain, well, I guess it's farewell for now, albeit brief. Yeah, take care wherever you're assigned. Sister Merica, why are you saying goodbye to the captain? Isn't it obvious? Everyone's being promoted in rank. Especially you and Kate, you're becoming officers now. Think you can handle it? Me and Maria are becoming officers together. Kate, weren't you listening at all? Your rank is only going up to the highest non-commissioned officer level. After that is ensign, which is the same rank I currently hold. Ensigns and above are considered officers. You too will probably receive some training right after this. Why do we need training now of all times? It's only natural since you're being promoted from non-commissioned to commissioned officers. I went through it too, but it was just a brief 2 or 3 days. It's training conducted at a military academy, but entirely meaningless whether you attend or not. They'll just lecture you on the basics of being an officer, so don't worry. Apparently, battlefield promotions happen in the military, with just a simple on-site appointment ceremony. So this training may not actually serve much purpose, but you'll have to go through it regardless. Sister Merica, I don't want to take some dumb training like that. You'll find out once we get to the conference room. Sister Merica, speaking of which, why are we parting ways with the captain? Can't we all just get promoted together? That's exactly why. What kind of squad has 4 officers, let alone all the non-commissioned officers piled on top of that? Up until now, even the space troopers were all non-coms. Can you imagine how many we'd have? So our squad is being dissolved here and now. Plus, the captain's becoming an acting ship captain. If I could stay with the captain, I wouldn't mind being assigned to that decrepit old destroyer. I hope it works out that way for you. Well, we should get going. Take care, Captain. You too, Sister Merica. We parted ways with them at the elevator hall. They seemed like a lively bunch. Yeah, never a dull moment at least. I see. But they sound like good people, so parting ways must feel rather lonely. Oh, but I'm rambling needlessly. My apologies. Lieutenant Commander, you'll be taking this other elevator. Allow me to guide you. Unlike previous visits granted, I had only been here a few times so far, instead of just being told a location at the front desk. This time, Miss Sasha escorted me up to the 9th floor General Affairs Department herself. We passed through an area filled with rows of office desks before arriving at what looked like a meeting room with a conference table. To be honest, I'm confident I wouldn't have found this place without an escort. Please wait here, Lieutenant Commander. Your liaison will arrive shortly. With those words, Miss Sasha departed. After sitting for a while, a woman in a prim suit arrived with some subordinates in tow, carrying data terminals. The newcomers busily connected their terminals to the room's displays. My apologies for the wait, Lieutenant Commander. Wait, could it be now? At that moment, I got my first good look at the woman who had addressed me. Big Sister Maki. My clearly out-of-place reaction caused everyone present to pause and turn toward us. Though the bespectacled beauty initially gave off an aura of elite, professional poise, upon closer inspection, I recognized traces of a familiar face. It was none other than Maki Bruce, 5 years my senior from the same orphanage we grew up in, Big Sister Maki. She tended to be just as quiet and reserved as me back then, often tutoring us in our studies. I was probably the one she doted on the most. Big Sister Maki had left the orphanage a full 5 years ahead of me. We hadn't seen each other since. I couldn't believe it, but it's you, now Kun. I'm so surprised. Me too, I'm surprised. I never expected to run into you, Maki-nichin, in a place like this. This place isn't so bad. This is my workplace after all. I'm sorry, I didn't mean any harm. But what are you doing here? It's work, of course. Oh, it looks like the preparations are ready. Let me introduce you first. These are my subordinates. They've just graduated from school, so there are still a lot of things they don't understand, but please be lenient with them. But I don't understand what you mean. Don't tell me you haven't been told anything yet. What do you mean? I just received my assignment orders and my first job, which seems to be maintaining that old ship. So that's all you know. Yeah, just this piece of paper, and maybe this medal as well. Hey, what are you doing? That's an important thing, you know. Put it away properly before you lose it. At that, she suddenly reverted to her old big sister self, and I was firmly scolded. Chapter 34. The People Who Were Supposed to Have Parted Ways. I put away the medals as instructed by Big Sister Maki, and listened to what she had to say. Although the order got a bit reversed, Big Sister Maki explained everything to me in sequence. First, about those girls, they will be mainly handling administrative procedures under me as the acting captain regarding the maintenance of that ship Shunman. After that, it seems undecided, but she also mentioned they may end up managing the operations of that ship from the ground. Around the same time, some staff were also assigned from the General Affairs Department to the aerospace frigate that had entered the dock. I think its provisional name was Butcher, and I heard they even formed a new section over there. Even though they're ships of the same Coast Guard, it's not fun that there's such an obvious difference in treatment, probably due to the size difference. But there seemed to be circumstances behind it for the higher-ups, so I decided not to get too involved right away. I may wish for an honorable death in battle, but I'd rather avoid troublesome matters. The subordinates I suddenly gained after being given command of a destroyer were office workers. And moreover, it was my life's first senior colleague who's practically family to me, Big Sister Maki. What an interesting twist of fate. Wait, that last phrase doesn't sound too cool. What an interesting twist of fate. Yeah, that rolls off the tongue nicely. I'm getting better at coming up with cool lines like that. At this rate, maybe I can pull off a grim parting line later. Something like I go with my ship. Farewell. Yeah, I should add a line like that as a candidate for my final words. While I was thinking about such things during Big Sister Maki's explanation, she firmly scolded me. This part is a bit uncool. I need to work on it a little more. Geez, were you even listening? If the maintenance isn't done properly or in time, it'll tarnish your achievements now. I've even heard there's a possibility of demotion. But Big Sister Maki, from what you said, it just sounds like they're giving me a budget and office staff, then leaving me to handle it myself. Since this is a workplace, don't call me Big Sister Maki. Call me Chief Petty Officer Bruce. Big Sister Maki is a Chief Petty Officer now? That's amazing. It's only been about 4 years since you graduated school. You're 5 years older than me, and if you went to university, you'd have studied 1 more year than me in the 4-year program. Yes, that's right. I got promoted when I received this assignment. It's the fastest among my peers since joining the Coast Guard 4 years ago. But I can't quite keep up with you, Lieutenant now. I see. Well, congratulations on the promotion, but since we're both Bruce, it might confuse people, and I'll find it hard to say too. So from now on at work, I'll call you Chief Petty Officer Maki. Is that okay, Chief Petty Officer Maki? Sure, then I shall call you Acting Captain now. That works. Speaking of the earlier topic though, what's the deal? Are we just supposed to handle the maintenance of that ship ourselves? Is this kind of thing common around here? Not at all. It's the first time for me too. To be honest, I'm a bit troubled myself. I don't know anything about ship maintenance, and I've only been instructed to follow the acting captain's orders. While Big Sister Maki and I were conversing, one of her subordinates brought over a phone. Excuse me, Chief, there's a call from the department head. Big Sister Maki took the phone from her subordinate and talked for a while. After ending the call, she turned to me and said, Acting Captain, some of the crew for that ship have been decided. The head of General Affairs has requested that you interview them right away. Understood. Where do I need to go? Conference Room C on the 11th floor. Hi. That's... Yes, it's your former subordinates. All of your former subordinates are being assigned to that ship. Well, how predictable. Seems they're just lumping all the troublesome matters together for us. This clearly shows how we're being treated here. Wait, then does that mean Big Sister Maki's group is also getting dragged into this because of me? I don't know what you're concerned about, but it's all right. I'm just doing my job, not worrying about promotions or anything like that. More than anything, I'm happy to be working with the acting captain. I'd have been happier if you said that in your usual tone, but thanks. We can't keep them waiting too long either. More importantly, they hate being bored the most, so let's go right away. I headed to Conference Room C on the 11th floor, with Big Sister Maki and her subordinates in tow. When we entered, the head of General Affairs had already left, and only they were there. Captain, we're together again. Rejoice. Maria, watch what you say. You need to choose your words better. and I'm not the captain anymore. Ah, you're right. Acting captain, I look forward to working with you again. An unchanged bunch as always. However, as much as I can't talk, I do wonder if it'll really be okay with them. The enlisted ranks might be uneasy, but my biggest concern is Maria and Kate becoming officers. Moreover, as my subordinates, I'm honestly just feeling uneasy. Seeming to sense my unease, Sis Merica gave the usual formal greeting. While we may have various thoughts, the orders we've all received are to work under the acting captain's command. For the time being, there are no specific instructions about our roles on the ship. We've been assigned to the Shunmen under the General Affairs Department. Our posting is to the Aerospace Destroyer Shunmen, attached to General Affairs. We look forward to working with you. I suppose the only saving grace is that Sis Merica is still here to keep them from running wild. In any case, tough times lie ahead, but I'm counting on you. So about moving forward, all we've been told is to follow the acting captain's instructions. What are your orders? The order I received is to maintain that ship. I suppose we should start by returning to that ship. Chief Petty Officer, can you make arrangements for all of us to go back there? You mean all of us, including my team? Sorry, I'm not too clear on how the office staff will be handled. Acting Captain. What is it, Sergeant, or was it Corporal Cassimy? No, I'm a staff sergeant now. But more importantly, how about we have the office staff come to the Shunmen, too? Cassimy, that's a great idea. If they see the current situation, we may get advice from their perspective too. More importantly, we probably won't get scolded for spending the budget freely. Putting aside Maria's reasoning, I agree with Staff Sergeant Kassumi's idea. Fortunately, we'll have ample space on that ship with just our group until it goes into the dock. So we should be able to work over there for a while too. What do you think, Chief Petty Officer Maki? If you can take us along, I would appreciate it. However, I still have work here, so we can't all go together. If it's all right to join 2 or 3 days later, then please take us along. Ah, then it's no problem. Those 2 slackers will be joining later anyway, so they might as well come with you. Huh? What do you mean by that? Those 2 have officer training after this, so they'll be left behind, which means you 2 can come with them. The ship is probably being moved to a more convenient location than before, so it'll be easier. Understood. When will you and the others be departing, acting captain? I can leave right away, but what about you, Sis Merica? I have no other plans, so I don't mind. More than anything, we have a deadline for this work, so I'd rather not waste time. I'll go. Well, in that case, I'll make the arrangements. Are we being left behind? Don't be ridiculous. You're there to study. Come back after you've studied properly. You won't be able to do any real work for at least 3 months anyway. No, those 3 months are the time we can freely tinker with that ship. We can't afford to waste even a single day. Those 3 months are precious to me. Ah, I see, but you know it's the rule, so study hard. Now follow me, we're going back to the ship. Yes. Awa, come on. In the end, we headed towards the spaceship destroyer Shunmen, using the same route as before. Even without Maria, the same conversation was repeated. Let me go sightsee. It's useless, give up. Chapter 35, If Mark can't do it, I'll give up. It was a different story compared to when the ship was a spaceship frigate, as it had been sealed and stored, so the engines had been shut off and it had cooled down completely. We'll need to start the auxiliary power to get the necessary electricity. Kasumi, I'm sorry, but could you take care of Maria's team until she gets back? Yes, but what shall we do? I asked Maria before, but this ship hasn't been maintained very well, has it? Yes. It's no wonder it could break down at any time in this condition. We haven't decided which dock to take it to yet, but we'll have to get it into a dock, won't we? Yes, that's the only option left. Then, even if it's just temporary, I'd like to at least get it to the point where it can go anywhere within the capital airspace. But that's impossible here. Ah, then let's go to Bismuth. We can borrow the facilities there and do a basic maintenance check. That's a good idea. All right, then let's move out as soon as possible. Americaneson, start it up. Understood. Ronnie, you'll take the helm in place of Kate. Yes, Americaneson. Then, let's head to Bismuth for now. Destination, Space Colony Bismuth. Departing at normal travel speed. Departing for Space Colony Bismuth at normal travel speed. Upon arriving at Bismuth, Kasumi and the others began the maintenance, using their own connections to borrow materials and tools. I've been in frequent contact with Maki Nichin, who's at the headquarters of the Coast Guard on the capital planet Diamond. The question is where to put the ship in the dock. It's not like an amateur like me can easily arrange a dock. Although the big shots at the Coast Guard probably anticipated this and assigned this task, the diligent Maki Nichin is desperately searching for a dock. Even being in the General Affairs Department, which has connections everywhere, it's not an easy task. After all, in the case of the Coast Guard, everything is done by requesting the military for maintenance, so they've never handled this kind of paperwork before. And in this case, they've already requested the military to maintain one ship. The military's maintenance department, which is already stretched thin, can barely handle the one ship they've planned for, let alone another one. The military's General Affairs Department would usually outsource the maintenance work to the private sector in a situation like this, but they're not cooperating at all. It seems they're not interested in helping me, and they've been complaining about it with every call. It's impossible for amateurs like us to arrange a dock. What were the higher-ups thinking? They must have known it's impossible for us without any connections. Aren't they being unfair? Now, Kun. It's pure complaining, and the tone has reverted to the old days, even in a public place. In this case, I can only try to soothe her. If we had connections, that would help, wouldn't it? Yes, having connections, but they assign this job to us, the orphans, knowing full well we don't have any. Then, can I try asking someone as a last resort? Now, Kun, do you have connections? Yeah, it's a long shot, but I have a friend from my academy days who works at the Caspel shipyard, so I can ask them. Caspel shipyard, that's a major company. Impressive. That's why I said it's a long shot. Don't get your hopes up. I said that and cut off the communication for now. But I wonder where he is now. It would be better to follow the proper procedure in a situation like this, so I remembered there was a contact window with the military's public relations department. I immediately connected to the military's public relations department and requested that they put me in touch with Mark. In the evening of that day, a transmission arrived at the bridge addressed to me. Acting Captain, there is a transmission from Ensign Mark Caspel of the 1st Fleet Transport Escort Squadron, addressed to the Acting Captain. From Mark, huh? That was quick. Go ahead and patch him through, would you? Yes, connecting the call now. Please proceed. Now, why did you suddenly contact me? What's going on? Mark, it's been a while, though not that long. It hasn't even been a month since we parted ways at the spaceport. But you sound lively. I was worried. Sorry. I actually had something I wanted to consult you about, and I'm in a bit of a hurry. I'm on standby right now. I was surprised when the military public relations contacted me, but they said it was for personal matters, so I waited until now. Is it an urgent matter? Well, you could say it's urgent. You see, I suddenly have to do a major overhaul on an old ship. And on top of that, it's a destroyer-class ship that's no longer in use in the kingdom. So I'm at a loss as to where to get it maintained. As an orphanage alumni, I don't know anything about private docks, so I don't know where to ask for help. That's understandable. Normally, even someone who isn't an orphan wouldn't know how to deal with something like that. Even our General Affairs Department was complaining that it's impossible, so I figured I'd ask you as a last resort. What do you think? Is it urgent? I've been ordered to complete the maintenance within 3 months. That's tough. I don't know the details directly, so I'll ask my old man, but his reply won't come until tomorrow or later. No problem. By the way, where is Mark now? Still on a training voyage. Be docking at the space colony Bismuth tomorrow. You know, the pirate hunt that was requested from over there, combining that with training. Now should be nearby too. Wasn't Bismuth the home port of the 3rd Patrol Fleet? No, Bismuth is the home port of the 3rd Mobile Fleet. The patrol fleet has its home port on the planet. But I'm at Bismuth now, so maybe I can meet up tomorrow. That works out well. When they dock, they'll get 3 days of leave on rotation. I'll contact you once they dock tomorrow. Where should I reach you? Then contact me here, the Space Destroyer Shunman. Just radio over like that, will it be okay? Won't your superiors give you a hard stare? It's fine, there's no one above me here. I see, then until tomorrow. The radio cut off with that. Acting Captain, who was that just now? That was my classmate Ensign Mark, who I was close with. He mentioned being on a training voyage. We only graduated last month. Normally, they'd be assigned to a fleet and put on whatever ship has an open slot for practical training. For some reason, my case was irregular. And that irregularity seems to be continuing. Yeah, I've never heard of someone being promoted in just a month. And to be put in command of a ship, even if it's a small one, I question the common sense of whoever made that personnel decision. That's criticizing the top brass, isn't it? Can't be helped. More importantly, if it goes well, I may get a timeline for the dock work tomorrow. You mean that person just now? He's from the Casbell manufacturing family. Said his uncle is the president. His father is some bigwig too. Since he said he'd ask that bigwig, if it doesn't work through him, then this job is impossible. If it's no good tomorrow, I'll head to headquarters and surrender. But if you did that, it would impact the acting captain's record. No need to worry about it. If it's impossible, I'll just say so. If someone has to take responsibility, then the one in charge should take it. In this case, since there's no captain, that would fall to me. You jest. Well then, let's wait expectantly for tomorrow's results. Sister Merica, you heard right. If I get a call tomorrow, I'll be heading out to the colony. That's okay, right? You're the acting captain, so you're free to do as you wish. In this case, should I treat it as leave? Or will it be an official outing? From what I heard, it would likely be an official outing. But you do have leave saved up, acting captain. To avoid getting scolded from all sides later, it may be better to take it as leave. Thank you. I'll do that then. Please take command here tomorrow. Understood. I'll assume command starting tomorrow morning. I look forward to your results. Thanks. Well, it depends on luck. Don't get your hopes up, just wait. Speaking of, it's about that time. As rushed as this is, if we make a mistake from overdoing it, it's all for naught. Let's wrap up today's work. Pass that along to the ship. Currently, everyone on the ship is dividing up maintenance tasks. The Maria team I've assigned to Kasumi is all working on maintenance around the engines, while the rest are cleaning and doing other work where they can lend a hand. I was cleaning around the captain's chair on the bridge. The sealed emergency supplies of unknown age we found when we captured this ship have been immediately replaced with new ones. The power suits, too, the quartermasters complained, but I had them replaced with new ones. The captain's power suit is a bit different, and the acting captain can use the captain's suit, or so they said. On that first day, we all got along cleaning the place up together. Section. The next day, I received a radio call from Mark at 9 a.m. As expected of a military man, he keeps to a regimented life even on leave. Though I had also woken up early to clean my quarters, a routine forming, Emily transferred Mark's call to the captain's room. Without much conversation, I decided to head out. Sister Merica was already stationed on the bridge as promised yesterday, so I entrusted command of the ship to her. I caught a shuttle doing rounds in the spaceship docking area and took it to the colony. The shuttle terminal, a sort of entrance to the colony, was crowded with people. But I quickly spotted Mark, and we headed to a nearby cafe space. It was still before 10 a.m., so there were plenty of people out and about. But the cafe space was relatively empty. We were promptly shown to a seat by a server. It feels like it's been a while since I've seen now, but it hasn't even been a month yet. It gives me that feeling too with you, Mark. You seem to have a different vibe about you. It's now who's changed, not me. My life is pretty much the same as it was in school days. Anyway, about that request from yesterday, my old man knew something about the Coast Guard too. He said 2 new ships are being added to the Coast Guard, and one of them is the one we built. We snatched the profits from the pirates who hijacked it. What's that all about? Anyway, the thing is, they said there aren't any openings at proper dockyards because it's such a sudden request. I see, so it's not possible then. Sorry to bother you with this trivial matter. Hey, wait, hear me out. The thing is, they asked if we'd be okay with using a dock. That's not exactly considered proper by general standards. Anywhere is fine as long as the dock is usable. Hey, you can't just decide that on your own, you know. You're right. There are legal issues too. Let me check with the office staff first. What kind of place were they talking about exactly? You know, those ship dismantling yards. The docks there are actually better maintained than some shipyards, and the management is top-notch. I've known the owner since I was a kid. He's also a friend of my old man. If it's that place, then I'm relieved. But I can't just decide that on my own. How should we confirm it? I'll call my sister Maki at the Coast Guard headquarters right now. Sorry about this. I called up Maki on his mobile. Big sister Maki, is now a good time. What's up? Just wanted to confirm something about that dock we talked about yesterday. Are there any conditions on that? What do you mean? My friend here says the ship dismantling yard dock might work. Is that okay? In this case, anywhere is fine as long as it's usable. Ideally, a place that can issue first-class maintenance certificates would be best and avoid any complaints. Got it, I'll work it out with them. I'll call you back once it's settled. All right, I'll be waiting. Mark, they said anywhere is fine. But just to confirm, can that place issue first-class maintenance certificates? Apparently, that would make it immune to complaints from anywhere. I think it should be able to, but where exactly were you confirming this with? The boss of my office staff. Hi. Not the captain. That ship doesn't have an actual captain yet. At most, there's just an acting captain, but they're mostly just for show. Hey, you shouldn't be criticizing the higher-ups so openly like this, even around here. It's fine, he's not that important. Anything else you need to confirm? No, I'll go ahead and ask about that certificate question with my dad. He should be available right now. Okay, I'll just contact them directly then. Thanks. I just talked to my dad. About that issue, he says there shouldn't be any problems with the legal paperwork. He even said Caspel Shipyard can provide a supporting letter if needed. I'll have to contact the dock directly, but my dad will also call them right away. By the way, Dad said some funny things about that place. Funny things? Yeah, earlier I mentioned their management has top-notch technical skills, right? Well, my dad's friend who owns the place is apparently a bit of an odd character. He's selective about the jobs he takes. He flat out refuses any boring work. That's why my dad has a hard time getting him to take on regular jobs. That's why the business is always in a crisis. But Dad said they do ship dismantling work for us as a way to help out, and the owner says he'd rather do that than boring work. Though, once he finds something interesting, he'll really go all out with his craftsman's spirit. Hi. Ship dismantling, what's that all about? It's about ships where the inside and outside are different. Basically, even if the inside is built with the highest technology, the outside looks like a junker. Dad was boasting that the owner used to work with him to build the famous Millennium Falcon ship back in the day. It had the shape of an old cargo ship on the outside, but inside it was the fastest ship in the kingdom. And they built it by scavenging parts from scrapped ships. Can you believe it? He's picky, but you can trust him with even unreasonable jobs like this one. That's a relief. I'd like the results as soon as possible. Will he contact me? Hey, are you sure it's really okay? Shouldn't you check with your acting captain at least? I won't say anything bad, just ask about it here while I'm waiting. It's fine, because I'm the acting captain of that ship. Hi. Now, what did you just say? I know, I can't believe it either, but I'm the acting captain of the space destroyer, Shunman. I was suddenly told that the other day. That doesn't make sense. You're still just a lieutenant, right? What world has a lieutenant as an acting captain? Even for a small ship, the captain would at least have to be a commander, and the acting captain should be a lieutenant commander. I know it's the Backwater Coast Guard, but that's just not possible. Oh, I agree. It's really surprising, isn't it? I mean, it's barely been a month since we graduated from school. And to be promoted all of a sudden, just because we defeated some pirates, feels a bit too much, you know. Besides, my men beat me, and I was just growing up. Promotion? What's that? I don't really understand what now is talking about. Did you really get promoted? Well, I don't really get it either, but I was promoted just the other day. Well, when I say the other day, it was just a few days ago. I was decorated and got a promotion as a bonus. And the entire crew got it too, so the country's really generous, huh? What do you mean, decorated? I haven't heard about that. Come to think of it, Dad seemed like he wanted to say something too. Maybe it's related to the new ship. Well, forget about that. What exactly happened in the past month? Well, a lot of things. But it's not something we can talk about openly. Anyway, Mark, you're off today, right? I'll give you a tour of the ship. Come along. We can talk about some sensitive stuff on the ship. Is it okay, just bringing me in without permission? Don't we need to get clearance or something? Who are we supposed to get clearance from? Right now, there's no one on that ship higher up than me. I know I'm just a figurehead, but I'm the acting captain of that ship. Oh, I see. Well, that makes sense then. I'll make it in time for the evening shift. I'll come along. We can't talk about this here anyway. I've had enough for today. Chapter 36, we've talked about this. I returned to the inner ship hangar lobby with Mark, where we had just arrived. I quickly found an inner ship that would take us to my ship, circling around the military vessel. The two of us then boarded the inner ship and returned to the aerospace destroyer Shunman. I first guided Mark to the ship's bridge. "Ah, acting captain, welcome back. Shall I return the command to you?" "No, that's fine. I'm sorry, but I need you to handle it today." "Understood. Then I will continue." "Oh, I didn't realize you have a guest." "Ah, this is Mark, an ensign and a friend from my time at the military academy. Ensign Mark Caswell. Pleased to meet you." "I apologize. I am Merica, currently in a deputy captain-like position on this ship. I belong to the Capital Space Defense Fleet, stationed on the aerospace destroyer Shunman. I'm an ensign." "Nice to meet you, Ensign Mark." "How polite. It's a pleasure to meet you as well." Mark seemed surprised by Merica's greeting. It seemed he had not entirely believed what I had told him. But having been trained as a military officer, he handled the superior officer's greeting well, though he froze up afterwards. I hope he reboots soon. "Mark, are you okay? So it seems the story about you being the acting captain was true after all." "What, you didn't believe me?" "Of course not. Who would believe a story like that?" "I guess you're right. I was a bit skeptical too." Ah, Mark seems to have frozen up again. "Hey Mark, why don't you try sitting in the captain's chair?" "Is that all right for me to do?" "Good, he seems to have rebooted." "Yeah, this old tub doesn't mind. By the way, I recently commanded an aerospace frigate." "Is that so? Then I guess it's fine for me to sit here." Mark happily sits in the captain's chair. Seeing him like this, I'm truly impressed that he's become a proper space military officer. It's only natural, isn't it? As a man, no, as a military officer, one eventually dreams of becoming a captain, even if it's just an old destroyer. The captain's chair holds a special meaning, I think. But still, it's quite the dream, having your own ship to command. Anyway, about that story earlier, what was that all about? Ah, in our previous operation, we had to deal with pirates on our own, so. Since he kept pressing me, I went ahead and explained the details of that incident, with the understanding that it was to remain a secret here. The third princess had said she would put it in the official gazette once the fuss died down, so it's not that big of a secret anyway. It's just an embarrassing story if it gets too widely known. So I'm not sure if that was good luck or bad luck. Ah, but I think it was a good experience. Of course it is. It's not every day that a newly commissioned officer like you gets to command an aerospace frigate, let alone within a month. No one would believe it. Oh well, still, that's quite an impressive feat. A classic case of not knowing what will turn out to be fortunate. Your fellow classmates were sympathizing with you when they heard you were assigned to the Coast Guard, but look at you now. Thank you, I've had my fill of this. With that, Mark started to get up from the captain's chair. Ah, that's right. The communications equipment here should be able to reach anywhere. Why don't you try contacting that doc you mentioned earlier? You said you'd get in touch with them, right? Ah, yes, let me see if I can connect to them here. Mark brought me his information terminal, which had the contact information written on it. "Kasumi, can you connect this for me?" Kasumi, who was at the communications station, came over. "First officer, could you show me something?" Kasumi approached the captain's seat as she spoke. "Mark, is it all right if I show her this?" "Yeah, go ahead." "Thank you, Ensign Mark. Sorry, the fate of the ship is riding on this. Connect it for me." "All right, I'll connect it here, acting captain." Kasumi operated the captain's console to establish the connection to the dock. "Ensign Mark, it's connected, so please go ahead." "Ah, thank you." Mark then started talking to the other party. He had mentioned knowing someone there when I spoke to him on the colony, and it seems that was indeed the case, as he began with greetings after such a long absence. After finishing his conversation, Mark turned to me. "The boss there says he wants to talk to the person in charge of this ship. Is that you now?" "Huh, ah yes, that's me." Merica, standing nearby, chimed in. "There's no one else is there." So I stepped forward. The person on the other end sounded more like a boss than just a dock operator. "So, are they telling you to get this ship serviced?" "Yes, our people will help too, but we need to do a first-class maintenance in 3 months. Do you have any money?" "Hi. I'm asking if you have a budget. This is a government job, so it really depends on whether there is a proper budget or not. Ah yes, we have a budget of 30 billion gold. Can we use all of that as we please? Regarding that, I'll send our office staff over to you, so please ask them. I see. Lastly, can we use refurbished parts for the repairs? Yes, you can use whatever you like, but I do have one request. A request, huh? What is it? Well, we have some people here who really enjoy tinkering with machines. Could they help out as well? It would be great if you could train them. You want me to do that in 3 months? Preferably, but... Well, we can discuss that after meeting them. When can I meet them? I'll arrange for our staff to come over immediately. If we can get a provisional contract signed tomorrow, I can head over there right away with the ship. Though the repairs aren't complete yet, so it will take a couple of days for the ship to be able to travel at full speed. All right, got it. Since this is a request from the young master, I'll take the job. I'll send the staff over right away. Thank you very much. I'll contact them immediately and have them head over. We're in the capital, so they should be able to get there today or tomorrow. All right, I'll be waiting then. The talk with the boss was settled. He accepted the job. Mark, who had been listening nearby, had a rather tired look on his face for some reason. Mark, why don't we rest a bit in my room? Your room? Does this ship have one? I'm currently using the captain's quarters. Let's go rest there. I'll show you the way. Yeah, that's an opportunity I wouldn't normally get. I'd appreciate that. Yeah, this way. I got up from the captain's chair and led Mark to the captain's quarters. Before leaving the bridge, I called out to Marika, who was in command. Ah, Sister Marika. Mark and I will be in the captain's quarters, and could you please summon Chief Maki? I'd like to talk to her in the captain's quarters. Understood. I'll have someone bring you some tea later. Ah, how thoughtful of you. Thank you. We immediately entered the captain's quarters. There was a simple reception set, so I had Mark sit there and started talking to Chief Maki, who had just been contacted. Mark, sorry, but could you wait here for a bit? I'm going to send our office staff to that boss we were just talking about. Ah, don't worry about me. Thank you, Big Sister Maki. Ah, I keep slipping back to calling you sister. Chief Maki, can you hear me? Yes, acting captain. About the dockyard matter, the talk went well. I apologize, but could you head over there right away and sign a provisional contract? The location is, let's see. It's in the industrial park, just outside the center of Nihonium. Ah, I see. I'll send the address to your terminal, so please head there immediately. Understood. I'll head there in a high-speed craft right away. Captain, can I go with them too? Someone interrupted me as I was talking to Chief Maki. That lightheartedness could only be Maria, but she should be in training right now. Could she be playing hooky? Huh, why are you here, Maria? What about your training? Don't tell me you escaped or something. How mean? No, it's not like that. My training was finished in 1 day. What? How? It's because I was the only student with Kate. It was easily completed. I even got a completion certificate, and I've already given it to the chief. I see, well, okay. Chief Maki, I'm sorry, but could you take Maria with you as well? Understood. How about Ensign Kate? Ah, Kate is there too, huh? That's perfect. Ensign Kate, the acting captain wants to talk to you. Hi, it's Kate. Kate, could you go with Maria to introduce yourselves to the dockyard on this ship? Sure, but why? Of course, to stop Maria's rampaging. If she starts to run wild, you can even try choking her or breaking her arm or leg. But don't kill her. Captain, that's way too much. I'm not some monster with 3 legs. As long as you don't go on a rampage, that's fine. And I'm not the captain, I'm the acting captain now. The harsh captain you're talking about isn't here. Anyway, Maria, please behave yourself until Marika and I get there, okay? Understood. I'm not completely satisfied, but I'll promise, acting captain. That's settled then. Chief Maki, you guys will probably be working at Nihonium, so start preparing to move as well. Get the provisional contract done as soon as possible. Yes, understood. We'll depart from here immediately. Chapter 37. The Contract. Traveling from the capital would be the opposite route from when I first entered the officer academy. But just like back then, it would only take 12 hours on the fastest ship. It's still before noon, so I should get the results before leaving Bismuth tonight. Mark was listening with complete exasperation at my dealings. Isn't that a bit too harsh, even though you're not in the military? Ah, you mean about Maria and the others? I think so too. Couldn't you do something about it then? You are the... Like I said earlier, I'm just a figurehead. The The real boss around here is Sis Merica. I'm leaving it to her. But surely discipline can't be maintained like this. Well, you see, this is just where the Coast Guard's unwanted kids end up gathering. Huh? What do you mean, unwanted kids? Meaning this is the Coast Guard's exile division. So in this case, too, they were just sacrificed because they're the unwanted kids. It just so happened that the girls were exceptional, otherwise we'd have likely been ordered to go die. An inspection squad of only 30 was made to deal with 2 armed ships using practically unarmed boats. The girls are amazing. Even under such harsh treatment, they maintained their morale, motivation, and discipline. If I had to give up one of those 3, I wouldn't hesitate to ditch discipline, especially after the terrible treatment from those who ditched their morale and motivation. I can see your point, but do you intend to return to the military? If you keep living like this, you won't be able to go back. Could be. Well, I only became a soldier on a whim in the first place, so I'll live wherever I can. That's how I am. Not like I intended to live that long anyway. You were always like that, huh? I get it. Keep at it then. Who knows what lies ahead for you on this completely different path from us, but I'll cooperate however I can. Thanks, not that there's anything I can do, but let me know if you need my help for anything. I can ask Sis Merica and the others for cooperation too. Listening to you is just pitiful, you know. Well, I suppose it's just like you. I'll ask for help without hesitation then when the time comes. Yeah, I'll definitely beg Sis Merica, even on my hands and knees if I have to, so don't worry. Where in those words was, I suppose, to find reassurance? Can't you try a little harder, honestly? But like I've been saying, I'm just a figurehead. This case, too, you must have overheard earlier. It was because of my subordinate Kate that I was demoted to this point. Otherwise, I'd probably have been promoted to lieutenant commander by now. Though I might not have been around in this world anymore, but still. I suppose that's a fair point. Well, I think my role here is done. I'll be heading back now. For some reason, I'm unusually tired today. I see, what will you do? I can have you sent directly to the ship. Nah, it's been a while since I had a break. I'll go have some fun at the colony. In any case, I want to get away from the military for a bit right now. Got it. I suppose this is goodbye then. The next time we meet will probably be if I come to Nihonium. Let's definitely go out for drinks next time. You should be able to drink by then too, now. Probably. Actually, I haven't had a drink yet. Ah no, wait, I was made to drink at that welcome party, wasn't I? Yeah, as long as I watch the amount, I'll be fine. Then I'll take you to a good place. Nihonium is like my own backyard. Looking forward to seeing you again. Just then, Ryoko entered the room with tea. Were you leaving? My apologies, I was delayed in preparing, so I couldn't properly attend to you. No, it was just my fatigue. There was no fault on your part. It would be rude of me to let the tea you prepared go to waste. Mark, you can at least have some tea, can't you? Ah, since it's prepared, let's have some tea before saying goodbye. In the end, the two had tea before Mark returned to the colony. As for us, with the maintenance work nearing completion, we set off for Nihonium. It would normally only take a few hours for a regular warship, but due to the poor condition requiring minimum speed, it ended up taking 2 days to reach Nihonium's orbital zone. Following the Nihonium control room's instructions, we stopped here to await the tug spacecraft. A military tug spacecraft arrived, and we received a radio call. Like before, a guide boarded, and with the assistance of several tug spacecraft this time, we entered the dock. This really is a tiny company, essentially only having one functional dock. Since we were using that dock, the ship currently being dismantled was being moved to the square next to the dock. Seeing that scene really made me feel apologetic. Even though it was a request from the parent company relayed through Mark, it seemed we had imposed quite a burden on them. As soon as the ship had fully entered the dock, I was about to head to the office when someone seemed to board our ship from their end. A rather small person, but with a sturdy build. Apparently, they were a rare Dornf in this kingdom. The Dornf are descendants of a rather dexterous, crafting-focused ethnic group that inhabited the remote Dornf planet during the era when this space was once ruled by a single great empire. When the upheaval occurred and there were no longer any peaceful lands anywhere, even that remote region, nay, precisely because it was so remote. Their homeland was considerably ravaged, scattering them across the cosmos, or so I've heard. Nowadays, major powers like the Zirconia Empire and the Graphite Empire had declared protection for them early on and actively accepted them, owing to which they have become militarily formidable. They must be an exceptional ethnic group specialized in craftsmanship, thanks to them. That Dornf person entered the bridge with our Chief Petty Officer Maki, Maria, and Kate, who seemed to be acting as Maria's disciplinary companion. "Oh, so you're the one in charge here, little lady." "My apologies, acting captain. The president insisted on coming here." "Yes, I'm sorry for the late introduction. No need for such formalities." "So you're the captain?" "No, I'm the acting captain. However, you are correct that I am the highest-ranking officer present in the captain's absence." "Then let's get straight to the contract. Time won't wait for us." "Hi, acting captain. It seems the boss has really taken a liking to this job and wants to get started right away." "Acting captain." For some inexplicable reason, the boss seems quite taken with that Maria character and has been filling his head with all sorts of ideas, so he must be raring to go. "Eh? Is that so?" I looked toward Sis Maki, but she just apologetically hung her head without saying a word. Chapter 38, to the destination that each of you cares about. I understand. Since we are in a position to demand a contract, let's go ahead and sign it right away. Shall we discuss it in the captain's room? I'm fine with doing it here, but if you say so, anywhere is good. I led everyone to the captain's room. We immediately signed the contract at the reception desk, and I received the contract document from Maki-chan. Even here, it was standard paperwork, so it was a physical document. In the government contract, the conditions were confirmed electronically, and after the electronic signature, each of us signed the paper confirmation document to complete the contract. This has not changed since the kingdom was founded. The contract is now finalized. As you asked, I'll train the girls. In return, I'll have them help with the maintenance of this ship. Yes, that's exactly as I requested. Please feel free to contact me directly or through Maria if you need anything. I'll do my best to accommodate you. Well then, let's start right away. Miss, please guide me on a tour of the ship. Shall I guide you? I don't want to bother with unnecessary things. The miss is probably more familiar with the ship than you are. You must have your own work to do. Since Maki-san asked me, they've set up an office for you here. They've also prepared living quarters for your subordinates, so you can ask Maki-san about that. All right, Maria, please guide me. Understood, acting captain. I'll be going then. Be careful not to. I know. I won't go overboard, and the partnership with Kate will be dissolved here. All right. Kate, go to Marikani-sama's place and bring your team. Everyone except Maria's team should leave the ship. Let's head to the office they prepared for us. Everything starts from there. I was led by Maki-chan to the outside of the ship. A prefab building had been erected next to the dock, which they had rented out as our office. Apparently, the rental cost for the office was included in the contract, so there were no issues with any improper benefits. She was a truly capable administrative staff member. However, this office, no matter how you look at it, resembles a part of a passenger ship. Yes, the president said they're using a part of a previously dismantled passenger ship, so we were able to rent it at a low cost. They even offered to give it to us for free at first, but that would have been considered an improper benefit, so we properly signed a contract. They've also prepared living quarters for us next door. So they're reusing parts of a dismantled ship. As long as we can sleep there, that's fine, thank you. Seems like the president here is a practical person who doesn't care too much about appearances. I think we'll get along well. We immediately reported to the Coast Guard headquarters that the contract had been finalized. Of course, Maki-chan wrote the report, and I just signed it before sending it to the General Affairs Department. Looks like we won't be bothered with too many things until the deadline. Section. However, the headquarters was in a frenzy after receiving this report. The adults' rank manipulation scheme was now at risk of being thwarted. The report that reached the General Affairs Department was personally delivered to the superintendent by the department head. Superintendent, they finally found the dock. Is that true? Yes, the report just came in that they have completed the contract. This is troublesome. The military faction nobles might start causing a ruckus. I wonder who leased the dock to those people. According to the report, it was apparently a so-called dismantling company. A dismantling company, huh? Phew, that's a relief. Then it should be manageable. What do you mean? Once the maintenance is done, make them issue a maintenance report certificate. Dismantling companies can only issue up to third class, not even second class, let alone first class, that's for sure. You're right. However, no need to worry. When we receive the report, we'll scold them for not being first class and make it look like their fault. But demotion might be too harsh. No, it'll be fine. Let them have their freedom for the promised 3 months. Then we can pursue them for inappropriate use of public funds and have the audit department punish them. But don't tell them about this plan until the maintenance is complete. If our scheme is exposed, they might take some countermeasures. Those people seem more capable than we expected. Understood. After the report, the General Affairs Department head left the superintendent's presence, and a certain unease began to spread among the relevant personnel at headquarters. There were some who harbored doubts. However, there was a temperature difference among the people causing a commotion at headquarters. It was mainly the seconded or transferred military personnel who were making a fuss, those being pressured by the military faction nobles. The civil servants were remarkably calm about the situation, as they had no relation to the military's intentions in the first place. To begin with, the root of this whole uproar lies in the clumsy plots of those rabble-rousers, so I sense an unseemliness and precariousness in their clumsy scheming yet again. More than anything, the bureaucratic civil officials are aligned not with the military or aristocratic warlords, but rather oriented toward the royal palace. It is the rumors emanating from the palace that have them concerned. The rumor that during the recent honoring ceremony, Her Royal Highness the Third Princess took an interest in them, and that this third princess has apparently begun making undercurrent moves. If the princess has taken a liking to them, and were to interact with them with ill intent, it could put them in jeopardy. They likely also harbor feelings of not wanting to get involved in a disturbance that is not their responsibility to begin with. As of now, the bureaucratic officials of civil service backgrounds, beginning with the Director of General Affairs and including the Director of Personnel, are taking a wait-and-see stance. It was at this juncture that the previous report came circulating around. For a different reason, the civil service crowd is also ill at ease. The Director of Personnel caught the Director of General Affairs descending from the Inspector General's office. Director of General Affairs, may I have a moment of your time? Ah, Director of Personnel. Not at all, but this is a matter that requires discretion, is it not? Upon the Director of General Affairs saying this, the Director of Personnel silently nodded. The Director of General Affairs then went down to the first floor of this building and borrowed one of the shared reception rooms of the joint government offices. Since this also houses the police headquarters that guards the security of the capital planet, it is a secure location free of nonsense like wiretapping. Moreover, being a place also used by the police headquarters, it is not somewhere the Coast Guard crew could simply barge into either. For this reason, both the Coast Guard and police headquarters frequently use this place for factional discussions requiring discretion. So, what did you wish to discuss? How long does the Director of General Affairs intend to side with the Inspector General? I am not particularly siding with the Inspector General. In that case, it may be advisable for you to distance yourself from the Inspector General sooner rather than later. Is that solely due to the reason that it could become dangerous for you alone? Certainly, that is part of it. However, that is not all. At the previous meeting, the Inspector General stated that even if the maintenance of that ship fails, it will not tarnish general affairs. However, it seems the royal family does not see it that way. What do you mean by that? I was asked by your colleague, the Palace Estate Manager, and it seems the Estate Management Department views the management of assets as the responsibility of the managing department. In other words, yes, all ships under our management are assets of the royal family. If the management is sloppy, it becomes the responsibility of the managing department. Your friend seemed concerned about that. Thank you. Well, that alone doesn't seem to be the only reason, but it means pressure is starting from the royal family not to fail the maintenance of that ship. If failure is due to their lack of ability, we can still make excuses on our end. But if failure occurs due to scheming on our part, then we here will be scrutinized by the royal family. Not just you, but the future of all of us civil servants could be impacted as well. It seems that rumor was true after all. This rumor you speak of, is it about Her Royal Highness the Third Princess? Yes, it seems the princess intends to establish a new organization, and they are being considered for it. So from me as well, I ask that the Director of General Affairs be very careful not to interfere with them. Understood. However, if that's the case, doesn't the Director of Personnel also need to get to work soon? Work for personnel, you mean? According to the report, that ship's maintenance will begin soon, depending on the availability of the receiving dock. With that level of severe understaffing, clearly insufficient for operating the ship, won't that become a problem no matter how long it lasts? At the very least, for the ships where an acting captain has been appointed, the crew situation is also abnormal. The current situation on that ship has an extremely poor balance. If it were an aerospacecraft frigate bestowed directly from His Majesty to us administrative staff alone, then I can understand us handling the personnel arrangements ourselves while first proceeding with just the maintenance. However, that ship has already transitioned to the same system as an active duty ship, with an acting captain, crew, and administrative staff assigned from our side. In that case, doesn't the current understaffing immediately become a flaw in personnel administration? Oh, you make a fair point. Up until now, we in personnel have been unable to intervene in staffing for that ship due to the Inspector General's insistence. But you're right, this is problematic. We should propose some plans to the Inspector General for consultation. Since I'm now indebted to the Director of Personnel, may I offer some advice? So soon? Sure, and we'll consider the debt repaid. So what is this advice? Yes, if you simply bring up increasing staff to the Inspector General, he'll just brush it aside. It seems failure is the premise he's operating under. So unless you frame the staff increase as outwardly obstructing their efforts, the Inspector General likely won't accept it at all. However, yes, if we actually try to interfere with them, as you just informed me, it could make us responsible. That's why I said outwardly. Specifically, yes, we have many Coast Guard members who are under 18 years old. Yes, that's the program where they gather those who don't go to high school and make them do remote learning to turn them into proper members in the future. Yes, the personnel in our Coast Guard are quite skewed due to the military's cast-offs. We do have some staff members who are treated as semi-career after finishing university, but fortunately, this system was created thanks to Admiral Bruce. Most of the regular members are much more capable than the military ones, all thanks to this program. Applicants can even get a university-level degree through this remote learning, so quite a few end up becoming semi-career. But the top brass who came from the military looks down on this system. So, how about we pick around 30 of the top first-year students? First-year students? Yes, that way the top brass can't really refuse, as they'd get to supervise the education of the first years, which would be a win-win for them. I see. It'll be fine. As long as we pick the talented ones without getting caught, it'll work out. And those top brass who look down on the program won't even care about first years. Plus, there's a benefit for them too. A benefit? Yes, they are short on the absolute number of soldiers on that ship, but even more so, they lack regular soldiers. It's top-heavy with too many officers. They have 4 lieutenants at most, but far more non-commissioned officers after the recent mass promotions. Yet, they don't have a single second lieutenant. This is clearly an abnormal situation, so this plan could help fill that gap. And think about it, these young recruits can manage subordinates older than themselves, while the experienced ones will likely look down on them and it won't work out. But if we send in completely inexperienced first years, they'll definitely be able to handle them. So it's not without merit for them either. And even if problems arise from the lack of experience when the ship starts operating, we can just blame it on the negative effects of those metals, so we'll have no fault. That makes sense. Okay, let's start preparing right away. Chapter 39, The Rookie Reinforcement. When the interests of the bureaucrats are at stake, they will demonstrate their abilities to the fullest. 2 days after the head of the General Affairs Department had taken the report to the Rear Admiral, the reinforcement plan for the space destroyer Shunman was completed. The head of the Personnel Department accompanied the head of the General Affairs Department, who was also in charge of that ship, to visit the Rear Admiral's office. Rear Admiral, the reinforcement plan for the space destroyer Shunman has been completed. A reinforcement plan, you say? Yes, in the current state, that ship may be criticized for being understaffed. We need to at least maintain the appearance, or we may face the scrutiny of the royal family. What about the space frigate? What about the space frigate? That one is not yet recognized as an active ship. It is under the custody of the General Affairs Department, and we have set up a new division to handle its maintenance. But the ship in renovation does not have an official name or hull number. So there is no need for assigned crew members, let alone a captain. However, Shunman does have an official name and hull number, and while it may not have a captain, it does have an acting captain. And the crew members are rather haphazardly assigned. So this situation is rather problematic, isn't it? Indeed, that may be true. However, I don't know what concerns you, but we have a cadet system. It allows high school-level students to work while continuing their studies. I have selected about 30 first-year cadets for this purpose. They are still in the midst of their basic education, so it doesn't matter where they learn. Assigning them to that ship will make the crew numbers look more reasonable. Furthermore, we can assign the second-class spacemen who are not currently on that ship. There are no second-class spacemen on that ship. Yes, they have all been promoted by one rank due to that decoration. So the second-class spacemen, including the rookies, have all become first-class spacemen. And the problem is that there are more non-commissioned officers than regular soldiers. Since all the first-class spacemen, there have become non-commissioned officers. I see, that is indeed problematic. If we don't do anything about it, we may face the scrutiny of the royal family. If we tell the noble families that we are educating their children, they may be satisfied. And that is indeed the case. True, sending useless people won't be of any use, and they would have the responsibility of providing that education, so they won't be able to focus on the maintenance. This is a good idea. All right, show me that personnel reinforcement plan. Here it is. The head of the personnel department handed the Rear Admiral the reinforcement plan that included the profiles of 30 people. The Rear Admiral checked the data on his terminal and confirmed that they were all first-year cadets. After confirming that all of them were first-year pre-college students, he approved it. Implement this promptly and ensure that there are no blemishes on our reputation. The two department heads bowed and left the Rear Admiral's office, inwardly considering other matters, but outwardly complying with the Rear Admiral's instructions. Section, it was a busy 3 days after we had the ship docked, and it was mostly paperwork. Fortunately, Big Sis Maki had taken care of arranging the living quarters and offices, so that was a relief. But even so, with 30 subordinates to manage, I was kept busy setting their work schedules and making training plans. Fortunately, the maintenance estimates were being worked on by the foreman and Maria's team, so I haven't had any troublesome issues from Maria yet. However, to me, this felt like the calm before the storm, and it was a bit frightening. While I was in this state, I received an instruction from the head of the General Affairs Department at headquarters. Acting Captain now. Maki came into my room. This office is a part of a cruise ship, so it's a bit of a waste of space. My room is also assigned to a room that is supposed to have been the captain's cabin. Maki knocked on the door and came in. Acting Captain now, it seems there is going to be a reinforcement. More personnel, 30 second-class spacemen, for the crew of the space destroyer Shunman. Sudden reinforcement, And all of them are rookies. This might be a bit of a challenge. Chapter 40, Enrolled Students. That does seem very challenging. Since all the new recruits are first-year students, you'll have to make a learning plan in addition to the training, won't you? Yeah, that's true. But for us, even though it's difficult, we need at least this many if we're going to increase the numbers. Acting Captain, what do you mean by that? Think about it. First of all, having only second-class spacemen is really the only option given our current composition. The ship is just too top-heavy right now. We don't have a single second-class spaceman, and instead we have a disproportionately large number of non-commissioned officers. I see. But even so, wouldn't it be better if we had some more experienced soldiers come in? It would be quite difficult for us otherwise. That's true too. But the thing is, we even have some first-class spacemen here, even though we're a rookie unit because of that decoration issue. If we had more experienced soldiers, it might throw off the balance. And anyway, since they're all young, older soldiers might have a hard time fitting in. But the fact is, We've been short on soldiers, so let's give it one more push, shall we? I see. But I don't think we'll be much help, to be honest. It's clear that we're not combat personnel, only administrative staff. No, that's not true. I'll have the administrative staff help out with the learning. It's outside their normal duties, but we'll need their cooperation on this. As for the military training of the recruits, that has to be handled by the soldiers themselves. So I'll have to consult with the reliable Lieutenant Merica on this. Could you please go get Lieutenant Merica for me? The young administrative staff member, who had been listening to my conversation with Chief Maki, spoke up. Acting Captain, I'll go find Lieutenant Merica right away. I'd appreciate that. It wasn't long before Lieutenant Merica arrived. Sorry to summon you while you're busy. Not at all, so I hear we're getting new recruits. Yes, and they're all first-year students. Hiring new recruits is the best choice in this situation. If we got a bunch of jaded veterans instead, that would be a real nightmare. We wouldn't even be able to get the ship moving for months, and having to babysit that kind of crowd would be awful. With first-year students, we can just give them a firm talking to and make it work. We could even handle some fake first-class spacemen, like Nina and Bunny. The person who made this personnel decision deserves our gratitude. It'll still be tough, but I'm glad to have your support, Merica. We'll need to start preparing to receive them right away. Are you free to help out now? Yes, I'm free. Oh, I should get the fake officers involved too. The fake officers? Yes, I'll go summon them right away. Is here a good place to meet up? All right, we'll wait here. Chief Maki, that's okay with you too, right? Yes, that's fine. My office is right next door, so I don't mind. Let me just go ask my subordinates to handle some work while we're all gathered here. Maki and Merica then left the room. After a little while, a lively group entered the room. Captain, they say transfer students are coming. Maria, what are you, some kind of school drama character? Seriously, it's time for you to stop calling me Captain. Thud. Lieutenant Merica brought her fist down on Maria's head. Oh, Maria, stop calling the acting captain Captain already. We're about to get new recruits, and you're an officer, you know, an officer. But, no buts, sit down. Let's get started. Before that, may I say something briefly, acting captain? You see, I can speak properly too. I understand, but is that all? Did you have something else to say? That's right. It was timely for me as well. After finalizing the estimate for the ship, I spoke with the boss, and he said it would be better to completely replace the engines on that ship. There's no way, we don't have an unlimited budget. We still have other maintenance to do. Won't replacing the engines alone put us way over budget? No, sis Merica. The boss said those engines likely can't be used without fully stripping them down. He said rather than completely disassembling and reassembling them, it would be far cheaper to just replace the engines entirely. He also mentioned that using refurbished second-hand parts would make it significantly more affordable. He even said we could get them for free if needed. That just can't be right. Anyway, the details are understood. If the budget allows for it, you can go ahead with the engine swap. But make sure to run it through the proper approval process first. I need to keep track of the budget execution, so I can't just let you do whatever you want, even if it is cheaper. Submit the request, and we'll see what we can do. Understood, thank you. Captain, I mean acting captain. Good, but don't get ahead of yourself. Wait for the approval before doing anything, all right? Thank you, acting captain. I was hoping you'd say that. In fact, I already have the request form ready. Shall I send it to you? No, sis, I mean you're an officer now, aren't you? In that case, it's okay for me to talk to you directly. If I give the permission, can you please send it to Chief Maki, or maybe it's better the other way around? Sorry, but could you send it to Chief Maki first? If there are no issues with the budget at Maki's place, please send it back to me so I can approve it. Then you can start the work, how's that? Yes, I think that works too, but I can only check the budget, you know. That's fine. I've already told the president here that I'll let you handle it as you wish. Honestly, even I don't know all the details. As long as you can provide the certification of a first-class mechanic, there won't be any problems. That's true, understood. All right, then let's move on to the next matter. As you may already know, the assignment of second lieutenants is coming up soon. It's going to be 30 first-year trainees. So I've gathered you, our core members, to discuss the treatment of those assigned personnel. The meeting that followed was quite tiring. After about 2 hours, we decided to assign them to a few hours of schooling each day. Then have the 30 trainees divided into 6 groups of 5, and have them rotate through the workstations of the senior members here daily. In the mornings, they would study under Maki and the others, and in the afternoons, 15 of them would go for basic training, with Marika overseeing them. The remaining 15 would help out with ship maintenance and various tasks, rotating through Kite's area. Fortunately, there was enough room for the non-commissioned officers, so we assigned 6 of them to take care of the trainees. With this plan in place, the immediate issue was resolved. By the way, acting captain, when are those new recruits arriving? I don't think I informed you. They're arriving tomorrow morning at the spaceport. What, tomorrow? Yes, I thought I had reported that, which is why I hurried to get the system set up. Looks like we'll need to go pick them up. Should I be there too, since there will likely be an escort? Yes, I wanted to discuss that. If possible, could we just handle it at the spaceport? I'd rather not have the higher-ups come here. I get it. This place is comfortable, but it'll be open season for complaints from above. All right, I'll go to the spaceport myself to receive them. I was actually planning to stop by the 2nd Fleet Command headquarters anyway. I see. I could come along, but me going to the command headquarters might just cause trouble, and I've got a lot of work to do here to welcome the new recruits. Sorry, acting captain. No, you're right. Marika will be busy with the new recruits. And it wouldn't be good for both of us to be away from here. Maria has the foreman, but even he's not entirely trustworthy. I'll ask you to hold down the fort here tomorrow. Acting captain, isn't that a bit much? I'll be really busy with the engine overhaul tomorrow. I won't have time to babysit the recruits. No exceptions, we'll all take care of them. They won't be newbies forever, and we need to make sure they're integrated well. All right, I understand. I was just testing the waters. Okay then, Maki, you'll come with me to the spaceport. First, we'll stop by the Fleet Command headquarters. I think we'll get there before them, but even if not, the recruits will likely be escorted there anyway. Yes, that works for me. I was planning to go greet them from the start, and I'd like to visit the headquarters as well. This is perfect timing. All right, things are going to get busier from here on out, but keep up the good work. I want to have meetings like this whenever new recruits arrive. There will likely be issues, but we'll solve them together. Thanks for today, everyone. Dismissed. Chapter 41, Unexpected Reunion. The next day, I looked around the dock and then went to the spaceport with Makini-chan. This is a private company, so there are no official vehicles or anything like that. I could have borrowed one of their cars, but that would have caused problems on the way back. After all, I had to bring back 30 new recruits, so a passenger car would just get in the way. For that reason, we took the train, which is a public transportation option, to get to the spaceport. Even though it's on the outskirts, this is one of the major industrial areas on this planet. The station is within walking distance, so Makini-chan and I walked to the station. On the way, we passed by the neighborhood where the orphanage we grew up in was located, and I was reminded of that unpleasant incident. I should have been long gone by now, but my subordinates just keep increasing. Well, now that I'm here, I guess I'll do what I usually do. I'll stay behind on the ship and make a final charge. In the end, I'll sit in the captain's chair and murmur something like, "My hometown, how nostalgic." Just like the scene I read so many times in that fantasy novel that made me cry. I'll do the same. I'll try a little harder. I recalled a scene from the fantasy novel I read voraciously during my officer training days, and I was able to forget the unpleasant memory that had surfaced earlier. Now, Kun, this is nostalgic, isn't it? Hi. This is the station closest to the orphanage. I've visited it a few times since leaving the orphanage. Well, I've been pretty busy, and it just felt difficult to go back. I see. I've only been there once myself. I can't really say anything about your situation, now, Kun. As the train arrived at the station, a group of university students got on the same car. It's a little late for commuting, but that's probably normal for university students. How nostalgic. I went to university on this planet, so I know that around this time of year, there's a short break, and the students often go on little trips organized by their clubs or classes to welcome the new students and foster camaraderie. Did you know about that, now, Kun? No, I didn't. I was at the Officer Training Academy in the capital planet Diamond, so I hardly ever left the campus, except for space training missions. Really? Was it just you? Well, I guess I was the only one, but the others didn't have much free time either. After all, they have to train us to be officers in just 3 years, so there was hardly any free time. As Makini-chan and I were indulging in a bit of nostalgia, one of the university students approached us. "Wait, is that you, Makini?" she said. "It's me, Tetsurin. You haven't forgot me, right?" The woman who spoke to us was none other than Tekken. Honestly, at that moment, I didn't know what to do. I had never panicked even when dealing with pirates, but this time, I was in a state of panic and quickly distanced myself from Makini-chan. Makini-chan didn't seem to notice my change in behavior and started chatting with Tetsurin. "Oh, Tekken, it's been a while. I think the last time I visited the orphanage was when I joined the Coast Guard." The two women continued their conversation. Of course, I didn't join in and kept a bit of distance, so Tekken didn't realize that I was with Makini-chan. It seems my attitude made the high-ranking Coast Guard official who came on this business trip think I was being considerate. From an outside perspective, it may have looked that way, but I wasn't being considerate at all. I just didn't want to meet Jur ever again, not just now. Even so, the two talked without realizing my feelings until we reached the spaceport station. Fortunately, Tekken didn't notice me until the very end and went back to her university friends she was with before. Admittedly, our current attire would make it obvious. Sis Maki was in a suit, with that professional aura of a working adult. However, I had joined the military and left the orphanage, so I was dressed as an important Coast Guard official. After all, I was wearing full formal dress with miniature medals and a smart-looking peaked cap befitting an acting captain. From any angle, I would only appear as an important Coast Guard person. Still, the fact that she didn't recognize me at all was a bit vexing, making me feel a little dejected thinking that was the extent of our relationship. When the train arrived at the spaceport station, we disembarked. This station served people going to the spaceport's maintenance facilities, so naturally those university students took it further to the general passenger terminal. Perhaps for that reason, not many people got off here. I walked alongside Sis Maki, when suddenly, for some reason, she brought up old times and asked me at the end, "Now, I thought you would have pursued a business career for sure. Why did you aspire to become a soldier?" "Hi. Did Tekken say something to you just now?" "No, nothing. Come to think of it, you two were close back then. Why didn't you talk to her?" I gathered my courage and spoke honestly. It's true that I tried to enter the business world by going to university, but I failed miserably. Then Tekken seemed to have disliked me and rejected me, so I got frustrated and applied to the military, and that's how I ended up here. Wait, so how did you end up on the elite officer track with that kind of background? Normally, you'd have to go through a lot of hardship to get into that school, right? Fortunately, my explanation seemed to make her more curious about how I ended up on the elite track, rather than the fact that I had been rejected. I'm not sure either, but according to Mark, you know, the son of that big shot from the Caswell shipyard who introduced me to this dock. My grades were somehow recorded in the national computer system, so that's probably why. That's nothing special. My grades are recorded in the national system too, you know. Oh, I forgot to mention, I actually had a recommendation to the Career Bureaucrat Training Department at the first Royal University when I graduated. But well, you know how that place is, so I aimed for Kalen University instead, but I failed. And after being rejected, I just applied to the military, and suddenly I was brought here. I see, that explains your grades then. Now your personality is the complete opposite of that choice, so I've always wondered why. It's truly a twist of fate for you. I don't know if it's good luck or bad luck, but I'm definitely aware that I've strayed far from the ordinary path. Ah, we're here. So what now, Maki? Are you coming with me to greet them? I'll pass on that. You're going to see the commander, right? That's not my business. I'll go greet the seniors first and gather some information, then we can meet up when it's time to receive the new recruits. All right, got it. Then I'll see you later. After parting ways with Maki, I met with the fleet commander. Although we had made an appointment beforehand, I was made to wait for a long time and received a rather cold reception. I had already expected not to be welcomed, but the blatantness of it all was quite surprising. Maybe it was out of jealousy, as Maki had hinted at before, but somehow it felt different. Regardless, this place is enemy territory. I shouldn't expect any cooperation, only obstacles. We'll be all right if we think that way from the start. After my meeting with the fleet commander, I also went to greet the squadron commander of the patrol fleet, but it was even worse here. Well, they probably had some kind of penalty for that past operation, but it wasn't my fault. Yet, this was a very obvious case of resentment. Even though all the participants in that operation were penalized, it seemed like we were the only ones who got rewarded. And on top of that, the reward was extraordinary. No wonder they were jealous. But really, for adults to act this way is quite unacceptable. Finally, when I visited the director of the Nihonium branch office, the reception was a complete 180, a warm welcome that belied the previous interactions. I was utterly confused by the inconsistent treatment. As I was enjoying tea with the director, I received a call that the new recruits had arrived at the airport. So I left the director's office and headed to the arrival gate. There was a dedicated military arrival lounge, so it wasn't too crowded. I was instructed to wait in a meeting room adjacent to the arrival area. Soon, the personnel in charge of the trainee program from headquarters arrived, escorting the 32nd trainee. Maki came in with them, seemingly acquainted with the person in charge of the schooling personnel at the headquarters staff. As Maki instructed, I completed the handover process and took the recruits with me. Fortunately, Maki had arranged for a military bus with a driver, so we could all ride back together. I hadn't paid much attention, but the issue was with the trainees' terminals used for remote learning. While each person had their own, there was a problem with connecting to the network. On a military ship, there's no problem accessing the wireless network anywhere. But since we were renting a civilian facility, easily connecting to their network was not an option. Although the president or our crew could probably manage it, that would definitely cause problems. This is where the capable administrative staff came in handy. Maki had taken care of the arrangements properly. She had borrowed an encrypted server from headquarters that could use the general-purpose internet lines without issues. We had to carry it this time. It wasn't a large device, but as it was classified, having me carry it would have caused more problems, so the bus ride back was a relief. We lined up like ducklings and boarded the bus in the Coast Guard's designated parking area, heading back to the dock. The distance from the spaceport to the dock was not that significant. The spaceport was located on the outskirts of the town, adjacent to an industrial park, where our rented dock was situated. By car, it's only about 20 minutes. The train ride there just took longer, which led to all the hassle. But despite that, I was quite tired. Chapter 42, Morning Glory number 5, I was prepared for the cold reception at the base, but that was also a cause of fatigue. The prefab building we're using as our base already had a classroom set up. They had taken all the furniture out of the spacious room and set up desks. I first had everyone get off the bus, then led them into the classroom. After thanking the bus driver who brought us, I entered the classroom. Everyone was seated, but for some reason, the enthusiastic Dominic called out an order as soon as I entered. Acting Captain, entering. Hearing that, the newly assigned ensigns, though scattered, stood up and saluted. Salute the acting captain. I returned their salute and had them sit down. I hadn't expected to have to give a speech to the new recruits so soon, so I couldn't do it as impressively as I would have liked. But I managed to get through the basic greetings. After that, I left the room, leaving it to Marikini-san. It seems Marikini-san and Makini-chan were able to get things organized, so we're done for today. The staff members went to guide them to their assigned rooms. The rooms they were assigned were, of course, repurposed from a decommissioned ship. I would have preferred not use such luxurious rooms, considering the future, but it seems they managed to prepare well. I was surprised when I heard they had dismantled individual crew cabins from a ship under demolition and moved them here just this morning. But then, the company president was boasting that they could prepare anything, given that they were actively dismantling a luxury liner. I later heard that the president had even offered to let them use a first-class cabin, since there were extras, but Marikini-san politely declined. It was probably a good call, as those kinds of luxurious accommodations might make it hard for them to adjust to regular living later on. My life changed drastically from that day. I've become incredibly busy. I was already busy before, but the paperwork is endless. On top of that, I have to take care of the trainees. I'm not directly involved in their training, but I have to compile the assessments from the various supervisors to create reference materials for the future. Even as I'm working hard, Maria and the others keep pushing more paperwork at me. Various proposals keep coming up, and I have to review and approve them. Some of them make me wonder if I really should have approved them, but I've developed the habit of not worrying about the aftermath. So, even a month after the docking, I haven't set foot on the ship. Instead, I've heard that Marikini-san and Makini-chan have been checking on it occasionally, but I haven't heard of any problems so far. The latest report I've received is that the engine replacement is complete. The initial estimate was 15 billion gold, but apparently, they were able to do it for 10 billion gold. Apparently, Maria and the others managed to salvage the engine from a nearby decommissioned ship, and with the help of the foreman, they were able to get a good discount. Makini-chan seems satisfied with it, so it should be fine. However, can an engine replacement really be done in just 1 month? I've heard that the frigate that went into the dock around the same time hasn't even finished its engine replacement yet. Oh, and even after we arrived here, there were still occasional inquiries from the military shipyard about the issue with Butcher's main engine, but those have completely stopped. That's a little worrying, to be honest. I've provided some cover-ups to the dock personnel, and it seems the dock manager is aware of and complicit in my deception. But it's still a bit concerning that it just suddenly stopped at a certain point. Well, I don't have the time to dwell on it too much. The main time thieves are not just Maria, but also the petty officers like Kasumi and Ai with their constant proposals. I've been approving them, as long as they stay within budget. But what surprised me was the complete overhaul of the bridge control systems, along with the engine system changes. The proposed budget for this was 5 billion gold, which made me quite concerned. I called in Kasumi and questioned her directly. However, Kasumi said that they're salvaging all the replaced components from the ship being demolished, so they can do it cheaply. But I'm still worried if this ship will really be able to fly in just 2 more months. Well, I've entrusted it to them, so I just have to grit my teeth. But I'm honestly glad to see them working so proactively. I've been regularly summoning Maria to explain the progress. Perhaps because she's completed the major task of the engine replacement, Maria now seems much more relaxed. She is in a really good mood every day because she is free to do what she loves most. Acting captain, the engine conversion is finished. The work on the bridge is also about to be completed, according to Kasumi. I see, so after that, I'd like to start working on the armaments soon. You're going to change the armaments too. Since I changed the engine, the old ones won't work anymore. The power transmission is completely different, you see. In that case, can we prepare for it now? Hey, what's with that lecherous laugh? If we order new ones now, they won't arrive in time. And more importantly, it won't fit the budget. You're right. But you see, acting captain, we have them right here. But this is a shipyard that dismantles military ships, isn't it? They do dismantle military ships here, but lately, there hasn't been much of that kind of work. So, what are you going to do? The acting captain didn't know. Know what? I mean, even cruise ships were armed, you know. Is that so? It's only natural that cruise ships are armed, with pirates roaming everywhere. Not just the one in front of us, but most cruise ships are heavily armed, and we're allowed to use them freely. So we'll be using a laser cannon that can serve as the main gun, one in the front and one in the back. Is the budget okay? Yes, 300 million gold will be more than enough. All right then. And you know, acting captain, the ship's appearance will look a bit off without something else. How should I put it? It will look incomplete. So, can we also add some torpedo launchers? I don't mind, but you don't have any torpedoes, do you? But we do have plenty of them. Where? Right here. The foreman says they have a hard time processing them, and the ammunition depot is getting crowded, so they want us to take them off their hands. They even said they'd be willing to let us have them for a gold per unit. Wait a minute. That's starting to raise some issues. Don't worry, I've already confirmed it with Chief Maki. It's not entirely free, but she said it's fine if we buy them at 1 gold per unit. It's true that they've become almost obsolete these days, but 1 gold per unit. All right, submit the requisition. That's all right, I'm busy so. One more thing. What is it? Can we also mount the Isago, Morning Glory, number 5 on that ship. Isago, I didn't approve that before, did I? Ah, I did allow it for the hovercraft. Well, as long as you submit the requisition along with the other stuff, it should be fine. Is that everything? Yes, that's all for now. Maria left the room, looking genuinely happy. Section. Maria left the room and went straight to the bridge of the space destroyer, Shunman, that was docked. On the bridge, Kasumi was adjusting the newly replaced navigation system. This place has changed a lot, hasn't it? It's like being inside a luxury cruise ship. Ah, Maria, Lieutenant. Drop the formalities, it's fine now. You're right, it is fine now, but it might be troublesome if the captains were here. That's true. I'll use the formal and informal styles, depending on the situation. Anyway, what do you think of it? It's only natural, right? Everything here is from that ship called the Kingdom 1 luxury cruise ship. There's nothing left of the old stuff. You've really gone all out, haven't you? Is it okay? It's fine, I got the proper approvals, but you seem quite excited. Did something good happen? Hee, I got the approval for that. That could it be? Yes, the approval for the Isago number 5. Isn't that going a bit too far? No, it's fine. The foreman gave it his full approval. Moreover, I improved the Isago number 4 together with the foreman, so it's definitely safe. And having that is a huge advantage, even in areas affected by Altsate where we can't normally use weapons. With this, we'll never lose to pirates. That's true, but isn't that a railgun? Didn't they say it was a lost technology? Well, it turns out there were documents about it at the foreman's place. Apparently, it was still used quite recently in the dwarf people's village. It solved a problem I had been struggling with. But doesn't that require a lot of power? That's no problem. We'll be installing a dedicated generator for it. Even with the engine already enlarged, where are you going to fit that? That's also taken care of. I got approval to convert the entire engine block area into the engine room, so there's plenty of space. Well, we'll use part of it for storage too. And what about those torpedoes? What about the launchers? There were some modified launchers at the foreman's place, so we'll be using those. You know, there are plenty of surplus space torpedoes here. So you secured them as storage. But is it really okay? Won't this get us in trouble if it's found out? Don't worry, we're just really lucky. It'll be fine, I'm sure of it. Chapter 43, the interior of the destroyer is. If that's okay, then I won't have to hold back either, right? What are you thinking? Since we can use parts from the luxury liner freely, why don't we make the interior luxurious too? After going this far with the bridge, what's the big deal now? You're right. And Maria has already made major changes to the ship's layout. The crew capacity doesn't really matter anymore. The catalog said this ship could hold 162 people, but 120 should be fine, right? After all, we couldn't even fit 162 people on it before. Yeah, that's true. We expanded the engine storage area a lot, so it wouldn't work. But our ship has never been at full capacity anyway. So if we can reduce the unnecessary areas and create a more comfortable environment, that would be fine, right? Then we should start with the captain's quarters. What, haven't you done that already? But the captain's quarters haven't really been touched yet. Are you going to take the captain's quarters from that other ship? No, that won't work. Then our rooms would just be the crew quarters. It would be worse than the prefab we're in now. Yeah, that doesn't sound good. Right. The one we're living in now is basically a third-class cabin from that cruise ship. Yeah, so what should we do? We can't go as far as a full-size first-class cabin, but we should at least improve it to that level. Okay, got any good ideas? Actually, I was thinking of bringing the royal suite from that cruise ship to the captain's quarters. If the captain's quarters are a royal suite, our rooms being first class won't stand out as much. I wonder what the acting captain would say about that. Hey, what about that chart room, or the operations room, or whatever they call it, next to the bridge? Oh, the room between the bridge and the captain's quarters. Honestly, I don't know what that room is supposed to be used for. Yeah, but if it's that one, we could really go all out on the luxury, couldn't we? Let's make that an extravagant royal suite, and then use the current captain's quarters for a suite. That way, the acting captain probably won't be too shocked. Why, you're right, let's do that. I'll go talk to the foreman right away. If he approves, I'll get the proposal going, so can you help me out then? Okay, got it. From their conversation, it's clear that this decrepit destroyer is becoming more and more outrageous. And since they're reusing parts from the ship being demolished, there's hardly any cost involved. So the proposals keep coming to my desk from Big Sister Makini-chan's side without much oversight. Naturally, I can't really check them all, so the proposals keep getting approved. In the end, they weren't able to turn the operations room into a royal suite, but they did make an adjacent prep room into a room as luxurious as a royal suite. The captain's quarters became a suite, and the rooms for officers and above were made into first-class cabins, with the lower ranks getting second-class cabins, all using parts scavenged from the cruise ship. But I only found out about all this after it was already done. Incidentally, the officers' mess hall was furnished using parts from the VIP lounge of that cruise ship. The proposals only mentioned that they would be using salvaged parts from the decommissioned ship for the furnishings. So neither I nor Big Sister Maki-san really looked beyond the budget numbers when approving it. Unaware of all these modifications, the space destroyer Shunmin has now reached its second month in the dock. Come to think of it, I haven't actually set foot on the ship since the new recruits arrived. Just around the time I was starting to get worried, the dock company president showed up with Maria. Acting captain, the maintenance is finally done. Don't be in a hurry, it's not over yet. The hands-on work may be done, but there are still checks to be made, right? Isn't that right, boss? I haven't been seeing much of the president lately, but in the beginning, he would call me captain or boss. But lately, it's just been boss. Well, the others call him foreman, so it's a mutual thing. President, you're saying the maintenance is on schedule, even ahead of time. So, what do you need me to do? Well, let's start by getting a tug ready. The maintenance may be done, but we don't want to just launch it from here straight into space. I'd like to test it out in space first. I see. Before that, could you let me do an internal inspection? Oh sure, that's a good idea. Any time is fine. Okay, I'll bring our budget manager as well. Good thinking. You guys spent money pretty freely, so it's good to have Big Sister Maki-san check it out too. Don't worry, I'll go get her. I went to get Big Sister Makini-chan from the next room, and we all headed to the dock together. Although we're not an inspection team anymore, I decided to bring Marikini-san, who had been through the ship many times, to join us in the inspection through the rear hatch. Marikini-san was familiar with the layout, so I left the route to her. But the storage area right next to the rear hatch had been completely transformed. There's no trace left of our battle with those pirates. It's been cleaned up remarkably well. What on earth is going on? That's when Big Sister Maki is holding her head in her hands. Hey, Maria, what's all this? Acting captain, what do you mean by what? Don't play dumb. The wall materials are clearly unusual. Where did you get them from? Where? From the neighboring ship. Ah, it's already almost gone. We took the walls that surrounded the hull of that luxury cruise ship. They're white and bright, so it makes this place brighter too. I don't want to believe it, but is the whole ship like this? Yes, since we couldn't spend much money, we had to reuse scrap materials. If you're just bringing the same stuff, there must be storage areas, right? But acting captain, the safety is different. Of course, storage areas have fire safety measures, but they can be easily destroyed by portable laser weapons. In contrast, the areas for passengers in that ship have been heavily reinforced against such threats. The anti-terrorism measures are thorough, so portable laser weapons can't easily breach this place. Ah, I see. I'll go check it out carefully later. I stumbled at first. Big Sister Maki seemed the same. I later heard that Big Sister Maki had only entered the ship before the engine replacement and had been too busy to come since then. She had only checked the engine area, which was the most expensive, and deemed it fine based on the budget execution status. At this point, it's too late to make excuses, but she seems to be trying to come up with something to report to headquarters. Of course, the hallway leading to the bridge is also in the same remodeled state, making it feel like being inside a luxury cruise ship. The wider corridors are commendable, but was this ship really capable of having so much extra space? I've also heard the engine room has been expanded. Where did all this extra space come from? Hey, Maria. Can I ask, this ship used to be quite cramped, right? No matter how much the interior was redone, I can't imagine there'd be this much extra space. Where did you get it from? The thing is, the crew size was reduced. The previous ship's capacity was 162 according to the catalog, but we don't have that many, right? So the current capacity is around 123 at most. What do you mean, at most? Well, the suite room's capacity is a bit unclear. What did you just say, suite rooms? Anyway, just take a look around and you'll understand. Marika urges me, so we continue the inspection following Maria. The individual rooms, which are the living quarters for the crew, are predictably luxurious in their construction. It seems they use the passenger cabins from the cruise ship. Likely second-class ones, but the number of them is surprising. These are the private rooms for those junior spacers. Wyatt, I held my head in my hands. Marika had been thoughtful enough to deliberately downgrade their room ranks, but this ship has ruined that. You knew about this, didn't you, Marika? Ah, well, Kasumi said the approvals went through, so it should be fine. I couldn't really say anything against that. And the boss here was really enthusiastic about it. Come on, sis, don't nitpick. It's reusing scrap. No waste, comfortable, all good things, right? I headed to the bridge without saying anything further. There, I felt a little relieved. The bridge lacks the flashiness of the places I've seen so far. It's well made, but clearly not for passengers. It's a piece from one of our country's most luxurious cruise ships. Moreover, the bridge must have been moved from the almost new condition since the cruise ship was attacked and scrapped on her maiden voyage. That's why the captain's seat is impressively grand and pristine. It's like a downsized version of a fleet commander's seat. Well, that makes sense since the original luxury cruise ship was the size of a battleship, if not a super dreadnought. But who's going to operate this ship? At the bridge, Kasumi explains the changes to me. Most of the operating systems have been upgraded from military to advanced civilian use. Military systems are, for better or worse, conservative. They're designed with the premise of avoiding any problems at all costs. But in the civilian world, the systems are built to the client's exact requirements. Given that the luxury cruise ship they used had a generous budget, the systems here are heavily customized. They're a bit unconventional, but the boss boasts that they've managed to reuse components that meet the desired performance. It'll be challenging to get used to at first, but once we do, it could become an amazing ship. Acting Captain, I'll now guide you to the prep room in the back. What? The atmosphere on the bridge tensed up. Kasumi approaches Maria. Maria, are you really going to show them that room? What are you talking about? If I don't show that room first before the captain's quarters, they'll get mad. We just got scolded about the soldiers' rooms, and we can't let them see our own rooms now. That's why I'm preparing to take the scolding for that room. I'll pray for your courage. That's my pride and joy of a room. I'll guide you there. The boss here takes us to the problematic room. We freeze in front of the door. The door is completely out of place. This is definitely it. They must have relocated the suite room. We're led inside by the boss. Ah, just as I thought. This is fit for royalty. I don't know how, but it is. Isn't it amazing? This room is a downsized version of the royal suite, which had only 2 units on that luxury cruise ship. With this, we could even host nobles and royalty. Chapter 44, First Trial Run. This is a destroyer, isn't it? No one would ever ride on a ship like this, but it's amazing. This is a really impressive room, but is this place sealed off? The president seems a bit down at my last remark, which I find rather cute. This person is truly an enthusiast. The room I was then guided to was supposed to be my room, the captain's quarters. The door looks ordinary, but it's likely they have tampered with it. Maybe they brought something from the captain's quarters of that ship. This place is amazing too. We can't just leave this unused. This is a masterpiece that me and that Kasumi created. We took parts from the suite and the captain's quarters of that ship and refurbished it into a more comfortable captain's quarters. What do you think? This room alone required a considerable amount of skill. I crouch down and hold my head in my hands. Come to think of it, where is big sis Maki? She hasn't moved from the bridge, it seems. After seeing this, she won't be able to come up with an excuse. All right, that's enough. I've finished the inspection. We'll secure the tug in the morning, so let's start the sea test flight tomorrow. Miss Marika, I'll take everyone along. I'm a bit worried about those kids' maiden voyage, but I can't leave them behind. Well, since it's a day trip, they'll be fine without individual rooms. Understood. I'll have the tug here by 9 a.m., so let's gather at 8. Ah, please do that. I'm quite tired for today. I've been neglecting this for a while, and I really regret it now. But what's done is done. Acting Captain, shall we head back? Ah yes, I'll bring Chief Maki back too. Otherwise, she'll just freeze up and be unable to move. I take big sister Maki with me as we leave the ship. How are you going to make me report this? Well, we can't go back now. Since it's repurposed parts, we'll just have to say it was a necessary measure. But complaints are going to come in from all over the place. But if that happens, just direct them to me. I'll refute them all. Anyway, it's simply impossible to have a 30 billion gold budget for just the first-class maintenance. With that kind of money, we had no choice but to use salvaged parts. I'll make sure to prepare materials to properly explain that. If anyone complains, I'll make them take responsibility along with us. After all, it's their own unreasonable demand that's the problem. But I understand your concerns. It's definitely not a coincidence, but we'll just have to push through and say it was a lucky circumstance. The only explanation we can give is that the parts happened to be from the luxury cruise ship that was attacked by pirates the other day. If it had been a cargo ship, we could have been more discreet. That's the best we can do. It's my fault for not listening to the full explanation before the busy work. Honestly, with the President and Maria, I knew this wouldn't end well. What's done is done, I guess. The next day, we gathered everyone, including the new recruits, in front of the dock. In these 2 months, I've come to understand the aptitudes, personalities, and aspirations of the new recruits, so I've assigned them to Kate and Maria respectively. This time, we're not testing any weapons, so we've divided them between the bridge and the engine room for the trial run. We gathered at 8 a.m. and had Kate and Maria assign the bridge, engine room, and port and starboard defense pulse cannon crews. Then we waited for the tug spacecraft. Precisely at 9 a.m., the waiting tug spacecraft arrived and took 30 minutes to lift the ship into space. From there, it's time for the final checks in each section. A ship-to-ship call comes in from the dock president in the engine room to the bridge. Hey, Captain, whenever you're ready. The president seems to have realized he's on the ship, correcting his casual, hey, to captain, but he still hasn't quite grasped that my official title isn't captain. Thank you, Lieutenant Merica. Start the engines. Understood, Sergeant Kasumi. Starting auxiliary engines. Acknowledged, starting auxiliary engines. Power output increasing. No abnormalities detected in the sensors. Engine room. Yes, engine room here. We're about to start the main engines. Are you ready? Whenever you are. Lieutenant Merica, start the main engines. Understood, Sergeant Kasumi. Start the main engines. Starting main engines. Power output increasing. No abnormalities detected in the sensors. Reached output level. Will commence launch. The target is the Bismuth space colony. Gradually increase the speed, starting at 1 warp. Launching towards Bismuth at 1 light speed. Understood. Launching at 1 light speed. 1 light speed. Now at 2 light speed. Reached 8 light speed. Any abnormalities? All systems green. Engine room, any changes? Noticed anything? Acting captain, things are going smoothly over here. It's actually a bit anticlimactic. Usually at times like these, there's some kind of routine. Don't be ridiculous. So there's nothing unusual then. It's all good, Sis Merica. The speed increase did take a bit longer than I expected. With this engine, I thought it could have gone a bit faster. President, this is more than enough, isn't it? I'd say 8 light speed is probably our top speed. Don't be stupid. With this engine's performance, we should be able to reach 10 light speed. I didn't bother making a catalog, but we can boast the top speed of 10 light speed. 10 light speed. Well, today's just a test run. Captain, let's call it a day here. There are a few things I'm a bit curious about too. The boss keeps calling me captain, but he hasn't corrected his mistake. I could just leave it as is, but since it's about the command authority, I can't really ignore it, so I try to correct it every time. I'm the acting captain, but okay. Then, shall we reduce speed and return to port? Nah, let's just keep going like this. All right then, Lieutenant Merica. Maintain course and speed for return to Nihonium. Understood. Turning to course for Nihonium, maintaining speed at 8 light speed. Change course to Nihonium, maintain 8 light speed, understood. 8 light speed is certainly fast. The distance we traveled in 2 days before is now just a matter of hours. It was at minimum thrust back then, but even considering that, we were able to return much faster than expected. As planned, we made it back in a day trip and docked. Seems there were hardly any issues, as the tug spacecraft just followed the course instructions to enter the dock. After docking, the boss came over to me and briefly shared his impressions of the day. Not bad, but it seems we haven't fully unleashed this ship's performance yet. I'll have the girls report later, but I'm going to start an inspection now. In this state, I can't issue the requested certificate. Is that okay? There's still plenty of time, so please don't exceed the budget. I don't have the authority, so I can't bill for any overruns. Don't worry, I asked Maki earlier, and it seems we have quite a surplus. And from here on, it's my pride as a craftsman. If you say you can't bill more, I won't be stingy either. I can even cover the costs myself without billing the government. No, that's quite all right. Honestly, I think we can fully utilize that 30 billion gold. Please bill properly within the budget. After all, you've been providing us a lot of conveniences. Nah, it's mutual. Thanks to you guys, the ship next door has been dismantled quite a lot. It's almost lost its original shape now. The only tricky part left is probably the engine area. I'm grateful too. Enough chit-chat, I'm heading back to work. I'll be borrowing the girls for a while longer. Yes, please use them as you see fit. I returned to the office to finish up the report. That's when Maki, who had fully recovered from yesterday's shock, came to visit. Acting Captain, may I have a moment? Maki, no problem, what is it? You're still working, you know. I told you to take a break. Oh well, there's no one here anyway. Sorry, Maki, so is this a report? No, it's a consultation. The test run has been completed successfully, so the maintenance is almost done, right? Probably a bit more time is needed. Why? The boss isn't satisfied yet. He's going to inspect the ship now. After that, he'll probably submit a request for modification work. Are we okay on the budget? Yes, the budget is far less than we anticipated, so there's no problem there. The issue is that interior design. I'd like to restrict access to that ship to just us. Chapter 45, The Golden Body and the Audit Report. Then let's not say anything to headquarters for now. We'll keep quiet until the maintenance is complete. After it's done, we'll report everything and leave the rest to them. Are you sure it's all right to be so irresponsible? Don't worry, we're not violating any orders. To begin with, without using refurbished second-hand parts, we couldn't have done anything with that budget. It may be different for the military, but the Coast Guard doesn't seem to have any regulations on what parts we use. Yes, there was no mention of adhering to military standards. Then it's fine. But, if there's an issue, it'll probably be about going against common sense. But that'll be all right too. Why is that? Can you really expect common sense from a fresh recruit who just graduated 3 months ago? If they have an issue with that reasoning, then the problem is with the ones who appointed someone like me. More importantly, I don't know of any precedent of being punished for deviating from common sense. Well, there's no shortage of times I was shunted around for personnel reasons. Sis Maki and I settled on not reporting anything until the very last minute. As expected, a proposal came from Maria afterward. To reinforce the hull, she proposed covering the entire ship's body with an alloy. The alloy would be obtained from the ship, currently being dismantled, so the cost estimate was extremely low. Unusually, the reason for the low cost was also included in this proposal. It stated that by obtaining the alloy ourselves, we could drastically reduce the cost. While I still had lingering doubts, it was crystal clear that if I rejected the proposal now, we'd never get the certification issued. So with a heavy heart, I signed off on the proposal, approving the remodeling work. 10 days later, we received a report that the ship was complete, so we hurriedly entered the dock to inspect the hull. Maria and the boss truly didn't disappoint with their work. The entire hull was shining gold. What a flashy exterior. Surely this wasn't acceptable. As I stood there dumbfounded, Maria approached with a smug look on her face. Before she could say anything, I swung my fist down onto her head. What did you do? What were you thinking giving the ship this appearance? Ow, that's harsh, acting captain. I went and made this the strongest ship ever. So what is this about? Isn't it amazing? The whole hull is covered in that scarlet metal alloy, so no ordinary laser cannon stands a chance against it. More importantly, it has minimum resistance against the stellar winds pouring from that supernova, so there's hardly any loss of speed. This should significantly reduce the time to reach top speed that the boss was worried about. Oh, what is this? Who in their right mind would cover an entire ship with that expensive scarlet metal alloy? Do you have any idea how much that costs? Not even His Majesty's super dreadnought battleships are afforded such an extravagance. At most, only the bridge and His Majesty's quarters are encased in it. That's because those ships are too big. For a smaller one like this, the leftover alloy from that passenger liner would actually give us change to spare. We just used the surplus from there, though we had hardly any left over. Even so, we can't possibly go out like this. It stands out far too much. Wait, listen up. This ship is not to leave here. With that, I rushed into the office. I grabbed the working sysmaki, explained the situation, and we decided to conceal the issue by painting over the entire hull. Fortunately, we had room in the budget, so we managed to avert crisis there. But while taking 3 days for the painting work itself was acceptable, sysmaki reported a new issue to me. Apparently, the cost incurred for this repainting, specifically for the paint itself, had become problematic. It turns out that after replacing the engines, this repainting job had the next highest expense in this entire maintenance overhaul. The paint cost a staggering 800 million gold pieces. Granted, this was for the highest grade special anti-cosmic ray paint recommended by the boss, but it was still an outrageous sum for a simple hull painting job. The issue was that up until now, all expenses had been covered by using refurbished second-hand parts, and the labor costs were handled by us, allowing for unthinkably low prices. As a result, the paint cost alone stood out glaringly. Understandably worried, sysmaki, who had been overseeing the accounts, came to consult me. After much deliberation, we decided to attach an audit report, and through the company boss, we had auditors from the Casville factory's audit department come in. Additionally, through sysmaki's connections, we also had a private audit firm review everything. To cut to the chase, as befitting employees of the renowned Casville factory, their insight regarding refurbished second-hand parts was impressive. While there were considerable monetary dissatisfactions, they concluded that since any parts taken from decommissioned ships are regarded as scrap, those reclaimed parts held no inherent value. However, simultaneously, they stated that the cost would not be appropriate for parts that had undergone refurbishing from that scrap. But since it was Maria and the others who performed that refurbishing, the exception applied in this case. Taking that opinion into account, the private audit firm also determined there were no improprieties. Ironically, the cost of this very audit landed in the top 10 of expenses incurred so far. Well, there's no such thing as second-hand paint, and the audit fees seemed quite exorbitant too, so it looks like the report should be satisfactory. However, the end result is that the ship currently in the dock, in terms of its appearance, interior, and performance, can be considered equivalent to a brand new state-of-the-art vessel built with the latest technologies. I did think we may have gone overboard this time, but having come this far, I have no choice but to leave it to fate. I'm only the acting captain, not the actual captain. If the ship has turned out like this, headquarters will probably take it away from me anyway. So along with this ship's report, I'll likely be relieved of duty. With that resignation, I decided to properly see this job through to the very end and proceeded to the second trial run. This time, thankfully having enough leeway, I assigned tentative roles to my subordinates and conducted the trial run in as close to real combat conditions as possible. We haven't tested the weapons yet, but crew are stationed at all posts. Just like before, the company boss was present for this test voyage. This time, we'll depart directly from here, orbit the star Rutiel, and return. If all goes well, we'll be back the same day. Status reports from all sections. Yes, acting captain. Bridge report. Navigation systems normal, engines initiated. No anomalies. Engine room. Output rising smoothly. Liftoff output achieved. Understood. Helm initiate liftoff. The aerospace destroyer Shunman is lifting off. We have now cleared the stratosphere. Exiting planetary control area. Proceeding to normal cruising speed. 3 cosmic velocities. We are approaching our designated point shortly. This area has little ship traffic and is practically empty space. Yet military ships and some transport vessels occasionally pass through, and more importantly, the radio environment is good here. If any trouble occurs during testing that causes us to drift, It would be easy to receive rescue assistance. The perfect area for trials like this. We've properly filed applications with the control authority this time, so no other ships should enter for a while. Commencing speed increase test, final checks. Confirm safety of trajectory. Radar operator report. Clear for 1 light-year ahead, path is green. I've assigned those 2 new recruits to assist the radar operator. That's right, there are 8 new recruits total on this bridge right now. Mostly just observing, but they're all focused. We've assigned new recruits to all sections for this training exercise. If anything happens here, we'll immediately switch to emergency damage control drills. Since it will involve risking their lives, I can only pray nothing occurs. Engine room. All systems green in engineering. All right, we'll start with a 5 light speed. Towards target Rutiel, 5 light speed. 5 light speed, copy that. The ship immediately reached 5 space speed. A satisfied boss voice came out from the engine room. Chapter 46, Challenge to the Fastest. Captain, first of all, there's no problem. If we can reach 8 light speed with no issues, then let's go straight to 10 light speed. I'd like to see how far we can push it today. Boss, I'm the acting captain. Understood, we'll do as you say. Marika, please. Understood, helmsman, change speed to 8 light speed. Changing speed to 8 light speed, roger. Incredible, we can reach 8 just like that. Marika, any abnormalities? No abnormalities detected in the visible range. Engine room, any changes? Engines are running smoothly, all green here. Acting captain, then shall we try for 10? Wow, he called me the right title for the first time. Seems like today is going to be a good day. Understood, boss. Marika, change speed. Maximum speed of 10 light speed. Roger that, changing speed to 10 light speed. Changing to 10 light speed, understood. The speed accelerated from the likely kingdom fastest 8 light speed to 10 light speed in the blink of an eye. At 10 light speed, this ship could be the fastest not just in the kingdom, but in the surrounding area as well. Incredible, we reached 10 light speed just like that. Ah, but the engines still have some margin. What do you think? What do you mean? Acting captain, we're monitoring the engines here, so let's push it as far as we can go. We're at 100% output now, but we should take it up to around 120% to be sufficient as a combat ship. Understood. From here on, we'll increase the speed by 1 light speed at a time, keeping safety in mind. Is that good? Yay, so you are the acting captain after all. We can talk. Maria, stop your idle chatter and get back to work. Marika is as strict as ever. Maria. Okay, roger that. Marika, let's continue the test. Speed to 11 light speed. Understood, changing speed to 11 light speed. Changing to 11 light speed, roger. Understood, changing speed to 14 light speed. Changing to 14 light speed, roger. Incredible, but I guess this is the limit. Yeah, that's about it. We probably could push it a bit further, but even if we could, it would only be for a moment. The engines are starting to exceed the acceptable range for vibration and heat, so let's stop here. Understood. Marika, let's reduce the speed back to 10. Roger that, changing speed to 10 light speed. 10 light speed, understood. But to think we could reach 14 light speed. That's probably thanks to the scarlet metal alloy on the hull. It minimizes the impact of cosmic radiation. Anyway, I don't plan to make a catalog, but let's just say the top speed of this ship is 10 light speed. Even at 120% output in combat, around 12 light speed would be the reasonable limit. Got it. Maria, summarize that in the report later. Understood. As for the dimensional warp test, we probably shouldn't push the full extent of its capabilities. Right, let's just test up to level 2 for now. We at least need to confirm it's usable, so we'll return at level 2. A little more wouldn't hurt, but that's fine. I heard Kasumi or one of the girls set the system to handle up to level 10, so we'll have to test that eventually. The return trip through dimensional warp was also uneventful. The ship was docked again with the help of a tug, and the final inspection for the overhaul was completed. The armaments have also been completely replaced, so we need to independently test whether they're functional before the deadline, continuing to impose on them here a bit longer. We don't mind. More importantly, I'm preparing the Class 1 maintenance certificate. Was there anything else the guys at HQ wanted? If possible, I'd like to get that. With a letter of recommendation from the Caspel shipyard, there won't be any complaints from the headquarters. Ah, that's probably for the best. I may have gone a bit overboard this time. With the letter, there shouldn't be any issues. Hearing this from the boss, Maki uncharacteristically exploded in anger. So you were aware of it. Don't mix work and hobby, she shouted. But being an adult, she soon calmed down and smiled, asking the boss for the letter of recommendation as well. As for the payments, we've been settling them as we go, so the only thing left is the office-related expenses. I had them prepare the audit report excluding those and submitted it to headquarters. Since the final test voyage, we've been going out into space almost daily to test the various armaments. The test firing of the main laser cannon and the side pulsars went smoothly, so as far as I'm concerned, the maintenance work on the spacecraft is complete. The rest is just Maria and her friend's hobby. But this is quite a predicament. Even if it was my own mistake, the fact that the Morning Glory 5 turns out to be a rail gun is something else. In this kingdom, that's probably considered a lost technology. They might even call it an outdated weapon. To have such an antiquated armament is quite concerning. But that naming, though, can't they do something about that? Even if it was my own misunderstanding, if weapons are named things like Sunflower or Morning Glory, you can't really blame someone for getting confused. In fact, I mistook it for the Sunflower 3 that saved me before. And the space torpedo launchers will definitely invite some comments as well. The military has been retiring those 2 generations ago, and even here in the Coast Guard, they're not used that often. Well, the old space frigate Akeshi did have those armaments. But to have newly installed them after a full overhaul, I'm honestly worried about what they'll say. Pondering these things, I return from the voyage that included my first overnight stay. The assigned positions, even with the new recruits, have been working remarkably well. So, if I'm to take charge of this ship going forward, I'm thinking of applying to keep this crew configuration. As we were in this state, a radio call comes in from the office at the dock. It's from Big Sis Maki. Acting Captain, there's a radio call from Chief Maki. Patch it through. Now, Acting Captain. We've received new orders from headquarters. New orders? What is it? Aren't we still in the middle of maintenance on this ship? That's a bit tricky. The other day, we received a letter from the Caswell shipyard, so I've already submitted the first-class maintenance certificate to headquarters. Considering the chain of command, your final report as acting captain hasn't been filed yet, so it's hard to say the previous orders are complete. But if you'd like, I can take care of that as well. I see, if that's all done, there's no point in me holding it up here. Please go ahead and do that. But what are these new orders from headquarters? Yes, there's a request from the Royal Palace for the acting captain to meet with them. They also want to inspect the Shunman, that's under maintenance. So the order is to head to the Farron spaceport on the capital planet Diamond as soon as possible. All right, go ahead and respond that I'll be heading to the Farron spaceport from here. I'll arrive in about 5 hours. Understood. I'll relay that you'll arrive in 5 hours. As for the previous report, since you're going there, perhaps you can give the oral report directly. The paperwork should all be complete by now. Ah yes, that's probably better. Understood. Please await further instructions from me after that. Sis Merica, as you heard, I've been summoned to make an appearance, so we're changing course. My apologies. Understood. Changing course, target Farron spaceport on planet Diamond, maintaining current speed. Course change, target Diamond, Farron spaceport, maintaining speed. Understood. I can't help but have a bad feeling about this, but I wonder if it'll be all right to show this ship to the royal personnel. It'll just have to play out as it may, but I wonder who it is that wants to meet with me. Could it be that princess I met during the decoration ceremony? I have no idea, but I suppose I'll just have to go with the flow. Still, why does my life always seem to be so haphazard? At least before Tekken dumped me, it wasn't quite this chaotic. No, thinking about that is futile. I've changed my mindset to focus on something more pleasant. I'll think about that famous line, "You never know what kind of scene might unfold in the end." I want to prepare various situations so that when the time comes, I won't be at a loss for that important line. As Now ponders these things, the Shunman heads towards the Farron spaceport. Fortunately, no one on the bridge can see what Now is thinking. If they could, they'd probably be utterly bewildered. Side story, turbulent assignment. In the Diamond Kingdom, things tend to get quite hectic around this time of year. As the fiscal year draws to a close, It's not unusual for companies and government offices alike to become busy with end-of-year tasks throughout the kingdom. Just like accounting, students in this country also go through transition periods. At every school, they are frantically preparing for the upcoming graduation ceremonies. For those graduating students who have already decided on their paths, this period likely affords them some free time. However, every year there are a small number of graduating students who remain busy even at this point. Here we have one young man who has yet to determine his path despite graduating from a school that is supposed to guarantee success in this country. His name is now Bruce. He himself is in precisely that situation. Or rather, he himself is not the one keeping busy. It's the adults around him who are truly occupied, on top of the usual pre-graduation bustle. This would be understandable at an ordinary school, but here it is quite abnormal. Even at a regular school, if a student's employment remains undecided so close to graduation, at most the student themselves would be busy, with perhaps the staff of the Career Services office begrudgingly handling the matter. Career counselors at typical schools would never be overwhelmed just because many students have not secured jobs. Moreover, this particular school does not even have a Career Services division. The reason is that this school is the only one in the country that trains elite military personnel. While there are several officer academies, at this elite officer training institution where all graduates are treated as elites, there is no need for an employment division. The graduates are simply sent off to the Space Forces. However, in Now's case, that usual routine somehow failed to function. To explain how graduates are typically handled at this school, as graduation approaches, the candidates' grades are sent to the military. Based on those grades and other factors, the military then determines the careers and assignments for the incoming elites. The same process was undertaken for Now, but for some reason, the military rejected accepting him. A response came back from the Central Personnel Bureau that he would be difficult to place in any assignment. Yet having met certain requirements, the school had no choice but to allow him to graduate. The school could do no more, graduating him but leaving his assignment undecided. In fact, from the moment these prospective graduates enrolled, they were registered as non-commissioned officers in the Space Forces, meaning Now too was already a service member. His official status was simply that he had been assigned to the school. So, in Now's case, after graduating, he was essentially handed over to the military's Personnel Bureau, the department currently dealing with the busiest situation. The Personnel Bureau has been frantically coordinating with the school and the personnel officers of the country's two fleets, but cannot seem to reach a resolution through the normal channels alone. Section: Hey, what's the deal with candidate Bruce? The section chief overseeing the problematic candidates calls out to a subordinate. Yes, we just received word from the Second Fleet's personnel officer that they cannot accept him either. Well, we'd already gotten a similar response from the First Fleet regarding him, hadn't we? What are you planning to do? With all due respect, sir, as a mere staff member, I cannot make suggestions to the personnel officers of the fleets. Bruce's case has already been escalated beyond just his handlers to the section chief with actual personnel authority, but a solution remains elusive. The personnel section is now re-examining the issues surrounding Bruce. Behind this problem lies a deep, dark aspect of this country. First, when candidates graduate from this school, their careers are determined based on their grades, personalities, skills, and other factors observed. They are then rotated through the departments deemed necessary for their respective career paths. After 1 or 2 years, having been promoted to lieutenant junior grade upon graduation, they finally take their respective career assignments. So in theory, Bruce could undergo the same rotational process while being evaluated to determine his ideal career path. However, this country's customs do not allow for that. Fundamentally, the career paths split into 2 major factions. Or rather, more accurately, there is a third, larger other faction as well. Calling them factions may be too strong, as they are more loosely associated groups that tend to be assigned to related workplaces later on, but we can omit those details for this explanation. There are 2 factions that are extremely different, to the point where they are like oil and water. One faction is made up of strategists and military administrators who work behind the desk. The other faction is led by battle-hungry generals and produces elite frontline officers. In reality, the true strategists and generals are quite few, and most end up as average officers. When cadets graduate from the military academy, they are placed under the patronage of one of these factions and cycle through various departments. The cadet candidates who are considered potential strategists are often unsuited for hands-on, rough work in the field. Similarly, the cadet candidates who are considered potential generals often struggle with intellectual, desk-bound work. While all these cadets have exceptional intelligence and abilities, having graduated from the elite military academy, they still have weaknesses that can cause problems when they start working in the field. The idea is to rotate these cadets through different positions to develop them into future leaders. So their superiors tend to overlook minor mistakes made by these junior officers. However, due to the factional politics in this country, even minor missteps by a cadet can be used as ammunition by the opposing faction. So it's common for the strategist faction to reject candidates from the general faction and vice versa, hindering the proper development of future officers. On this occasion, the rival factions sincerely discussed the matter and agreed to take responsibility for the identities of their respective candidates, sending them off and accepting them back. At the same time, an unwritten rule was created that the misdeeds of the candidates during their training period would not be used as ammunition to attack each other. Thus, in this country, the graduates of this elite training school have their careers decided immediately upon graduation, based on the qualities of the candidates. Each faction takes responsibility for them until the end. However, in the case of the candidate Bruce, he was rejected by all factions due to the relationship between his qualities and his background. As a result, he was refused acceptance in any workplace. The root of the matter is that while his qualities are suited for the faction of strategic thinkers, the generals, he cannot join that faction. Without any protection from any faction, it is clear that he would hinder his comrades if he encountered any rough situations in the field. The brute force faction naturally tries to avoid him. On the other hand, the faction of strategic thinkers is firmly entrenched in their elitist ideology. In this country, graduates of the elite training school are treated as military elite, but the class that produces the strategic thinkers is only the wealthy who have received ample education since childhood. Even within the same wealthy class, there have been hardly any from the business world. Even without much thought, it's a matter of course that, perhaps because there's now a certain balance in place, there aren't major battles raging around this country at the moment. However, it's still an era of turmoil unlike any other in history. Even just a little while ago, during the time of intense combat, those in the business could still be prosperous enough with just their family business alone. Business people of respectable status would never dream of sending their children into dangerous military ventures. Due to this history, an unwritten rule has emerged where only the nobility or high-ranking military officers' children can become staff officers, the elite position among the strategic thinkers. Certainly, in the past, there may have been individuals with qualities akin to the troublesome candidate Bruce, but the military leaders did not accept those with a poor background. However, such individuals from the past, even if they couldn't become combat leaders, still possessed enough ability to be accepted into other factions. Therefore, issues with assignments never escalated to this extent in the past. At most, there may have been voices lamenting the loss of talented candidates, but such concerns would easily vanish with a single word from influential nobles. His qualities, however, were exceptional. Because his qualities were too outstanding in the military direction, he was even rejected from other factions. Given that everyone knew problems would arise in volatile situations, nobody could accept him. No, they didn't. Not just among the nobility, but among those connected to the upper echelons of society. There tends to be a tendency to judge based on whether one's own reasoning is correct, rather than serving the country. Lately, this tendency has only worsened. It's said that even the third princess of this country is deeply concerned about the country's development in the face of such realities. Returning to the issue of the problematic candidate Bruce, the problem had already transcended one department and had finally been entrusted to the bureau chief, Lord Dordan, for review under the guise of a post report. with graduation is fast approaching and there is little time left. Section: Director General Dorden of the Personnel Bureau was recently entrusted with the Bureau by the King's orders. He has just begun reforming the troubled military personnel within the Bureau, tackling the deep-rooted problems in the Space Force. Problems have already surfaced, but is there no way to fix this? That intolerable nobility and their elitist mentality. Even so, Your Excellency, that mentality is what supports their very identity, the bureaucrat's secretary replied. But that illness of a mentality is hindering the nation's talent development. Based on his records, I think we could assign him to the supply division, where he could deliver results starting tomorrow. What do you think? Director General Dorden casually asked the bureaucrat secretary. Yes, in this country, there are already many who have noticed how the nobility's attitude is starting to erode the nation's foundation. The king is one of them, and he has long been seeking allies. Recently, he has been placing his trusted people in key positions in the Personnel Bureau, but their numbers are still insufficient. At least they have begun by containing the problem. 3 years ago, they finally managed to appoint the king's confidant as the Space Force chief. The chief's first task was to place Lieutenant General Dorden, the king's confidant, in the Personnel Bureau. Even with the chief's strong political power, it took over a year, and it was only last year that the king finally managed to reclaim the Personnel Bureau from the nobility. But the process is far from over. Lieutenant General Dorden is in the midst of replacing the bureaucrats, often referred to as paper pushers, in the military. Even his own secretary is one of those bureaucrats, chosen from the neutral nobility faction close to the king's camp. Replacing the secretary alone required months of careful work to eliminate the nobility's detrimental influence from the military's Personnel Bureau. During this time, the issue of Cadet Bruce's assignment has surfaced, causing a major uproar. When Director General Dorden was first informed of this problem, he had the reaction of "here we go again." After hearing about Bruce's performance, Dorden sighed and said, "Well, then we'll take him in personnel." But this was quickly rejected by those around him. While it is truly in the nation's best interest to assign Bruce to supply-related work based on his aptitude, many nobles strongly oppose this, as it would endanger their vested interests. Supply-related work is generally considered unglamorous and less conducive to advancement and distinguished achievements. Therefore, it is often shunned by ambitious cadets, especially those from the upper nobility, who face pressure from their family patriarchs or faction leaders. Supply-related work, however, is quite lucrative. This sentiment is shared across the military staff, who are determined to protect the more rewarding and profitable positions, not just in supply, but also in personnel work. This is why the king and the Space Force chief have long struggled to finally breach this stronghold. But the influence of these elements has not yet been completely eliminated. Not only Dorden's immediate colleagues, but also those who are about to be excluded from the lucrative positions, are voicing their opposition out of a sense of crisis. Dorden had thought about using this opportunity to earn some goodwill and keep Bruce as a pawn. However, he also genuinely wanted to eliminate the nobility's influence as soon as possible. But with the resistance from his close associates, Dorden was now struggling with how to handle the cadet Bruce. "I need to have a talk with the military leadership. I want to gather the personnel staff from the 1st and 2nd Fleets." It has turned into a much bigger issue than anyone expected, just over a single cadet. The bureaucratic officials cannot comprehend how this could escalate to such a degree. However, for the uniformed personnel, especially the military elite, this is a matter they cannot ignore. If left unattended, this issue could endanger the very system that produces the military's elite. This concern is unanimously shared by the uniformed officers gathered at the meeting. If this were a regular officer school graduate, they could have simply assigned him and moved on. But the issue is that he is a graduate of the elite officer school, meant to train the military's future leaders. Allowing him to be assigned to supply-related work would break the tradition where graduates of this school are virtually guaranteed to reach at least the rank of major or higher. This would open up opportunities for the regular officer school graduates, threatening the special privileges enjoyed by the nobility and high-ranking military officers' wealthy families. Rare exceptions are made to allow commoners to enter this elite school, but the norm is that only those who have been properly educated from a young age can gain admission. This has allowed the nobility to comfortably enjoy their special postgraduate treatment. The school is widely open to the public, but there is a pretense that only those with real ability can become the elite. Even if a few commoners manage to enroll, they are a minority and can be easily absorbed into the existing system. However, the education from enrollment to graduation is strict and impartial, so the enrollment of commoners is gradually increasing. But these commoners are mostly from wealthy families who have been educated from a young age. Enrollment and graduation of those from the very bottom of society is still rare. While the issue of family background has always existed, it has never caused such a problem as this time. The problem is that this particular student's abilities are extremely lopsided, but he is exceptionally talented in that specific area. Normally, he would be smoothly placed on the path to become a staff officer, which would be beneficial for both him and the military. However, the staff officer position is the elite track, and one that has been monopolized by the aristocratic class. Many aristocratic and high-ranking military officers are opposing him solely on the basis of his family background. But the staff officers have additional reasons why they absolutely cannot accept him. The issue traces back to a war simulation exercise in his second year. The simulation was based on actual past events 20 years ago, where this kingdom suffered a devastating defeat. This was an exercise that used real data from a war that resulted in a severe defeat for the kingdom, causing the loss of one of its star regions. Students were tasked with experiencing the role of supply staff. Due to numerous changes in military plans, changes to the supply plan were ordered, resulting in almost all students being unable to properly supply. However, candidate Bruce was different. He could spot flaws in the assigned format and independently improve the format, consistently meeting the requirements with each plan change. Unable to submit his original format, he went through the trouble of creating the supply plan in his own format first, then recreating it according to the military's format. This alone wouldn't pose any threat, but the problem was that he used actual past data. At that time, corruption was rampant within the military, although not as much as it is now. Naturally, embezzlement of supplies was commonplace. With his unique format, he not only eliminated waste in the movement of goods, but also exposed the embezzled supplies. However, since he didn't know about the embezzlement, he prepared separate plans with uncertain use designation as a thoughtful gesture. Reflecting on the military history of that time, they were barely surviving until the defeat, but the kingdom was forced into a necessary retreat due to supply delays. Subsequent historical research concluded that if the supply had been proper, they wouldn't have lost. Since the issue of embezzlement was concealed from the public, candidate Bruce naturally didn't know about it and, in practice, struggled before managing to separate and manage the funds under uncertain use. As a result, this came to the attention of one of the staff members entrusted with the military class by chance, causing a stir within a certain faction. Hence, he is now firmly convinced that he must never get involved with the supply chain which controlled by the elites. On the other hand, in the field unit known as the combatants, where corruption was also prevalent, there was a tendency to dislike even those slightly familiar with numbers due to the advancing corruption. They didn't want to take care of those who lacked any field qualifications. However, both sides understand that if they don't adhere to the traditions and customs of the elite officer training school, they have no future. So, while they don't want to accept him, they also understand that it would be bad if he were not accepted elsewhere. Therefore, both sides take a stance of refusal, but it's more like pushing responsibility onto each other. Thus, even with the intervention of the personnel department, no agreement can be reached. That's why a space was provided where discussions could be held without involving intermediaries. Section. The gathering in the conference room at the Space Force headquarters in the capital was an impressive one. Representatives from the 1st and 2nd Fleets, along with their respective fleet personnel staff and the administrative department's director, were all present. Interestingly, there was a clear difference in motivation between the bureaucrats and the staff officers in uniform. Normally, there would be a lot of friction between fleets, but this time, instead of fighting between fleets, they were merely appealing to the other side, saying that the field wouldn't accept it. However, there was still no air of discussion, nor was it tense. Each fleet's bureaucrats looked on coolly at this scene. It was as if they were saying, "This is getting tiresome." While there was corruption among the bureaucrats as well, there were no troubles like those in elite training schools. They were originally all suited for bureaucratic work, and their assignments were divided based on their backgrounds. There is already a system in place to send troublesome people to dangerous places and take care of them. Officials are simply fine as long as there is no trouble, truly indifferent. The king, feeling a sense of crisis over the state of such a nation, has sent the head of the personnel department, Dorden, who seems to have considered taking charge of personnel for a while, but has since given up and is observing the situation. He already knows that the third princess is scheming to create an organization. No, he is one of her collaborators, and in a sense, he is also keeping an eye on the candidate Bruce, who is the subject of this issue. Since Bruce is someone who is so disliked by existing factions, he can be sent to serve under the princess without hesitation, but Dorden is considering what to do in the meantime. Should we gather directly and discuss it, neither of us will give in. In that case, should I transfer him to the supply coordination section of the Space Force headquarters? Upon hearing this, the nobles all changed their expressions. Even the officials who had seemed calm until then hurriedly tried to stop Lord Dorden. "Isn't that going too far?" said the Chief of Staff of the First Fleet, and the Chief of Staff of the Second Fleet expressed agreement. Even the section chiefs from the personnel department who were participating in this meeting were in a panic. The section chiefs were still not under the control of Lord Dorden's faction and were being assigned by their respective factions. Lord Dorden, who had been waiting for this, inwardly thought, "So they're that corrupted." And it was just a remark to confirm the state of this nation, not that he really intended to transfer him there. After all, there are many benefits from departments close to supply. In any case, as he showed in the training, they were clearly afraid of the flow of materials and funds becoming visible. There were too many people actually committing embezzlement and misappropriation, and no one really understood the actual situation. Moreover, the king was honestly more afraid that no one felt a sense of crisis. Of course, it would be easy for Lord Dorden to forcibly assign him to a department of the Space Force, but since he had confirmed the situation was this bad, in a sense, it might be easier for the princess to transfer Bruce away from the military. Come to think of it, His Majesty has long expressed concern about the personnel rigidity in the Capital Orbital Defense Force. It's not good to have only personnel from the military on temporary transfer or permanent transfer. How about recruiting people directly from the elite training schools and training them as regulars? There had already been problems arising here and there due to the extremely poor quality of personnel temporarily transferred from the military. For the Space Force, which was essentially just a good dumping ground, they could not let them go. But they could tolerate high-ranking officials coming from outside the military. What was more frightening was the possibility of misconduct being exposed by him. The First Fleet and Second Fleet reluctantly accepted Lord Dorden's proposal, as if to say they were creating a debt to the king. As a result, an unprecedented personnel decision was made in this nation. Although he was a graduate of the school that trains the elite of the Space Force, it was decided that he would be temporarily transferred to the Coast Guard, which is considered the second military force of this nation. It would have been fine to simply assign him to the Coast Guard instead of the Space Force, but there was a feeling of not wanting to leave the Coast Guard, where there were still benefits, so an unprecedented personnel decision was made to have him temporarily transferred immediately after graduation. With this, the issue of the assignment of the candidate Bruce, which had been causing a stir for some time, was resolved, and those nobles gathered here felt relieved and left. Everyone here was too busy with other jobs. If they had known about the numerous incidents caused by candidate Bruce in the future, they might have turned a blind eye to some problems and accepted him. In the end, the corruption caused by the nobility is gradually exposed by his actions, but that's a story for another time. Afterward, hello, this is Norishiro. Thank you for reading. This web novel came about when I was reading the posted work of another author and felt inspired to write about NTR story. The phrase "I'll die" popped into my head, which was also in the original title. Starting from that phrase, I considered what kind of scene would involve saying, "I'll die," and what kind of scene I would write myself. My imagination just kept expanding until it became this work. Although the NTR aspect I had originally intended disappeared somewhere along the way as I developed the story's framework, the story continues with a feeling of simply putting into words the appealing activities of the characters who appear. Despite being saddled with unreasonable demands, the protagonist resolves them effortlessly and ends up toying with the bureaucracy instead. The underlying story progresses like a farcical comedy of errors. While being toyed with by the bureaucracy's logic, did you find it interesting to see the protagonist grow stronger and overcome the bureaucracy's elite? As a pathetic author like myself becomes entangled in troubles and seemingly grows from it, I would like to use this opportunity to thank the many readers who supported my work on the submission site. Thank you very much. I sincerely hope we can meet again soon. Written in the sweltering heat of Shibuya, Tokyo in August 2023, Norishiro. Short story, Sister Marika's old story. John and Jackie, come with me. Bob and Kate watch our backs. Got it, let's go. After giving orders to her subordinates, Marika entered the pirate ship. This was a big catch after a long time, so not just her subordinates but the entire First Mobile fleet were excited. The location was the airspace of the capital planet, where the Coast Guard was about to carry out a raid against pirates. It all started with a tip. There was a rumor that a major pirate deal was happening near the outer celestial body of the capital's airspace. The Coast Guard cooperated with the Capitol Police to verify the information. It seemed to stem from a factional dispute, but was deemed quite credible. So the opposing nobility's own First Mobile fleet was tasked with apprehending them. When they rushed to the scene based on the tip, there were several large pirate ships. The First Mobile fleet immediately began a search, their term for a raid. Sergeant Marika, known for her bravery as part of the daring First Assault Squad of the First Mobile fleet, led her squad aboard one of the targeted pirate ships via boarding craft. After quickly securing the entry point, they assisted more allies in boarding the pirate ships one after another. By the time the allies had largely occupied the pirate ships, it had become quiet near the secured entry point with no more combat. This was anticlimactic again, squad leader. Don't let your guard down, Bob. You never know where these pirate ships have hidden entrances. Like a cornered rat biting a cat, some might still act recklessly. I know, the squad leader always says that. Yet you still get complacent, don't you, Bob? That's harsh, Sergeant John. I've grown to, you know. Then go patrol the area with John. Sorry about that, John. No, training subordinates is part of my job. Marika's squad, who had experienced intense combat during the raid, but were now resting after securing the entry point, was relaxed. As Sergeant Marika casually chatted with her subordinates, Kate suddenly shouted loudly, "Squad leader, Sister Marika, watch out." The wall behind Marika suddenly opened, and a man rushed out toward her. Thanks to Kate's shout, Marika barely avoided being attacked from behind. She immediately counterattacked, taking down her assailant with a single blow from her small battle axe. As expected. You're still amazing as ever. Marika possessed considerable attack power befitting the leader of these elite subordinates, though her strength didn't come from brute force. Her movements were not like those of a martial arts master. In other words, the best way to describe her would be that she was used to brawling, and she boasted unmatched strength against the lawless pirates. Kate, you saved me. Marika thanked Kate, who had alerted her, and then went to investigate the room where the man had come from. This is terrible. What she saw, there were only abused women, and several men's bodies were also scattered around. They were in the middle of their entertainment, weren't they, squad leader? Ah, but this is really terrible. Was he a nobleman? Yes, probably. The pirates were likely entertaining their favorite nobleman. If he gets reported, his end will be tragic. There will be retaliation. Ah, but that's not our concern. Let the nobles handle their own retaliation. Sister, Kate was calling from outside. Marika left the room to her subordinates. Outside, Kate was examining the man Marika had just taken down. This man is a nobleman. I see. Isn't this bad? Kate was worried about the consequences for Marika, who had taken down a nobleman. Who cares? I just did my job. More importantly, these guys haven't changed at all. The room inside was terrible. Marika said that, reminiscing about the past. Section. It was more than a decade before this big job, in the remote resource planet in the Dane system, which was considered the outskirts of the capital Shu region where Marika was born and raised. Marika's environment when she was still a girl was very harsh. Slums exist anywhere, but the slums on this planet were particularly large in scale and miserable. This planet had developed as one of the resource planets, so most of its population consisted of workers and those who supported them, with hardly any of the so-called upper class. Even if everyone had worked seriously, it would not have become this chaotic. But where there are only ruffians, there are many temptations such as gambling, alcohol, and women that can corrupt one's morals. Naturally, outlaws who control these also gathered, and a slum where the corrupted lived was formed. The slum was controlled by the outlaws, and the security was barely maintained enough for the residents to live. But at that time, the big shot who had been controlling it had just been killed, and it was in a state of confusion. Someone was always being killed somewhere. The killed person would immediately have their heart and kidneys brutally extracted. Even an amateur would think the extracted organs couldn't be used, but they were still being traded for a certain amount of money. In such an environment, where everything was terrible, it's easy to imagine how much hardship a young girl had to go through to survive. Marika's experience in brawling was something she had cultivated out of necessity to survive in such an environment. One day, Marika was assaulted by several men and taken to a warehouse. There were several girls who had also been taken there, and one of them was being violated by a man. There was a nobleman watching the scene with an eerie smile, and just as the man was about to do the deed, the nobleman shot the woman and the man with a single shot to the head. Marika had heard about this before. It was called the nobleman's human hunting game. Even in the corrupt Diamond Kingdom, murder was a crime. Whether the victim was a criminal or not, but here, such laws had no meaning at all. Not only were there many people who were in the noble's good graces, but the authorities also didn't properly do their job against the slum residents. So nobles who had awakened to the game of killing people would often do this. Nevertheless, to have the man violate the woman and then kill them at the moment of the deed was nothing but hideous. Marika glared at the nobleman and the men surrounding him. As if the event had just ended, the nobleman turned his gaze to Marika and approached her. He probably underestimated that a single woman, since the noblemen have dozens of attendants surrounded her. Marika, who was not tied up and could escape if she wanted to, was left alone. Feeling a sense of aversion towards the approaching nobleman, Marika drew a hidden knife and threw it at him. The knife flew straight at the nobleman, but it seemed like he avoided it. However, that was a mistake. Although it was purely by chance, the knife grazed the nobleman's neck and flew further inside. The thrown knife had failed to hit its target, but by chance, it had certainly wounded the nobleman's carotid artery, and he immediately began bleeding profusely. The surroundings became chaotic, and Marika took the hand of the nearby girl and fled the warehouse. If the nobles were still alive, they would certainly seek revenge. Even though they are gone, Marika must still consider the possibility of retaliation. It is dangerous to remain on this planet, but unfortunately, as an orphan, she had no way to escape. Marika, along with the young girl she had helped, tried to stow away on a ship at the only spaceport in an attempt to get off the planet. Fortunately, or perhaps by chance, their attempt to stow away was discovered by a Coast Guard investigator named Bruce, who had come to this planet to investigate pirate attacks. Immediately after, Marika was interrogated, and she made the investigator understand that as an orphan, her life was in danger. She was then placed under the protection of the Coast Guard. The investigator's compassionate treatment of the orphan was due to the fact that he himself was an orphan, raised in the orphanage established by the renowned Admiral Bruce, the national hero of this country. This made him sympathetic towards orphans in similar, or even worse, situations. As the investigator recommended, Marika became a trainee in the Coast Guard. Given her intelligence forged in the harsh environment she had survived, she quickly rose through the ranks, becoming a junior officer, leading a unit in the prestigious 1st Mobile Fleet, the highest status division of the Coast Guard. Now, once again, she was recalling the incident when she had killed another despicable noble. Section, what should we do, now that we've killed a noble? Kate said, sounding worried. "It'll be fine," Marika replied, though she was prepared to deal with the complications that might arise. As the officer in charge at the scene, Marika had reported everything about the noble in her official report. Soon after, she received a notice of promotion and reassignment for all the key personnel present. The noble, who had been caught by pirates and then killed, was now being treated as a pitiful victim. The promotions and reassignments were likely a way to silence Marika and the others regarding this incident. They were transferred to the 3rd Patrol Fleet, the one furthest from the capital, making it clear that the higher-ups wanted this matter to be completely forgotten. This all happened a few years before now Bruce was assigned as Marika's superior. End of Volume 1.